Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous people. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament, direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you very much. Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Deputy Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following. 1. The order of the day for the resumption of debate on the Treasury Laws Amendment, Tax Reform No. 2 Bill of 2026, being called on immediately. 2. Debate on the second reading of the bill continuing for a period of no longer than 1 hour. 3. Questions then being immediately put on any second reading amendments and on the second reading of the bill. 4. Consideration in detail then proceeding immediately with the Leader of the Opposition being permitted to move amendments which are not relevant to the subject matter of the bill. And 5. Any questions necessary to complete the remaining stages of the bill then being put immediately. Speaker, yesterday marked 90 days since Labor's bin fire of a budget. A budget full of toxic taxes. Taxes on housing, taxes on savings, taxes on investment, taxes on small businesses, some of the very hardest working Australians, on shares, on crypto, on every asset class. Deputy Speaker, taxes on aspirational young Australians trying to build a nest egg, taxes on family businesses who work day and night, weekday and weekend to try to make ends meet, on farmers, on charities, and the cruellest tax of them all, Deputy Speaker, the cruellest tax of them all, a wicked tax on widows and divorcees. A wicked tax, Deputy Speaker. What type of government thinks that it's acceptable to whack a tax on Australians who are grieving at the loss of a spouse or a partner? What type of government sees dollar signs when looking at someone who's gone through a traumatic breakup, Deputy Speaker? What type of government is so desperate for money that it goes after Australians who are the victims of family and domestic violence? I'll tell you what type of government, Deputy Speaker. A government that has lost its moral compass. Lost its moral compass. A government so heartless that it goes after Australians who are heartbroken and hurt. The justifiable public backlash to Labor's budget is of a magnitude unlike anything we have seen in recent times. Australians are rightly calling it the worst budget in living memory. Labor's budget has blown up in its faces, and don't they know it? That's why they've proposed carve-outs, Deputy Speaker, and that's why the Treasurer wanted extraordinary powers to make captain's calls. And that's why when the Treasurer appeared on the ABC's Insiders program and was asked about his widow's tax, he said he would fix it. He said it. Well, more than 40 days have passed since the Treasurer made that promise. His word ain't his bond, Deputy Speaker, that's for sure. And where's the legislation? It's nowhere to be seen. Instead, the government is doing a 2-week consultation period before it brings forward any legislation. Now, Deputy Speaker, lazy Labor is doing the consultation now that it should have done before the budget. And all this procrastination and delay means one thing: the government won't fix its cruel widows tax until as late as September or even October at best. And who knows, Deputy Speaker, because you never know when this government says something whether it is ever going to happen. In the meantime, widows, divorcees and victims of family and domestic violence will be hit by Labor's toxic taxes. We've seen the ramifications of this tax. News.com.au recently reported on the effects of the widow's tax on a 44-year-old domestic abuse victim. The woman couldn't refinance an investment property she co-owned with her ex-partner because of Labor's negative gearing changes. And that means she could lose a retirement asset she spent more than 15 years building. The widow's tax is completely unacceptable, and we're not going to let Labor get away with it. We're not going to let this government's incompetence and inaction injure Australians one moment longer. So, Deputy Speaker, today we seek to suspend standing orders to force the government to fix its Treasury Laws Amendment Bill. We want the widow's tax gone. Gone, Deputy Speaker. And we're putting forward an amendment to the government's bill to repeal Labor's widow's tax. If the government is serious about fixing the problem it has created, it should welcome our amendment today. The widow tax can be scrapped in this sitting period, right now, and there's no reason this mean-spirited tax shouldn't be scrapped in this sitting period. Deputy Speaker, we have another amendment too. Under the Albanese Labor government's watch, 30 businesses a day. 30 businesses a day are going bust. That's a record number. Small and family businesses where their dreams are going up in smoke in record numbers. They're feeling the pressure that Labor has put on them on every front: higher taxes, soaring energy bills, choking regulation, and they need tax relief. They need renewed confidence. They need to be able to reinvest in their businesses, which is also an investment in their communities and in our country. In the Coalition's budget reply, I announced our plan to back small and family businesses, those with a turnover of under $10 million, with a permanent $50,000 instant asset write-off. So today, we seek to amend the government's bill to legislate our small business tax deduction, which would be welcome relief for those hard-working small and family business people who are doing it so tough right now. Deputy Speaker, just as small businesses need tax relief, so do hard-working Australians. Inflation doesn't simply make prices increase, and in fact we know they've been increasing faster than incomes. When Australians' wages rise to keep up, at least attempt to keep up with inflation, their income is creeping into higher tax brackets. This is a dirty little secret of this government. The higher inflation goes and the longer it lasts, the more Australians are paying in income tax every single year through bracket creep, and the more the Albanese government takes from Australians every year. It turns out that the Treasurer's homegrown inflation, their inflation, is driving up their tax revenues, and they love it, Deputy Speaker. But I tell you who doesn't love it: the Australian people. And in the Coalition's budget reply, I announced our plan to stop this dishonest inflation tax. We will index tax thresholds to protect Australians' incomes from inflation. A typical worker will be better off $250 in year one, $500 in year two, $750 year three, $1,000 year four, and much more than that at current inflation rates, which are well above the targeted 2.5%. Our policy will give Australians a bigger tax cut each year than Labor would without those tax increases. This is genuine tax reform, Deputy Speaker. This is what tax reform is about, not raising taxes, as those opposite define it. So today, I call on the government to support our tax back guarantee. Now, Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, if Labor is for scrapping its widow's tax, if Labor is for providing small and family businesses with proper tax deductions at a time when they need it most, If Labor is for providing every Australian with a bigger and better income tax cut, then the Albanese government will welcome this debate and agree to the amendments that the coalition has put forward today. Everything we are asking for here today is reasonable, and the choices for the Albanese government are very simple. They're very simple. Labor can act in the national interest or remain stubbornly self-interested, Deputy Speaker, and sadly we see it repeated time and time again. They are stubbornly self-interested. But here's an opportunity to show Australians they're prepared to act in the national interest. Labor can show some humility or double down with their hubris. Labor can seek some redemption and fix their bad budget, or fix nothing and face further condemnation from Australians. Australians are watching, Deputy Speaker. They want better, and here's an opportunity for Labor to give it to them. Yeah.
Is this suspension seconded?
Seconded, Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Then the member for Goldstein has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I want to start by commending the Leader of the Opposition for moving this suspension of standing orders. It is so important for so many Australians who are looking on this parliament right now, and after a train wreck budget that has put to the end so many people's aspiration and ambition because the Treasurer and the Prime Minister can't keep their greedy mitts off people's hip pockets and wallets, for them to look for a sense of relief, because there are so many people who make an effort to back themselves and to get ahead, to save, to invest, to build a future and retirement security for themselves, and the government can't control themselves. We know that this is a tax. The widow's tax is not a tax that existed before the budget. It was a tax introduced in the federal budget, and it was only when it was exposed that the government was coming after grieving widows, the victims of domestic violence and those who are experiencing the horrible consequences of divorce and death, that the government has turned around and said they're going to do something about this tax. But where is it, Deputy Speaker? We're here to have the discussion, have the debate, pass the legislation and repeal the tax right now. But the government doesn't want to, Deputy Speaker. It's almost like they want to play politics with grieving widows and the victims of domestic violence and those with death. And that is the tragedy. We're happy to have a debate here. We're happy to bring it on right now. It's only a question of whether the government rises to the challenge and actually honours their word. I do concede, Deputy Speaker, they have not said they are going to introduce this change 50 times over. But maybe once, maybe for once, they could actually honour their word, because there are so many Australians who are looking at this parliament and looking at their smashed dreams, whether in small business, as the Leader of the Opposition outlined, on housing, on rents. We have seen tax after tax after tax, and it's just a disgrace that the government cannot help themselves but to hit at widows in their hip pocket. We need change, Deputy Speaker, and as the Leader of the Opposition quite rightly outlined, the time is now. But the only reason this government won't do it is because they want to keep the money off grieving widows and, of course, the victims of domestic violence and those who have lost their spouses. This is a disgrace, Deputy Speaker. They could change it now. They want the tax revenue because they can't control their spending addiction. I note the member for Sturt, Deputy Speaker, during the winter recess, had a number of things to say, highlighting the absurdities and the inconsistencies of the government's budget. She wrote to her constituents pleading, begging for support after, quite justifiably, constituents wrote to her and said, if the objective is to make housing affordability for first homeowners better, why are you hitting my small business? Why are you hitting my investments? Why are you hitting widows with new taxes? And, of course, in a desperate plea to try and explain away, she said, actually, you're right, it doesn't make any sense. So where is the member for Sturt in the chamber right now to vote on this legislation? I know the member for Hyde Marsh, the Minister for Health, is out there trying to wangle his way over to the chair right there, and maybe he's brought a prime ministerial discipline to the member for Sturt and expelled her from the chamber. But now is the time. If the members just brought on the debate, brought on a vote, we could repeal this tax right here, right now, so we had a pathway forward. And I know the members on the government side won't like these changes, and particularly the amendments that have rightly been put forward by the Leader of the Opposition. Because if they were passed, Deputy Speaker, it would mean lower taxes on Australians, it would mean the legislation of the tax-back guarantee, and most importantly, it would mean that the government wasn't able to be the silent thief in the night on inflation by adding new taxes. And that's what we have in our plan as part of making sure there is a better pathway forward for this government. What we know is this government at every point has gone after the hip pockets of Australians. Every time they've had a chance to increase a tax, they've gone about doing so. Every time they've been able to find a vulnerable section of the community, or somebody who's backing themselves to get ahead, or somebody who's actually employing the next generation of Australians, their only solution has been, how do we take our share of those people's incomes, growth and wealth, because they can't manage their spending addiction. And it's an old truism, but it remains the same, that when they run out of money, they come after yours. So I fully support this suspension of standing orders, and I hope the members opposite will bring on the debate and save Australia's widows.
Yeah. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
I move the debate be adjourned.
I'll put the question. The debate may be adjourned. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Then the House will divide. Ring the bells for 4 minutes, please. The question is that the debate be adjourned on the suspension of the standing order motion moved by the Leader of the Opposition. All ayes will move to the right of the chair and noes to the left. And I'll appoint the members for Werriwa and Bean for the ayes, and members for Monash and Capricornia for the noes. Order. The result of the division is 86 ayes and 47 noes, and so it is resolved in the affirmative. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Deputy Speaker, I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. 1. Telecommunications Legislation Amendment Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill 2025 immediately. 2. Therapeutic Goods Amendment Medicines, Storages and Other Measures Bill 2026 and Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the Therapeutic Goods Amendment Medicines, Storages and Other Measures Bill 2026. And 3, Biosecurity Amendment Improving Operational Efficiency Bill 2026 and Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill. And then I seek the call again.
Yeah, just... Yeah, I'm attending to that. Yeah. Thank you. Just a message to broadcasting. I cannot hear anything the Leader of the House is saying. I don't think anyone in the room can, but I did follow it closely. I heard you. I'm
happy to say it again. It was compelling.
Thank you. Can hear you now. That's
okay. Once more, Deputy Speaker,
very much.
I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the following bills stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. 1. Telecommunications Legislation Amendment Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill 2025 immediately. 2. Therapeutic Goods Amendment Medicines, Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026 and Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the Therapeutic Goods Amendment Medicines, Storages and Other Measures Bill 2026. And 3. Biosecurity Amendment Improving Operational Efficiency Bill 2026 and Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill. I hope you don't regret that.
Thank you. Leader of the House.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I declare that the Federation Chamber Order of the Day number 7, Government Business relating to the address in reply to the Governor-General's speech, stands returned to the House for further consideration.
The matters will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day. Thank you. Member for Curtin.
That so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the following from occurring immediately. The member for Curtin presenting a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for related purposes. Debate on the second reading of the bill proceeding immediately for a period of no longer than 1 hour, and any questions required to complete passage of the bill then being put without delay. I do not move a motion like this lightly. Suspending standing orders is an extraordinary step, and I recognise the House doesn't take it lightly either. But I'm asking for 1 hour of debate and a vote on a bill that's been sitting on the notice paper for 3 months, that was first introduced to this parliament more than 2 years ago, and that fixes a single, narrow, well-understood problem. I'm asking for that hour because every week this parliament delays is a week in which dying Australians and their families continue to suffer for no reason connected to their own choices, their own illness or their own state's laws, but because of an accident of Commonwealth drafting 2 decades ago. Voluntary assisted dying, or VAD, is lawful in every Australian state and the ACT, with the Northern Territory expected to follow this very month. Every one of those jurisdictions has a tightly regulated scheme. A person must make multiple formal requests for VAD to a doctor, including one in writing. They must undergo independent clinical assessments by doctors who've undergone mandatory training. There's a requirement for independent witnesses as well as independent board oversight of every case to monitor compliance, track medication, review cases and report directly to Parliament. Australian VAD laws are considered some of the most prescriptive, the most highly regulated in the world, and the safeguards are working. VAD deaths make up a tiny proportion of all deaths in Australia, between 1% and 3% annually, consistent with other countries where assisted dying is legal. But there have now been more than 7,000 voluntary assisted dying cases across Australia since 2019. Each has been examined by a government-appointed independent review board, as well as parliamentary reviews and independent studies. There has been no evidence linking VAD frameworks to elder abuse or coercion. And yet, sitting above all of that carefully built state and territory law is a Commonwealth provision, subdivision G of the Criminal Code, aimed at pro-suicide websites and chat rooms, inserted in 2005, so more than a decade before any Australian jurisdiction had legalised VAD. This provision makes it a criminal offence punishable by fines of more than $300,000 for a doctor to discuss lawful voluntary assisted dying care with a patient over the phone, by email or by video call. The practical effect of this provision is this. No part of the VAD process can occur by telehealth, not one consultation. Every assessment, every request, every question a dying patient has for their doctor between appointments must happen in person, no matter the distance, the pain or the time that patient has left. Australia is the only country to criminalise the use of telehealth in relation to VAD appointments this way. I want the House to understand what that actually means for real people, because I don't think this Parliament has properly reckoned with the human cost of this anomaly. Researchers at QUT's Australian Centre for Health Law Research spent years interviewing patients, family caregivers, doctors and nurses across Victoria, WA and Queensland precisely about this. One doctor described the law bluntly. The barrier around what can and can't be discussed over a carriage service in the era of telehealth is, in their words, just crazy. Consider Brian Dick, an 81-year-old man from Swan Hill dying of prostate cancer. Despite a broken back and broken ribs from a recent fall, Brian had to make a 4-hour round trip to Bendigo for his multiple voluntary assisted dying eligibility assessments because telehealth was not an option. His pain medication could not remove his discomfort during that drive. His daughter Rebecca has described sitting beside him on that road as he begged her, "Just stop the car, I can't handle the motion." That's what this law does to a dying man in his final months, seeking care that is entirely legal. Consider Tom, a 79-year-old man in Queensland dying of lung disease, who died waiting for his voluntary assisted dying medication to arrive by post because pharmacists have no legal choice but to mail it. Consider the 2 rural doctors who, in one documented case, made 3 trips totalling 8,500 kilometres to assess a single patient. Kilometres, time and effort that could have been given to other patients waiting to see a doctor in parts of the country that already have too few trained VAD practitioners. And consider Terry, whose daughter Emma brought a petition to this House on his behalf, which I tabled last month. That petition was signed by more than 13,000 Australians and calls for this unnecessary Commonwealth restriction on using telehealth for VAD appointments to be removed. In his final week, simply reaching the bathroom was a huge task for Terry, let alone getting into a car for a medical appointment. Emma said telehealth would have made an enormous difference to her father and would have given him back some agency and dignity in his last days. Instead, this Commonwealth anomaly took that away from him. These are not fringe cases. The QUT researchers documented this pattern again and again. Patients arriving in wheelchairs, in their pyjamas, too sore and too exhausted to dress themselves because they were not allowed to speak to the doctor by phone. Delays that, in some cases, rob patients of their VAD choice. Despite being approved for VAD, Alan in regional Victoria died without VAD due to long delays in receiving the medication. He died in the circumstances he feared the most. His wife Zenda described his death as the most horrific end. This is the problem. Now let me turn to the bill this motion would allow the House to debate and pass. The fix in my bill is deliberately narrow. It inserts a single amendment into subdivision G of the Criminal Code, making clear that lawful voluntary assisted dying, carried out in accordance with the state or territory VAD law, is not suicide for the purposes of the Commonwealth Carriage Service offences. That is the entire substantive change. This amendment does not touch a single safeguard that exists under state and territory law in relation to VAD. It doesn't mandate telehealth in any case. It does not go anywhere near the act of administration of VAD medication, which state and territory law dictates can only be self-administered or directly practitioner-administered. What this amendment does affect is the earlier assessment process for VAD, the multiple formal requests and independent assessments needed to establish eligibility and voluntariness. And every decision as to whether or not telehealth is clinically appropriate in all of the circumstances for a particular appointment would properly revert to being a decision for the doctor engaged, because doctors and their patients are best placed to decide when telehealth is clinically appropriate, not the police. Doctors already make these decisions in relation to every other area of Australian medicine in accordance with Medical Board of Australia telehealth guidelines. These guidelines require a doctor to continuously assess the appropriateness of using telehealth for a particular consultation. There is nothing novel about this. Telehealth is already an established practice for serious, complex, life and death clinical decisions across Australian medicine, particularly in rural and remote areas where it's often the only way a patient can reach a specialist at all. My bill does not ask the Parliament to invent a new category of medical practice. It asks the Parliament to stop treating voluntary assisted dying as the single exception where telehealth cannot be used. At its national conference a fortnight ago, the government's own party membership resolved to remove federal barriers to end-of-life care, including telehealth, while maintaining appropriate clinical safeguards, and resolved that this should be a conscience matter for its members. Mr Speaker, this is why I am asking this House for 1 hour, not to relitigate whether voluntary assisted dying should exist, but to determine whether it should be treated, whether this ordinary trusted clinical practice should be treated as a crime. The Australian Medical Association, the Law Council, VAD regulatory bodies, 20 health organisations and state attorneys general and health ministers all support this change. Now it is time to determine whether this House also supports that change. We simply want to let this Parliament do what people like Brian, like Tom, like Terry and his daughter Emma have been waiting for years for it to do: pass a narrow technical fix so that a dying person can speak to their doctor without turning both of them into criminals. I commend this motion to the House.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion to suspend standing orders to reintroduce the bill sponsored by the member for Curtin.
Proceed.
Deputy Speaker, the most vulnerable moments in our lives are those in which we enter this world and those in which we leave it. I want to acknowledge here the doctors, nurses, pharmacists and healthcare professionals who provide end-of-life care across this country. I believe that we shouldn't put those professionals at risk because our laws are outdated and misdirected. Within weeks, every state and territory in Australia will have passed laws legalising voluntary assisted dying. Voluntary assisted dying is not a choice between life and death. All it does is enable terminally ill individuals to take control of their imminent and inevitable death by choosing its manner and its timing. Suicide is a choice, often made in crisis, between continuing life and not doing so. It is an entirely different circumstance. Australia's leading suicide prevention organisations all agree that conflation of voluntary assisted dying with suicide is wrong. But a 2005 amendment to the Commonwealth Criminal Code aimed at online material inciting suicide, created more than a decade before VAD was illegal anywhere in this country, makes it a federal offence with penalties of over $300,000 to use a telephone, video conference or email, a carriage service, to discuss lawful VAD services. This means that a doctor can lawfully care for a dying patient in a clinic, but the same care delivered over the phone, because that patient is unable to travel, is a federal crime. It means that doctors can't call or use telehealth to review symptoms, to adjust doses, just to answer questions. The prescriptions can't be emailed or texted to a pharmacy, and that, in Queensland, voluntary assisted dying medications have to be posted or hand-delivered. It means that dying patients often have to travel hundreds of kilometres to receive the care that they need and deserve, often in distress, often in pain. It means that sometimes they die before they can access the end-of-life care that they want. Demand for VAD is growing, but up to 40% of people who begin the process don't live to complete it. The member for Curtin's bill makes a simple and single amendment. It excludes conduct lawfully undertaken under a state or territory VAD scheme from the Commonwealth Carriage Service offence. It doesn't touch existing strict state eligibility criteria or safeguards. Capacity assessment, coercion screening and identity verification remain mandatory in all states and territories. They ensure that all individuals freely and repeatedly choose what they're requesting. This bill would not make VAD telehealth only. No one has ever supported that, and statements to the contrary are willfully misleading. Best practice medical care is always face-to-face, but this bill permits clinicians simply to exercise the same clinical judgment over the use of telehealth services that they exercise every day in this country for palliative care, for psychiatry and for termination of pregnancies. The AMA, the Law Council, the ANMF, more than 20 health organisations, including Palliative Care Australia, support this change. State Attorneys General and patient support groups have called for this action. 2 weeks ago, the ALP's National Conference entrenched it in the party's platform. And yet it's been reported that Cabinet will not permit us to vote on this issue here. I seconded the member for Curtin's private member's bill on this issue in February 2024 and wrote to the Attorney-General at that time imploring him to act on this. The bill was allowed to lapse without a debate and without a vote. 2 years on, with the ALP's platform now aligned with doctors, with dying patients and their families, there is no good reason for delay. As a doctor, I know this is a very sensitive issue. But as a doctor, I also know that all Australians deserve the very best practice end-of-life care. This simple bill would enable this. And so I urge every member of this House to support this suspension motion, to reintroduce this bill, to give it the debate and the vote that we were denied in 2024, to prevent even one more Australian dying in unnecessary pain because this House continues to fail to right a long-standing wrong.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Health Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Curtin for bringing this debate on and the way in which she has engaged not just in this House around this debate today, but also in the public domain, including in the media and with the government as well, particularly with me. I really appreciate the way in which that's happened, and to the member for Kooyong for seconding this. As both speakers have indicated, Deputy Speaker, this debate today, I think, arises out of the decision of the ALP's National Conference over the last couple of weeks, a conference of which I'm proud because it is a debate held in public, it is telecast, it is open to visitors, it has these often very difficult, deeply held debates, has for many, many decades, in the public light. And as has been indicated, the conference decided a couple of weeks ago as a matter of policy that Labor will remove restrictions in Commonwealth law on a carriage service being used in association with state voluntary assisted dying laws, and as both speakers have indicated, importantly, while maintaining appropriate clinical safeguards. I was there for the debate, obviously, and I want to say it was a very respectful debate, and I thank the conference delegates, some of whom had quite different views about this issue, for the way in which that debate was held at our conference. It was deeply respectful there, as in this chamber, as right across the community. These issues raise very deeply held views, some of which come from very traumatic personal experience. I want to acknowledge that. And as I say, thank both speakers for the way in which they've approached this debate today. As with all decisions of the party platform and party conference, Deputy Speaker, I say again, as we've said a number of times, the government and the Parliamentary Party will decide any questions of implementation of our party's platform. Responsibility for the laws that the member for Curtin is seeking to amend obviously sit with the Attorney-General, and the current Attorney-General, as the former Attorney-General did, has been engaging with her state and territory colleagues about these issues. Responsibility for the second element of the party's decision a couple of weeks ago, the question of appropriate clinical safeguards, rests with me as the Health Minister. And although it's the second part of the resolution of conference, it's effectively a precondition, in our view, for consideration of any change to the laws. Now, reasonable people might disagree about what an appropriate clinical safeguard for the use of telehealth in relation to voluntary assisted dying might be. But I want to indicate my view as Health Minister and as one member of the government that this is a critical question. Telehealth has exploded, as every member of this parliament knows, since COVID. And it has, the experience, frankly, of that has been quite mixed. And the seconder to this motion indicated that we should simply follow, I hope I'm not verbling the member for Kooyong, follow a clinical judgment of a doctor about the use of telehealth. Well, frankly, my experience of telehealth over the last several years, in too many instances, has indicated that without very strict clinical safeguards, the use of telehealth, frankly, has not been used appropriately. There are case after case after case about that. I am not convinced that the current telehealth arrangements are particularly well suited to VAD right now. They have not been appropriate for a whole range of ways in which new business models have been developed to use telehealth in a way that I don't think is clinically appropriate. So reasonable people disagree about what the telehealth standards should be. I agree with the member for Kooyong. I don't know that anyone has ever indicated seriously that VAD should be telehealth only. I've never heard anyone reasonably make that judgment. But quite when a carriage service should be used for particular steps in the VAD process is a very important clinical decision as a matter of substance, but also as a matter of perception and reputation. So I indicate that that is something that we take very seriously. I'm sure all members take very seriously, even if they might disagree about the finer details about what those clinical safeguards should be. I'm very keen to continue engaging on this with members of the Parliament, but also with many other members of the community who do have deeply held views about this. I want to acknowledge that, but we are not in a position to support this motion today.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question before us is that the debate be adjourned. All of the opinions say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. The House will divide. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. No, no.
Who's that? Lock the doors. The question is the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Wentworth and McKellar as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean. Sorry, I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Wentworth and McKellar as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is aye 74, noes 12. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Members can take their seats quickly and quietly. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes, and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. Give the call to the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Aged Care Act 2024 and for related purposes.
Just call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the second reading be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
Question is the second reading be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. And I move that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. The second reading be considered immediately. Speaker, the last sitting day prior to the winter recess, the Senate sent a clear message about putting older Australians first. And it's now time the House of Representatives do the same. The bill that is the subject of the motion is about one fundamental matter: ensuring that humans, not computers, make decisions when it comes to our elderly. Now, Speaker, this is critically important because elderly Australians are deeply, deeply concerned at the moment with the way that the aged care system is treating them. They do not want a faceless algorithm determining their outcomes when it comes to aged care. And they want this matter addressed immediately, because if it isn't, what we're going to see is more and more perverse outcomes for elderly Australians. And what also we're going to see, sadly, is we're going to see backlog after backlog after backlog, because people will seek review after review after review of the decisions that these algorithms are making. Now, I have to make the point that those opposite who are now in government made a huge fuss about anything being automated when they were in opposition. Huge fuss. And yet here they are using algorithms to determine outcomes for our elderly. Now, we say enough is enough, and we would like to bring the debate on, the discussion on, so that we can make sure that this is fixed. If this bill can pass the Parliament today, if this bill is considered immediately, then we will be able to address this issue, and we will go a small way to adding some sort of comfort to elderly Australians. There are still a lot of issues under which elderly Australians are buckling because of this government, but this is one thing that we could address, and that is why we want to see this brought on, and why we think it is critical that it is brought on. And I'll look forward to hearing from the government as to why it shouldn't be, because there is no real reason, Speaker, why it shouldn't be. And we have ample time in the chamber to make it happen, and if the government votes to not allow this to be considered today, they should be, each and every one of those members of the government who votes accordingly, should be able to go back to their electorates and to be able to explain to their constituents why they're happy for an algorithm to do the work when it comes to our aged care system. That's what they should be all prepared to do. And my hope is that constituents right around Australia will be going to their local members and saying, how did you vote when it comes to this? Because there is no question whatsoever that people are worried about our aged care system. The government made a lot of noise about our aged care system and how they were going to fix it. I remember, and this is going back now a little way because they've been in government for 4 years, but in the lead up to the 2022 election, the government made a lot of promises when it came to our aged care system. But I don't remember one of those promises being about using algorithms to fix the system, to determine outcomes for our elderly. I just cannot recall that. And so I'm looking forward to that being explained by those opposite, those in government, about where was it in any of your policy platforms, and I know you've just had your national conference. Where was it at your national conference where you highlighted the fact that algorithms would be embedded in our aged care system and in making determinations on our aged care system? That is what we need to hear from the government on, because at the moment, all we're hearing, and this is becoming quite far too common from the government, is just denial. Is just denial. They just say point blank, oh, that's not happening, that's not happening. We've seen the Prime Minister, we've seen the Prime Minister do it on numerous occasions. He just denies anything's happened. I deny I fell off a stage.
Down an escalator?
I deny I tripped down an escalator. I denied I said this before the budget. I denied I said this before the election. Well, they seem to be denying now the algorithm doing the job, yet there is proof that it is doing the job. And that's why the government needs to address this. And the best way they can address it is to bring this on now. And there is no good reason why they shouldn't. And Speaker, you will recall that before we went into the winter recess, we raised this as a serious issue. So the government has had 5 weeks to consider what it needs to do. And that is why we think it's urgent and should be considered today. And we can see no reason. There's plenty of time for the House to do it today. And there is no valid reason why they shouldn't. Now, let's be very, very clear, because those of us who have been in our electorates for the last 5 weeks will have heard, both I'm sure from the government side and I know from the opposition side, that the system is failing. More and more we're getting people coming to us saying, what is going on? I heard a particularly bad case from a resident in Casterton in my electorate just on the weekend. The wife of someone who needs urgent help, urgent support, being messed around, and it did seem like an algorithm was being used, because every time they approached the aged care sector to say, surely we can get help nearer our community, they would say, well, we'll have to see. And then I don't know how the checks or balances work, but they kept being told they had to go over an hour and a half away to get that assistance when the help was right there in their local community. And even though they kept raising and saying, well, that's going to cost more, it seemed like the request just went into the system and the algorithm spat out the outcome, which said, no, you've got to drive over an hour and 20, an hour and a half to have the support services that you need. So that's why this needs to be fixed. That's just one of many numerous examples that I've heard in my electorate, and I'm sure everyone over the 5 weeks of the winter has heard something similar. So that is why I have moved that we should now bring this on, debate it and deal with it. Because if we don't, sadly, we're going to see more and more examples like the one I've heard recently from a constituent in the town of Casterton. And we want to make sure on our side, and I'm sure on the government side, they don't want elderly Australians suffering. But that is what's occurring because of the problems the system is facing today, and especially when it comes to a system that seems wholly and solely reliant on algorithms and not wholly and solely reliant on humans putting a human face to decision-making and making sure we get the right outcomes the whole time for elderly Australians.
Is the amendment seconded? Give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the motion, and credit to the Manager of Opposition Business for raising this amendment today. It really shouldn't need to be the business of the opposition to drag the government kicking and screaming to deliver the basics in aged care that Australians deserve. And that is exactly what we are seeing today. The opposition stands here ready to bring on this bill that the Senate saw fit to pass before the winter break commenced. We should do it right here and right now. And I say that because our inboxes as MPs are getting overloaded with stories from Australians whose families are being let down by a horribly failing system. Now, the Minister, I think, sets the right tone, but he's completely lacking in substance to deal with these issues that are arising in his portfolio. And on this particular issue of computers not being able to have any sort of human override in the absolutely critical decision-making process in the way in which our elderly are cared for in their final years, this is an indictment on the way in which this minister has carriage of this portfolio. Now, just before we went into the winter recess, Speaker, I asked a question of the minister. Now, at that point, we knew that this bill had passed the Senate, and we knew that the minister could see that there was a willingness from the opposition to deal with this issue in a humane way for older Australians. But in asking the question that I did in question time just prior to the break, the minister went on and on and on, but failed to acknowledge that we have lost the humanity and the human element in these decision-making processes. Now, we could fix that today, Speaker. We could fix that today. And if I went home to my electorate at the end of this week and told people in my community that we had the chance to fix this issue in Canberra this week, but that the government wouldn't even deal with it, they would be flabbergasted. But I suspect that is exactly what we're going to see today. A complete unwillingness by the government to acknowledge that they are even in any way to blame for the failures in this system. Now, the question that I asked of the minister just prior to the winter recess related to a constituent in my electorate, and in fact a constituent who lived just around the corner from me in my home suburb of Holywell. His name was Dudley Austin. And it's Dudley and his family that are the examples of why the government should come in here, support our motion to have this bill dealt with immediately, and support this legislation that's been brought through the Senate. Now, the Senate has seen fit to pass this bill because over in that other place, they know that this could easily be fixed, and they know that it should be fixed. Yet here we are today with the Assistant Minister for Health just happy to sort of bat it off, kick it into the long grass. But older Australians deserve better than that. These examples are becoming far too numerous. The case that I dealt with locally of Dudley Austin is just one of many, where this aged care system under this minister and under the Albanese Labor government is failing our older Australians. Now, the crux of the legislation that's been passed in the Senate is so incredibly simple. It is to merely just give humans the opportunity to review decisions that are being made by computers. Now, I wouldn't have thought that that's a particularly controversial piece of legislation. That in the end, human oversight should be restored to our aged care system. The fact that that is in any way vaguely controversial for this Labor government just shows that their priorities are all wrong. So today, it's the first sitting day back after a few weeks back in our electorates. This Labor government should do the right thing. They should step up to the plate and they should fix this issue now. The case of Dudley Austin is a stark reminder of how this system is failing Australians. You see, Dudley was 98 years of age and had had a life-threatening fall in his home. But the assessment of Dudley, aged 98, was one of no urgency, no priority. And because the computer said no, he was left at home without the care and support that he needed in the final, what turned out to be days of his life. Now, this story is being repeated all over the country. Every older Australian deserves to get the best out of the government of this nation. And what's happening right now is that they are being left to wither on the vine. The wait lists are too long. The decision-making process is completely flawed. And so today, this Labor government has an opportunity to right a wrong. They have been bleating on about aged care for 4 years, making out that they are some sort of guardians of the older Australians. But they're not. They are dramatically failing older Australians. And this bill could be a goodwill gesture from this government, that they have had a winter of remorse, that they have seen the error of their ways. But they won't, will they? I suspect they won't. Sadly. Because they won't be happy unless they are playing politics with people's lives. And so the concept of us as an opposition walking in here and saying, let's do this today, is completely unacceptable to them. It wasn't their idea. They wouldn't want to admit that there's any wrongdoing. But case after case of older Australians being failed by this system would suggest that there are major problems. So let's today just take a simple step in trying to address that. Now, the Senate has done all the legwork, Speaker. The Senate has done all the legwork. So all the House members have to do is roll in here today and support this piece of legislation. That's not a difficult task. And in fact, I think that's what Australians would expect of the government in this place. They would expect that when there are issues that are of this level of urgency and importance, that the members opposite will roll in here, get the job done and fix the problems that they have created. Older Australians are the ones that we should be looking out for, having given so much to our country for so many, many years, for having paid taxes, for having lived through pandemics and wars and worked their butts off for their families. They deserve to be given the best treatment, not the beta treatment from some computer. And so I urge those opposite to please pack away the politics for a few moments. Come in here today as a gesture of goodwill to older Australians and vote to deal with this today so that we can restore human care in our aged care system.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 42, noes 87. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is the motion moved by the minister be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. I'll just allow members to return to their seats quickly and quietly Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. In South Australia, when it comes to footy, there is nothing we like better than saying kick a Vic. And last Sunday, in absolutely miserable and Arctic conditions at the Amaroo playing fields on the outskirts of Canberra, the South Australian under-12 girls AFL team did just that, winning the Australian School Sports Footy Championship for the first time ever with a 19-9 victory over the Victorian side. I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, that these under-12 girls can play. And with the AFLW entering its 11th season this weekend, there is a genuine elite pathway for them to continue to play well into their 20s and 30s. The game was tough, skillful, a little heated and quite thrilling, with Victoria leading the low-scoring affair for probably 90% of the match before South Australia fired up in the last quarter to secure the come-from-behind win. The team was made up from players from many clubs across the state, but two in particular based in my electorate of Sturt, the mighty Glenunga Rams and the Athelston Footy Club. Congratulations must also go to head coach Ella Micken, whose Micken family pedigree, combined with firm, fair and positive leadership, not only steered the team to victory, but ensured the girls and their freezing cold parents had the type of experience that will keep them playing sport and coming back year after year. Congratulations, under-12 girls South Australian AFL team. You are champions.
I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Australian science gave the world spray-on skin, the first mechanical grain harvester, the black box flight recorder and the HPV vaccine that's eliminating cervical cancer. That's what Australian R&D looks like when we back it. Right now, at exactly the moment we need that ingenuity most in AI, in quantum, advanced manufacturing, health, agriculture, defence, energy, resources and technology, Australian R&D investment is in a terrible state. We spend just 1.69% of GDP on R&D. The OECD average is 2.72%. We rank 40th out of 44 OECD nations for STEM graduates. Last week I met with the Australian Academy of Science to discuss their Restore Science campaign, which is about this underinvestment. I've also spoken with UWA's Deputy Vice-Chancellor, who told me WA risks losing world-class talent because we can't afford to give researchers job security. The independent Ambitious Australia review found that bold reform of our research and innovation system is required to take advantage of strategic technologies and deliver a better standard of living for future generations. One sensible step announced last month, redesigning research grants, is not a substitute for that reform. I call on this government to commit to implementing the whole Ambitious Australia package, not just the recommendations that are administratively easy. If we back science together, we secure a healthier, safer and more prosperous Australia for generations to come.
I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to share a story. Liv has told me she thought she'd be 60 before she could save the deposit needed to buy a home in the Blue Mountains. But thanks to the 5% home deposit scheme, Liv, who is not yet 30, and her partner are now the proud owners of a home in the very suburb they were both born in Katoomba, at the top of the Blue Mountains. The pair had worked hard to save a reasonable deposit, but tell me they would have needed around $200,000 without the government-supported scheme. Not only do they now have that amazing sense of certainty and security that having your own home can bring, but they're also really pleased to be paying off their own mortgage, not someone else's. Liv is one of more than 1,350 people in the electorate of Macquarie who've taken advantage of the 5% deposit scheme or our Help to Buy program, where the government contributes up to 40% for new homes and up to 30% for existing homes. I know when I talk to people of my generation, the parents and grandparents, they wonder how on earth will our kids be able to have a chance to get into the market. And that's why this government needed to fix the problem. And that's why this government has delivered real change that's making a difference to people's lives every time they take those keys to their new home.
Member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the swindle industry of intermittent power of solar and wind. Apart from the cost of living crisis it's created, the desecration of the landscape, the socialism of otherwise private assets, the fact that it does not work and is supported by secret agreements, and as such, how do we know that they're not corrupt? It's now coming up with Dongerville, demountable houses. We're going to have 500 to 1,000 people at the village of Walker Road. Who supplies the water? Who supplies the police? Where do these overwhelming group of men go? How do we control for drugs? How do we actually even do with such things as parking? Not only there in Walker Road at Kentucky, 1,300 coming to a village of 301 people. Where is the infrastructure to support this? This is not local Labor, Madam Deputy Speaker, overwhelmingly fly-in, fly-out workers. And that is yet another of the lies of the swindle industry. So much for local employment. This is running over the top of local government. It's running over the top of locals. It's destroying our environment. It's putting pensioners into their cars and out of their houses because they can't afford their power. It has deindustrialised Australia. It is making us weaker, and it is happening because of secret capacity investment scheme deals which are not for publication in the budget, not able to be cited, and the only thing we can answer this with is a royal commission. So get your little deals right because you're heading to a royal commission.
Member for Holt has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I will never miss an opportunity to recognise the incredible work of CFA volunteers across Holt. Victoria began this year facing the devastating Longwood and Harcourt bushfires. Dozens of volunteers from CFA brigades across Holt travelled hundreds of kilometres to fight these fires and support communities impacted by them. Since then, they have continued to serve our community, responding to house fires, attending roadside accidents, and being there when their neighbours need them the most. That is why I am proud to visit CFA brigades across Holt to present the Holt Local Legend Award to volunteers who go above and beyond in the line of duty. I want to thank the local legends at Clyde, Pearsdale, Cranbourne, Warney Blind Bight, Hampton Park and Narre Warren CFAs for welcoming me and allowing me to recognise your service. You do this work not for a paycheck, but because you care about protecting your community. I look forward to visiting the remaining CFA stations over the next few months. So to all the volunteers, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you for your hard work and dedication for keeping our community safe.
Member for Calare.
The sound of silence continues on the Great Western Highway. We see billions and billions of state and federal funding being showered on projects on the other side of the sandstone curtain. Yet when we need them most, all we get from government is empty words and small change. It's been weeks since the state government announced its fix for this closed, nationally significant road corridor. Yet since then, it's been the sound of silence. No word on how much this fix will cost. No word on whether we're going to get more than one lane of traffic each way. And no word of any federal contribution for anything. And it's not just government silence. We've now got the sound of silence from shuttered and closed businesses that have gone broke because of government negligence. The 888 Cafe, gone. R&A Chainsaws and Mowers, gone. ICF Haulage, gone. Lithgow Bike Stop is being smashed, and I was recently at the Donnybrook Hotel where business is down by 60%. These inadequate one-off business support grants from the New South Wales government simply aren't cutting it. It's just a tokenistic political gesture. We need federal and state funding for the roadworks and an ongoing business support package like we had with JobKeeper during COVID before more businesses are lost. This government neglect is disgraceful and it has to end now.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week was Early Learning Matters Week.
And there was only one way to mark the occasion, by going out and connecting with incredible early childhood educators across my electorate of Maribyrnong. My morning started at Good Start in Flemington, where Vanshika and her colleagues were excited to talk about what the 15% pay rise that we've delivered is meaning to them. Then up the road to the Guardian in Ascot Vale, a gorgeous double-fronted home where I met two other Joes. One of them has been there for 18 years. 18 years helping to educate a whole generation of Ascot Vale children, and she talks about them with such pride. Then I went across to Avondale Heights, where Maureen took me on through every room at the Nido Learning Centre, there with a very determined young co-tour guide, stopping each time to ask how he could help his educators. And I finished with Joseph's team at Guardian in Essendon, which holds the Guardian Victorian Kinder Educator of the Year and the Cook of the Year, both in the same centre. Deputy Speaker, there are many people who still call this work babysitting. It isn't. It's the first rung of our education system, and the people I met last Wednesday are educating our next generation. To Vanshika, to Maureen and Josie, to the two Joes, and every early childhood educator across my community, I thank you for the work that you do every day.
Member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to express the ongoing concern of my constituency. The small businesses, the hard-working Australians have put aside their wealth and structured their affairs according to the tax and other laws that require them to organise their affairs into family trusts and other things that allow them to ensure their families are well off. I note from the other side, the Labor Party members of the government have been raising with the Treasurer issues like the member for Sturt, the member for Reid, the member for Parramatta, other people expressing their concerns about the capital gains tax discount changes that the government has made, not for the purposes of negative gearing, but other forms of investment, vehicles and the properly structured assets of ordinary Australians. And I want to add my voice to those concerns of those members in the government. Why did the government make these unannounced changes to the capital gains tax regime when they promised they wouldn't before the election? How will it impact people? Well, it's created immense uncertainty. What I hear from the average person who's used the tax laws, the existing law of the land to structure their affairs, is that the chaos and uncertainty is having a chilling effect on investment, a chilling effect on the flow of capital, a chilling effect on how people are going to be able to fund their families' lifestyle and retirements. This isn't fair, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the government knows it. The government still hasn't articulated why these changes had to be made on these kinds of classes of investment. Why should they be punished for putting aside money in savings? The government needs to answer these concerns.
Hear, hear. Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Students should not have to choose between completing a compulsory placement and paying the rent. I know this pressure firsthand. More than 20 years ago, when I first left high school, all I wanted to be was a teacher. My intention was to graduate and start teaching, but when it came to my final practicum, there was absolutely no way I could afford to give up work for that period. So I had to make the very difficult decision all those years ago to graduate with an arts degree and leave my education degree on the shelf at that stage for another 2 years to save up. I've had many conversations with staff, particularly young staff at local pharmacies, hospitals like the PA, the Mater and Children's Hospital and urgent care clinics, and in those conversations I have heard just how important support is in the early stages of their career. I've heard from young people like Marcia in West End who said, I took on a big debt to study psychology because I want to help people, especially those doing it tough. We didn't choose these paths for money, we chose them because we care. Our Labor government has cut student debt by 20%, lifted the repayment threshold, and now we are expanding paid prac to an additional 10 key frontline health professions. It will now reach 10 more professions, including clinical psychology, physiotherapy, pharmacy and paramedicine. This has real value in Griffith. Around 17,000 Griffith residents work in healthcare and social assistance, and this expansion of paid prac will help more students join them. It offers practical cost of living relief, grows our local health workforce and strengthens Medicare. Labor is backing students who choose to care for others.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The hard truth for Australian families is this: inflation and interest rates are still too high and household budgets are being stretched to breaking point. And the reason is clear. Labor has lost control of the budget and it has lost control of the economy. Every time families go to the supermarket, fill up the car, open an electricity bill or make a mortgage repayment, they are being reminded of what Labor's economic mismanagement means in real life. Labor promised life would be cheaper. Instead, Australians have had higher prices, bigger repayments, rising rents and more pressure on small businesses and families right across the country. Here in regional Australia, we know these pressures hit even harder. When costs increase, communities like ours feel it immediately. Australians do not want excuses. They want a government that understands that every dollar it spends has consequences, and every failure to control inflation ends up landing on the kitchen tables of hard-working families. The Coalition understands that fighting inflation must be the priority. That means responsible spending, lower taxes, support for small businesses and policies that grow the economy without fuelling the cost of living crisis. So whatever the RBA does today, the message to Labor is simple. Stop blaming everyone else, stop spending money Australians do not have, and start taking responsibility for the inflation and interest rate pain Australian families are living with every single day.
Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, tonight is census night, and it's an important night because tonight every Australian is counted. Tonight we take a snapshot of our nation, and tonight we gather statistics and we get the numbers in. But you don't have to wait until the census release to hear some good statistics, Deputy Speaker, because yesterday the latest Medicare stats came in, and it's good news for Australians and their families, because the bulk billing rate rose to 84.1%, and that's up 5% from the same time last year. Queensland, in my home state, is up by 4.7%. In my electorate of Moreton on Brisbane's south side, we now have 28 fully bulk billing Medicare GP practices. And that's 28 places where no wallet is required. It's 28 places where green and gold plastic is the only currency that you need, and it's 28 places where healthcare doesn't care about your bank balance. And I had the great pleasure of visiting the grand reopening of one of those bulk billing GPs at the Maruka Medical Hub just last month. Deputy Speaker, this is Medicare and this is Labor.
Member for Groom.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the passing of Ms Yana Armstrong. Yana was an alleged victim of a domestic violence murder in my electorate, but I want to speak about her life. Speaker, she was someone who cared fiercely, who loved deeply. She was her sister's best friend. She adored her little brother, and most of all, what I'd like her to be remembered for is that she was someone who loved being a mother, absolutely loved being a mother. At her funeral, her sister Faith said, "I promise your name will continue to be spoken." And today, the name Yana Armstrong is being spoken here in Australia's Parliament. It's important, Speaker, that we talk more about domestic violence in our communities, and it's important we speak more directly to men about domestic violence. There are many programs in our communities designed to help men recognise controlling and violent behaviours, to seek help and to change before violence occurs. Too often, as in today, we speak about these services when it is too late. And, Speaker, I commit to using my position here to talk more on this issue. I want to thank my friend Matt Smith, the member for Leichhardt, for joining me on this endeavour. I want to thank the Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, for getting behind this. We need to talk about domestic violence. It's a very uncomfortable conversation. It's a conversation about what happens in the home, and it's one that affects far too many Australians far too deeply, Speaker.
Member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. All members of the House will be aware of the outstanding community work and fundraising that Lions clubs do all around our country and all around the world. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge one such Lions club in my community, the remarkable Lugano Lions, who have joined us today in the gallery. The Lugano Lions are one of the most active Lions clubs in Australia and have been serving the community for more than 50 years, and in that time have raised more than $3.8 million for local causes, including providing significant support to local community organisations. The Lions also run a regular breakfast club at Haddon's Road Public School, and each year put on their iconic Spring Fair, which has grown to become the largest carnival in southern Sydney and second only to the Sydney Royal Easter Show in size. Deputy Speaker, a delegation of 15 Lugano Lions and partners have joined us here today, led by the current President, Mike Warner. Thank you for everything you do in our community, and I sincerely welcome you to the House, and I proudly wear my Lions badge in the chamber here today. Thank you so much.
Member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has lost the public debate on gambling advertising. 6 weeks ago, I saw him stand at this very dispatch box and say he will never amend his gambling bill. Last week, the Prime Minister's office briefed out he would never amend the gambling bill. But the Senate inquiry the Labor Party voted against, exposed two glaring problems with the bill. It did nothing on inducements. And we heard about cocaine, we heard about prostitutes. Secondly, it allowed unlimited advertising online. Unlimited. During live sport, in breaks, scheduled and unscheduled. Now, negotiations are underway and I'm not privy to them, but I have full confidence in Sarah Henderson and Angus Taylor. They will look to address those two glaring gaps: inducements and unlimited gambling advertising online. No one wants to ban gambling advertising, and I'd like to thank Sarah Henderson. I'd like to thank Pat Conahan, the Deputy Chair of the Murphy Review and the Nationals, Andrew Wallace, many coalition members who wrote an open letter to the Prime Minister 12 weeks ago calling out his shameful record on gambling, and I have full confidence. The last thing, there should be an independent review of wherever we land after the next election so we can do more.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, last week was World Breastfeeding Week, and I want to recognise an important milestone for Australian families. More than 50,000 families accessed the National Breastfeeding Helpline last year for advice, for support and for reassurance. I personally have breastfed all three of my children, and I know that breastfeeding can be, of course, a beautiful thing to be able to do, but it can also be incredibly hard. There are sleepless nights, concerns about milk supply, positioning, or simply wondering what to do when things aren't going to plan. And sometimes in those moments, you need more than reassurance. You need practical, trusted advice from someone who understands what you are going through. That is exactly what the National Breastfeeding Helpline is. It's free, it's confidential, and it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And since 2008, the helpline has received more than 1.2 million calls. The Albanese Labor government last week also announced that it is investing a further $8.9 million to ensure that that support remains available, because supporting women is not about telling women what choices to make. It's about making sure that women have the information, the support and the freedom to make those choices for themselves. That is what empowering women looks like, and that is exactly what this Albanese Labor government is delivering.
Member for Marinara.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition stands with the over 3 million households today that are waiting with their breath held about what the RBA will do in about 40 minutes' time and whether they'll add another 25 basis points to interest rates, because they are the lived experience, they are the human toll of the Albanese government. They have already forked out more than $30,000 a year more since Anthony Albanese and the Labor government came into power, because this government has been unable to manage their spending. They are spending over $189 billion extra every year since they came into government in 2022. That has an inflationary impact. That has an impact on the RBA. The RBA is independent and it is reactionary to the actions of this government. And when this Treasurer has lost control of the chequebook and continues to spend, then Australian households continue to pay. And this is what is the human toll of Australians tonight. There will be some Australians tonight that will not be able to put dinner on the table because their mortgage payments still need to be made, and they are $30,000 extra a year because of a government that's lost control of the economy. They have lost control of our borders. They have lost control of this nation. It is time for this government to acknowledge the fundamentals of this country need to be fixed, and until they do, there will be a human toll of every mortgage payer that every month will look with bated breath about what the RBA may do.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to take a moment today to recognise two outstanding young athletes who've done the Hunter community incredibly proud at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Boxer Emma Sue Greentree has came home with gold in the 75kg division, and what an achievement that is. You don't just win gold at this level by accident. It takes years of hard work, early mornings, long training sessions, plenty of sacrifice and, most importantly, the determination to keep going when things get tough. Emma Sue has put all of that together and she's got a Commonwealth Games gold medal to show for it. And I also want to congratulate another boxer, Eve Bryson, who brought home a brilliant bronze in the 65kg weight division. To stand up on a Commonwealth Games podium is something very few people ever get the chance to experience. Eve's competed against the best in the Commonwealth and shown she belongs right there with them. What I love about their achievements, achievements like these, is the impact they have back home in the Hunter. There'll be young athletes watching Emma Sue and Eve and thinking, maybe I can do that too. And that's pretty special, Speaker. Of course, behind every great athlete, there's a team of coaches, family, friends, clubs, volunteers, and they all deserve a huge thank you as well. Emma Sue and Eve, you represented Australia and your community brilliantly, and it's given us plenty to celebrate. Congratulations on the outstanding Commonwealth Games. We're incredibly proud of you and every single Australian athlete that competed in Glasgow.
Member for Forest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And at 2:30 this afternoon, the Reserve Bank hands down its latest decision on interest rates. But whatever the RBA does today, the reality for Australians across this country is still the same. Inflation is too high, interest rates are too high, because Labor has lost control of its budget and the economy. Across Australia, Australians are still feeling the squeeze every time they pay the mortgage, they pay the power bill or they go to the supermarket. It is simple. Labor is spending too much, taxing too much and putting too much pressure on prices. Because of Labor's out-of-control spending, Australians are the ones that are paying more for everything. Debt is set to pass $1 trillion for the first time and the budget is forecast to remain in deficit for at least a decade. After more than 4 years of this government, Australians have suffered the worst collapse in living standards in the developed world. Australians don't need more spending and higher taxes. They need a government that can restrain itself and manage the economy. Because whatever the RBA's decision today, the verdict on the Albanese government is in. Labor has lost control of the budget, lost control of the economy, and Australians and their families are the ones paying the price. Our plan is for lower taxes, lower power bills and lower inflation, because Australia is worth fighting for.
Yeah. Member for Bendigo.
Deputy Speaker, well, I'm really pleased to stand here today to report to the House that we've had another jump in bulk billing in the Bendigo electorate. Since we last met, we now have the second highest bulk billing rate in the nation. And I'm really proud to stand here today to say that we are up from 68% bulk billing rate up to 89% bulk billing rate in just a few years since our record investment in Medicare. And during the break, we actually saw the opening of our 39th bulk billing clinic, 100% bulk billing. Under Labor's reforms, we don't just have more clinics transferring to bulk billing and being 100% bulk billing. We have new clinics opening, welcoming patients, clinics that are also opening on weekends. We are back to bulk billing visits on weekends, which is taking pressure off our ED's department and taking pressure off our UCC. This is the investment that Labor has made. We are seeing our bulk billing rates turning around and knocking out that bill, that cost. No one should be denied health care because they don't have the funds to pay gap fees, and we are seeing that in my electorate. 89% bulk billing rate, up from 68%. We are at 39 clinics and counting. That is what our investment is doing for bulk billing in the regions.
Call to the honourable member for Canning.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Labor has lost control of the economy and they are smashing Australians with new taxes. That's right. Under Labor, there's a new tax on savings, a new tax on widows, a new tax on housing, a new tax on small business. Everywhere you look, there are new taxes. Meanwhile, inflation remains high. The price of food, electricity, petrol, gas and healthcare premiums keeps going up. and people can buy less with every dollar they earn. And people are earning less. Real hourly wages have fallen by 5%, and family budgets are stressed. Australia needs a plan to get out of this mess, and the Coalition has a plan. It's very simple. We will fix the economy and we will protect our way of life. Under Angus Taylor, we will lower taxes. We will axe Labor's toxic taxes and let Australians keep more of their hard-earned money. We will bring on cheaper power. We will scrap net zero. We'll unlock coal, gas and uranium, and we'll turn Australia into an energy superpower. We will cut migration and build more homes. We'll take back control of our borders. We'll cap migration based on housing numbers. We'll deport people without a valid visa, and we'll make home ownership a reality for young Australians. Finally, we will put Australians first. We will build a strong Australia using profits from the gas and resources sector to build more ports, more roads, power plants and water assets. That's our plan to fix the economy and protect the Australian way of life.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Indulgence, the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. It was my great pleasure this morning to welcome to Parliament House His Excellency, the General Secretary and President of Vietnam, Tor Lam. General Secretary Lam's visit is further affirmation of the strength of the bonds between our two nations. And His Excellency will also meet with the Leader of the Opposition this afternoon, showing the bipartisanship that is in the relationship between Australia and Vietnam. As one of the fastest-growing economies in our region, Vietnam's success creates opportunities for both of our countries. Our trade relationship is stronger than ever, supporting jobs and businesses in both Australia and Vietnam. And as part of His Excellency's visit to Australia, he will meet with the architects of the Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040, including Nicholas Moore. This is an important, more than a document, this is a blueprint for Australia benefiting from jobs and increased trade in this fastest growing region of the world in human history, which is of course the Asian region to our north. We want to build on the success that have come from the Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and today we welcomed and signed agreements for stronger cooperation across defence, maritime and border security, the digital economy, agriculture, energy, minerals, science and innovation. Australia and Vietnam are trusted strategic partners, and the relationship between us will be further enhanced by increased exchanges, both at senior levels between people in business and politics, but importantly as well from general members of the population. And the fact that Vietjet have chosen the President's visit to announce that it is now the third international airline which will take off from Western Sydney Airport when it opens will provide real opportunities for increased exchanges. Above all, of course, we are close friends and will work together for a better future, including working in forums such as ASEAN and APEC in the coming months.
Indulgence, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Coalition and the Federal Opposition, I warmly welcome His Excellency and this Vietnamese delegation to our Parliament. This is a symbolic visit, but it's also a visit with practical outcomes. The Coalition welcomes the deeper collaboration between Australia and Vietnam as a consequence of this historic visit. I was proud to be part of the former Coalition government that elevated our two nations' bilateral relationship to a strategic partnership in 2018. And in 2021, finalised an economic strategy to boost trade and investment between Australia and Vietnam. These inroads were the foundation for forging a stronger friendship between our two countries. In April last year in Ho Chi Minh City, His Excellency spoke profoundly about Vietnam being a nation that has endured profound suffering and loss from the ravages of war and is one that has reaped the great rewards of peace, cooperation and friendship over recent decades. He spoke about his hope of bequeathing to future generations a better world. He spoke about the values of peace, independence and freedom. Australia shares these ambitions and values too, And I'm sure, like Australia, he was deeply concerned about China's recent test launch of a nuclear-capable ballistic missile in the Pacific. As he correctly acknowledged in his Shangri-La dialogue, no country benefits when our region becomes a theatre for coercion, confrontation or displays of power. And so we welcome all nations of our region calling out and condemning acts of coercion and aggression, whatever the source. For countries like ours, enhancing our partnership sends a strong message about the importance we place on sovereignty and collective security. Next week marks the 60th anniversary of the Battle of Long Tan. Can I also take this opportunity to acknowledge our two countries' Vietnam veterans? From the battlefield to bonds of friendship, Australia and Vietnam have come a long way over many decades. His Excellency and the delegation are most welcome guests in our country.
I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of Professor Richard Scolyer AO has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider this matter immediately. The question is the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and as a mark of respect, I ask all present to signify their approval by rising in their places. I thank the House. I also inform the House of the death on 10 July 2026 of Darren Nigel Hinch, a former senator. Darren Hinch represented the state of Victoria from 2016 to 2019. As a mark of respect to the memory of Darren Hinch, I invite all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Labor's toxic taxes have tanked the housing market. ANZ Bank today reports Sydney house prices could fall by almost 15%, the worst crash in more than 4 decades. Will the Prime Minister finally admit Labor's broken promises on capital gains tax and negative gearing have made millions of Australian homeowners worse off?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about housing issues, and in the budget it is true that we had measures that were aimed at addressing the challenges that are facing young Australians when it comes to owning a house. I note that Scott Pape, the barefoot investor, someone who's well known, not always part of a cheer squad for the government, wrote in the Herald Sun, average house prices have increased by more than 400% since 2000, partly on the back of taxpayer-funded landlord welfare. They've grown much faster than workers' wages, which is why we're in this pickle. Somewhere along the way, we started treating houses like a share price, something to check, brag about and borrow against. We forgot what they're actually for. A house is for living in. A house is for living in. And what he went on to say was that the people who are concerned certainly aren't the young people finally getting a foot in the door. What we have had is creating a change in the way that the tax system operates in order to give first home buyers a fair crack. So that when last Saturday people were going along to an auction for an existing home, they were not competing against investors seeking to negatively gear the property, but they were competing against other people who wanted a roof over their head. A roof over their head. And I don't want to be a Prime Minister who leads a country that sees growing inequality, that sees the opportunity for people to get into their first home as being defined on whether mum or dad can help them. I want people to have the opportunity to be the first in their family to own their own home. That is something which is part of the great Australian dream. And the truth is that the great Australian dream was becoming a nightmare, because if people can't get that access to home ownership, then it changes everything else in their lives. It changes the opportunity for their kids to get a good education. It changes their health outcomes. It changes where they can engage as a member of society. So what we are doing here is making a change that's been called for in the past by people, including the Shadow Treasurer, a change that's been called for a predecessor, the former Treasurer, the former member for North Sydney, who in his valedictory speech waited till he was leaving the joint before he said the system's broken and we should fix it. Well, we're fixing it.
Concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government making it easier for Australians to see a doctor for free? Why is the government so determined to lift bulk billing rates and strengthen Medicare after a decade of cuts and neglect?
The call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Whitlam, because I know how determined she is to strengthen Medicare, and her recognition of a decade of cuts and neglect and what it did to the Medicare system under those opposite, particularly the years-long freeze to the Medicare rebate that was cheered along at the time by the now Leader of the Opposition. And it meant when we came to government, bulk billing was in freefall, Mr Speaker. It bottomed out at just 75% before our first investment to turn bulk billing around started to kick in, Mr Speaker. And I'm pleased to say that that first investment, targeted at pensioners and kids and concession card holders, has had an effect. And that rate for those Australians is now over 93% nationally. And in the Illawarra, in the seat of Whitlam and the neighbouring seat of Cunningham, over 94%, Mr Speaker. But we know that after that first investment, because of the Medicare rebate freeze, that bulk billing continued to decline for other Australians, Mr Speaker. And that's why last year, for the first time ever, we extended bulk billing support to every single Australian. And after that record investment, I'm pleased to report the latest data indicate that up from 75%, bulk billing nationally now sits at 84%, Mr Speaker. It is up in every state and territory, and I'm pleased to say the biggest increases are being enjoyed by those Australians who don't have the benefit of a concession card. The bulk billing rate for those Australians in Whitlam is up 25%, Mr Speaker. In the neighbouring electorate of Cunningham, up 20%, Mr Speaker. And what that's doing is delivering literally millions and millions of additional free visits to the doctor every single year. Now, this is the centrepiece of our agenda to strengthen Medicare, because for us, bulk billing is the beating heart of that great system. It's what it means to Labor and the vast bulk of Australians. But, Mr Speaker, it's not quite so clear what Medicare means to those opposite. Now, the Shadow Minister for Health was in a Senate inquiry a couple of weeks ago. She's been in the job for 5 years, mind you. The system's been in place for 42 years. She asked this question, Mr Speaker. She said of my department, she said, "I'd be keen to understand what Medicare means." Does the department have a definition of what Medicare means, Mr Speaker? Well, I'm pleased to say the department has provided the Shadow Minister for Health a definition of Medicare, and I table it for those opposite, because if the Shadow Minister doesn't know what it means, I suspect none of the rest of them do either, Mr Speaker. On this side, we know what Medicare means. It means the promise of universal health care, Mr Speaker. It means the promise that Australians anywhere can access the world's best health care, no matter where they live, no matter their ability to pay.
The Leader of the Nationals and the member Goldstein were yelling continuously during that answer. It's completely unacceptable. You're both warned, so no more interjections for the remainder of question time. So if you interject one more time, you won't be here. Hope that's crystal clear for everyone. Good. Give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. On the Deep Bush podcast, filmed at the Lodge, the Prime Minister made a series of foul-mouthed, classless comments about women. Will the Prime Minister personally apologise to the Prime Minister of Japan, Her Excellency Sanae Takachi, for his disrespectful behaviour?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I reject the assertion in the question. Australia and Japan have never been closer or more strategically aligned. And my government has taken our special strategic partnership to new heights. And during the recent visit by Prime Minister Takaichi, we announced substantial outcomes, including a joint declaration on economic security cooperation, signalling our resolve to support each other in the face of economic coercion, including to consult each other on economic security contingencies.
We're not having those sort of interjections. The member for Casey is warned.
We released statements on enhanced defence and security cooperation, on energy security, on critical minerals cooperation and a new strategic cyber partnership. Prime Minister Takaichi is a friend of Australia and a friend of mine. Together we're focused on working together after 3 bilateral meetings to shape a free and open Indo-Pacific that is peaceful, stable and prosperous, as demonstrated by the outcomes in the visit.
The member for Holt has the call. The Prime Minister's concluded his answer. Yeah, the member for Holt has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government's expansion of paid prac delivering real change by easing cost of living pressures, strengthening Medicare and building Australia's future workforce? What has been the response?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Holt for her question, and indeed just over a year ago Labor created paid prac, backing Australians who are studying nursing, midwifery, teaching and social work, so that when they're doing their places, they get paid for the work that they're doing. Now, most Australians, I think, would be surprised that previous to that, if someone is undertaking to be a nurse, a profession that's honourable, a profession where we need more of them, that they had to not participate in their part-time job, that they had to work out how they would get by, pay their rent, etc. But Labor made that change, and that change has made a difference for thousands of people. And I've met nurses and teachers who it has changed their lives. And now we're building on that success, delivering real change for more Australians, because we're expanding paid prac to a further 10 fields of study: physio and occupational therapy, clinical psychology and pharmacy, podiatry and speech pathology, audiology and radiography, rehab therapies, and for our future paramedics as well. Real help with the cost of living, real investment in Medicare, and real investment in skills in the health sector for the healthcare workers of the future. Those are our priorities. And it's just one example of how Labor governs, making a difference to cost of living pressures in the short term, but making a difference to the way that our society and economy functions in the long term, helping people under pressure here and now while building for the future. Now, I was asked about alternatives or opposition, and of course, at the last election campaign, those opposite promised to abolish paid prac. They promised to abolish it. Never a priority for the coalition, never a priority to build a skilled workforce, and of course strengthening Medicare, as we just heard from the Health Minister, they don't even know what it is. So it's no wonder that it's not a priority. They want to just go back to cuts and neglect. Labor is delivering real change.
Before I call the honourable member for Warringah, I'll just do a few acknowledgements. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the Special Visitors Gallery today is Honorary Professor Gabrielle Pursley AM, who was presented with the Crawford Fund for Food Security Medal last night at Parliament House in recognition of her exceptional contribution to international agricultural research and development for over 5 decades. And I'm pleased to acknowledge Councillor Jim Meddy from the City of Greater Dandenong Council, and the Honourable Dr Kay Patterson AO, former Senator Victoria and Minister. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the member for Warringah.
To the Prime Minister, amidst a 51% rise in home insurance premiums in 5 years and with 1 in 5 Australians uninsured or underinsured, the Resilient Building Council rating scheme helped thousands of households reduce disaster risk and lower their insurance costs. Yet the government has allowed this scheme's funding to lapse on June 30. I've written to the government asking for it to be restored but received no response. Is the government's position that households are on their own in dealing with escalating climate risks and rising insurance costs?
Call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the honourable member for her question, and she has a long-standing involvement in these issues, and I thank her for that. The Albanese government is committed to making insurance more affordable and accessible for Australian households and businesses. That involves a range of different approaches. One is this government is investing in the Disaster Ready Fund, which through the Minister for Natural Disasters and Emergency Services. That fund, at $200 million a year, is seeing the rollout of mitigation works right across the country. And that is something which is being informed by data from the insurance sector, the Hazards Insurance Partnership, which is world-leading. Whenever I travel to other countries, or whenever I talk to insurance regulators in other countries, they see what we're doing in Australia through the HIP as world-leading on that front. What we're also doing is strengthening the General Insurance Code of Practice. That Code of Practice is being finalised at the minute. For the first time, that Code of Practice will be approved by ASIC and will be contractually enforceable. And we are currently engaged with both consumer groups but also the insurance industry to make sure that there are a range of protections in that Code of Practice for consumers. In the last budget, we announced a measure that is really important to ensure that we will work towards greater price transparency in insurance. I am now going to lead that project and work with consumer groups and the industry and experts to make sure that we can work towards an insurance industry where there is regulation to ensure that there is much more transparency when it comes to the premiums that are charged, when it comes to changes in premiums, and that there is much more transparency when there is a reduction in risk, that is reflected in the price. That price transparency project is extremely important, and we have already begun discussions with consumer groups and with industry on that. This government has adopted an extremely strategic approach to these issues because they haven't arisen overnight. They've been getting worse and worse for decades, and climate change is making these worse and worse, as you know, but as those opposite do not accept. And that is one of the fundamental problems with their approach to insurance. But we are working very constructively with consumer groups, with academics, with experts and the insurance sector to make sure that we strengthen the regulation of insurance.
Call to the honourable member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support students training to be the frontline healthcare workers Australia needs? Why is this policy better than other approaches?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank my friend, the cracking member for Cornwall, for his question? Mr Speaker, a big part of a lot of university degrees today is practical on-the-job training. It's all unpaid. You don't get paid for it, and often students have to give up their paid part-time job just to do it. Sometimes students have to end up paying rent in two places at once as well, paying rent where they normally live and paying rent a couple of 100 kilometres away where they've been sent to do their prac. That sometimes means students don't finish their course at all, and that's why we created paid prac. It started just over a year ago for teaching and nursing and midwifery and social work students, and it's working. It's providing real cost of living help. I speak to a lot of students about what they use this for. The most common answers I get are petrol and parking and something a bit more nutritious than 2-minute noodles. And, Mr Speaker, now we're extending that to 10 more jobs that are on the front line of our health system, to physios, to psychologists, to occupational therapists, to speech pathologists, pharmacists, radiographers, audiologists, rehab therapists, podiatrists and paramedics. These are the people who come to the rescue when we need them. These are the people who help you to learn to speak again after a stroke, people who help to get you back on your feet and get you back to work. These are the people who help to make Medicare work. But, Mr Speaker, as we've just heard from the Prime Minister, not everyone is a fan of it, because the Liberal Party didn't have an education policy at the last election, but 2 days before the election they did release their costings. And guess what was buried inside that? A plan to get rid of paid prac and instead just add that to your student debt. So they had one education policy, and that was to increase student debt. But we fundamentally disagree with that. That's why we've cut student debt by 20%. That's why we're expanding paid prac to 10 more areas on the front line of our health system to provide those people with real cost of living support, to make Medicare stronger, to help the Aussies that have signed up to do the jobs that help all of us.
Call to the member for Herbert is warned. The call to the honourable member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister apologise to the Prime Minister of Japan for his disrespectful behaviour?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I have a very good relationship with the Prime Minister of Japan. We have met on the sidelines of various forums, as well as I welcome the Prime Minister of Japan here. During that visit, it was a very successful visit, and the relationship has meant that with purchases such as the Megami frigates in defence, for example, that is...
The manager on a point of order.
Yeah, it goes to relevant, Speaker, and I refer to a ruling from Speaker's...
The Prime Minister has indicated he's concluded his answer. Yeah. Okay. We'll move to the next question. I'll give the call to order. Order. When the House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to Deputy Prime Minister, representing the Minister for Foreign Affairs. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change with greater cooperation and strengthened ties with our Pacific neighbours and broader region?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
Well, can I thank the member for his question? And last week he and I visited Thursday Island in his electorate in the Torres Strait, Australia's own piece of Melanesia, and I really want to acknowledge the remarkable way that he represents this very special part of our country. During the break, back on the 6th of July, our Prime Minister, along with Prime Minister Sitiveni Rabuka, signed the Vuvale Treaty. And in that regard, along with the Foreign Minister, I would like to particularly acknowledge the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs. That treaty greatly enhances our economic relationship with Fiji, supporting Fiji's digital transformation, its industry, providing more opportunities for Fijians to access the Australian economy. But most significantly, the treaty contains a security commitment between our two countries. Now, as one of the only nations that operates a defence force within the Pacific, to have this commitment at a treaty level now means that Fiji is just our fourth alliance partner after Papua New Guinea, New Zealand and, of course, the United States. And indeed, just 2 days after that, our alliance with Papua New Guinea, the Puk-Puk Treaty, also came into force. Now, since coming to government, we have concluded a Treaty of Common Security with Indonesia, our alliance with Papua New Guinea. We are working on a security agreement with Solomon Islands. We've signed the Nakamal agreement with Vanuatu. We've enhanced our long-standing relationship with France, a NATO partner. We now have a new treaty, a new alliance with Fiji and an old alliance with New Zealand. This ring of countries surrounds our continent, and our government has done more to establish security agreements with these countries than any government in our history, and Australians are safer as a result. And this is all in the context of enhanced partnerships with countries from Tuvalu to Nauru to the Maldives, from India through Singapore, Korea and Japan, and of course today Vietnam. Now, our national security is founded on our defence capability, and we are increasing that as well dramatically. And it is also obviously grounded in our alliance with the United States. But our relationships with the countries of our region is fundamental to the peace and stability of the Indo-Pacific, and with that, the security of every Australian.
Call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister tell Australians why his government is targeting women going through divorce or the death of a partner to raise revenue through his heartless widow's tax?
Call to the Treasurer.
Mr Speaker, thank you and to the Leader of the Opposition for his question. The issue he raises, which was the subject of a stunt from those opposite earlier today. Well, the reason I take the interjections, Mr Speaker. The reason it's a stunt, what they did earlier in the Parliament, Mr Speaker, is because they said there wasn't enough consultation, and now they're saying there's too much consultation. And that exposes the absurdity of the stunt that they tried to put on earlier on in the Parliament today, Mr Speaker. Is it any wonder that they're doing worse under this Leader of the Opposition than they were doing under Susan Lee? If that's the best that they can do, Mr Speaker. They said there wasn't enough consultation. Now they say there is too much consultation. Now, the government has been very clear that we will address this issue in the legislation which is currently out for consultation, Mr Speaker. Now, it wasn't that long ago they were saying consultation was important. Now they're saying consultation is not important, Mr Speaker. The draft legislation that we have released will ensure a property will keep access to negative gearing if it was owned on budget night or treated as a new build if the property was acquired from a spouse through an inheritance or a relationship breakdown, or where someone inherits an asset in which they had an ownership share. We've been very clear about that, and that's what the draft legislation, which is out for consultation right now, is all about, Mr Speaker. The final point is this. It's not unusual for tax reform of this magnitude to be legislated in stages, and that's what the government is doing. These changes don't come into being until the 1st of July next year, and we are working in a considered and a methodical way through subsequent pieces of legislation to get the implementation details right. That requires consultation, something that those opposite used to call for.
The call to the Honourable Member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Treasurer. What are the recent developments in our economy, and what does today's interest rates decision by the Reserve Bank mean for Australians?
The call to the Treasurer.
I thank the member for Gilmore for a question and for all the work that she does in her beautiful part of Australia. I can inform the House that today the Reserve Bank's Monetary Policy Board has held interest rates steady at 4.35%. This will come as a relief to Australians with a mortgage. It is a welcome decision at a time of heightened uncertainty in the world and persistent pressures in our own economy at home as well. Now, this is the second rates decision since the budget, and on both occasions we've seen rates held steady. And this decision reflects the fact that inflation has been coming in well under the Reserve Bank and Treasury forecasts, Mr Speaker. In the Reserve Bank statement on monetary policy released today, they have downgraded forecasts for underlying inflation and they have upgraded forecasts for growth. In June, Mr Speaker, inflation fell again. That means that inflation has now moderated for 3 months in a row, but it is still higher than we'd like. There's still a lot of uncertainty going forward, and we know that people are still under pressure. Now, that recent inflation data has been better than expected, but the war in the Middle East is putting upward pressure on prices and it's weighing on growth around the world and in our own economy as well. Now, we did already have an inflation challenge in our economy, but the conflict is making that harder. And that's why, from an economic point of view, A proper, enduring end to this war cannot come soon enough. We desperately need to see an end to this war in the Middle East. Now, inflation has gone up since March in most major advanced economies, but it's come down here in Australia. When we came to office, inflation was north of 6% and rapidly rising. It's now much lower than that, similarly when it comes to underlying inflation. Now, the government's responsible economic management has meant the budget's much stronger and debt is much lower than what we inherited. That's why just last week S&P Global, the ratings agency, reaffirmed Australia's AAA credit rating, and that means that we are one of only 9 countries in the world with a AAA sovereign credit rating from all 3 major ratings agencies, and we've also got lower gross debt than every major advanced economy, Mr Speaker. Now, we know that people are still under pressure despite this welcome decision from the Independent Reserve Bank today. It is a welcome decision. It does come at a time of heightened global economic uncertainty. The government, for its part, will continue to manage the budget responsibly, will continue to help people with the cost of living in an ongoing and responsible way, Mr Speaker. And I hear those opposite interjecting throughout the course of this answer. They were desperately hoping for an interest rate rise today, and they are desperately disappointed that they didn't get one. That's the difference between this side and that side. We're for cost of living relief, they're for higher interest rates.
Call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Labor's toxic taxes and 15 interest rate rises on his watch have completely tanked the housing market. Can the Prime Minister confirm the average new mortgage holder is paying $29,000 a year more in interest alone?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. What I can confirm is that we do understand that Australians are doing it tough and that there are cost of living pressures on them. But that's why every day we look at doing something about it. Not just identifying grievance, but producing solutions, not protesting, arguing for progress as we go forward as well. And that's why every day we look to deliver real change, to make a positive difference, whether it be higher wages in aged care, childcare, 5 wage increases for the lowest paid workers, now more than $12,000 a year better off since 2022. Number of times that a coalition government, or opposition for that matter, has ever put forward a submission to the Fair Work Commission arguing for wages to be maintained in real terms? Zero. Never. Never ever. Just like income tax cuts. We know at the last election we went to them arguing for income tax cuts. They said they'd reverse them. They not only voted against income tax cuts in this chamber, they said they would vote and reverse them. Now, as a result of the measures that we put in place, every Australian worker got an income tax cut on July 1. Every Australian is benefiting from stronger Medicare as well, something that they don't even know what it is.
The Prime Minister will pause. The Leader of the Opposition, a point of order.
Relevance, Mr Speaker. The question was about mortgage holders who are paying $29,000 a year extra in interest, and he hasn't even mentioned mortgage holders.
The Prime Minister, I'm going to ask to return to the question because the Leader of the Opposition is correct. He was asked a direct question about the issue of mortgages and interest rates, so I'm going to give the Prime Minister to return to the question.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, I was asked about interest rates and the impact that it has and what views would be. Well, someone in this place said on the 10th of November 2020, nobody wins from low interest rates. On the 23rd of October 2019, they said, at the beginning of this term, I deliberately communicated my concern about the Reserve Bank continuing to cut interest rates. Going back, in case you think that was an accident, in 2018, we need to create the policy settings to progressively increase interest rates. Money is too cheap, and it's time we did something about it around the policy framework. The question for this Leader of the Opposition, why did he make this man the Shadow Treasurer? Why did he make him the Shadow Treasurer? who argued that interest rates were too low.
I'm just going to deal with one issue at a time. The member for Goldstein was yelling, and I think everyone heard me say if the member for Goldstein or the Leader of the Nationals were to interject, they would leave the chamber. Okay. So as a result of consequences for actions, the member for Goldstein will leave the chamber. And the Prime Minister has finished his answer, so we'll go to the next question. And we will now, once the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change for Australian families with expanded paid parental leave? What are the risks to this?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and thanks so much to the member for Jagga Jagga for her question. I know that as a mum herself, she knows how important paid parental leave is for her constituents, and over 2,000 parents benefited in her electorate just last year from paid parental leave. I recently met beautiful little baby Zoe, Mr Speaker, who was one of around 460,000 children last year right across Australia whose parents benefited from paid parental leave. What's interesting about Zoe is she's the youngest of three, and each time her mum, Anne, took paid parental leave, Anne got a bit more leave because of the changes that we have made under this government. Each time she received a bit more time and a bit more money, and that's made all the difference to their family. In fact, right across Australia, what we see is that parents are benefiting from more time. We are now at the full 6 months of paid parental leave. More money, so from the 1st of July, that rate has gone up again. Paid parental leave is now more than $1,000 a week. And of course, since July last year, parents have been getting paid superannuation on top of that. There's more flexibility too, which is really important for families with young children. And more people are eligible because each year we're increasing those thresholds of eligibility. Thanks to the changes that this Prime Minister's made, that this government has made, families now get almost $30,000 of paid parental leave. That is an enormous change from 2022. It's almost doubled more than doubled since 2022. And it's the sort of help that families desperately need. You would think it's the sort of help that the whole parliament would universally support. Yeah. I am very sorry to inform members that that is not the case. We know, of course, that Shadow Treasurer has managed to not be here again when we talk about paid parental leave. We know what he said about it. But, you know, the Liberals have never liked it. Mums were raughters and double dippers. And One Nation as well. Senator Hanson has said that in 2017 she claimed that women get themselves pregnant for the money. She said this year, "Listen, love, you have the equipment, that's what you're here for. If you don't want to interrupt your career, don't have a baby." At the press club, she said the gender pay gap is all smoke and mirrors. Women take time off and they're not paid their wages because they're not working. Well, fair enough. We say it's not fair enough, that families need help. That is the time in life where they need the most help, where they've got new little babies, and we are proud of the fact that we have more than doubled that help.
Before I call the member for Ryan, I also want to acknowledge some very hard-working volunteers from the Lions Club of Lugano as members of the member for Banks. Give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. At the recent Labor National Conference, ordinary Labor members and Labor MPs pushed to hold a vote in support of a 25% tax on gas exports. Given that around 70% of Australians and now your own members support a gas tax, will you listen to everyday Australians instead of the gas lobby and implement a minimum 25% tax on gas exports?
Yeah, there's parts of that question the Prime Minister can't, due to party conferences under the standing order. So it's going to be a very broad answer because the question's just within a whisker of standing orders. The Prime Minister, I'll listen carefully.
I thank the member for Ryan for her question, but I am somewhat surprised at getting a question from a member of a political party who not only have secret conferences, had a leadership ballot in this building a few years ago where we only found out that there was an attempted coup many months later. What we do, in stark contrast, is have a conference that is broadcast live on national TV for all to see.
Order.
We have the election of 400 delegates and 400 proxy delegates who represent workers, who represent local branch members, who represent regions right around Australia, including, for example, in my great state of New South Wales, there are rank and file votes in every single electorate to elect a representative to go to, in this case, to Adelaide over the break in July. And it was an extremely successful conference because one of the things that shone through about that conference is that we in the Australian Labor Party are united about our views. We in the Australian Labor Party know what we stand for. And that was reflected in the platform that was adopted at the conference. Any delegate can come along, move whatever amendments that they like and put it to the conference. And I must say that there were a range of highlights to the conference, but we're united about wanting a strong economy that works for people. We're united about wanting to make sure that no one gets left behind. We're united about making sure that we deal with not just the challenge of climate change, but that we seize the opportunities of climate change action. We're united by making sure that we want every Australian to fulfil the opportunity that they have to have the best life possible through an education, whether it be early education, whether it be the proper schools funding, where we've delivered the Gonski reforms first spoken about in 2012, whether it be free TAFE, the Universities Accord, all of these measures mattering, or whether it be our place in the world, our engagement in our region, our engagement in the Pacific, our engagement through peace and security that is a foundation stone, our support for AUKUS, which was a foundation stone as well of jobs. We know what we stand for. Everyone gets to see it in full public view, and that's because we're proud of who we are.
The call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. How is the Albanese Labor government working with states and territories, industry and the community to respond to the detection of H5 bird flu in Australia?
The call to order. We'll hear from the Minister for Agriculture, the Minister for Fisheries and the Minister for Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for Sturt for that question. I know that as a South Australian, her and other South Australians in this place are particularly concerned about the increasing number of detections in South Australia and indeed right across the country of the H5 bird flu. I know that so many members in this place have engaged because they are concerned about the impact that this will have in our country, and I do want to assure all members that we are taking this very seriously indeed and that we are acting. In terms of an update, there's currently 236 confirmed or suspected positive detections of the H5 bird flu in Australia. So 10 in Western Australia, 163 in South Australia, 4 in New South Wales, 1 in Queensland and 58 in Victoria. Our technical experts are working around the clock to confirm detections, and I've seen firsthand at CSIRO's Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness in Geelong in the last few weeks just how much they have been working around that clock. As I've said for some time, the arrival of the H5 bird flu in Australia was not unexpected and that we couldn't stop the migratory birds. I've also said very clearly that Australians should expect to see, sadly, more spread and larger numbers of wildlife being affected. We have been really upfront that there will be more large mass mortalities of native birds in Australia. We've seen the impact that bird flu has had overseas, particularly for wildlife populations, which is why we have been planning. We have invested over $113 million to strengthen our bird flu responsiveness and preparedness. That includes as part of our $2 billion in additional biosecurity funding. And it has $25 million that we're also delivering with the states and territories in terms of the current on-ground response for biosecurity resourcing. Whilst we can't stop the virus spreading amongst the wild birds, we can take action to protect species most at risk. And I'm pleased to advise the House that vaccination is now part of that response. Earlier today, alongside the Minister for the Environment and Australia's Chief Veterinary Officer, I did announce that the first bird flu vaccines are expected to roll out in coming days on priority native bird species. This is based on an agreed national approach and will be guided by expert scientific advice. It's a targeted approach that will mean states and territories are able to commence vaccination activities, initially focusing on priority species identified by the states and territories. This obviously builds on the work that we are doing with the states and territories and with industry to help manage the response to the H5 bird flu. I want to finish by reiterating that at this time there has been no detections in our poultry or our broader agricultural system and that the risk to human health remains low. I also again want to thank the Australian public for the huge role that they are playing and to remind them that if you see sick or dead birds or other animals, please do not touch them, please avoid them. Contact the birdflu.gov.au where you can actually record them and you can get the most up-to-date information in relation to Australia's bird flu incursions.
And to associate with the remarks, the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. On indulgence, I'd like to commend the Minister for the manner in which he's engaged with the opposition in the manner of the H5 bird flu outbreak. From day one, the Minister's office has been available to my office and the members of the Coalition to seek information, particularly for those members who have had outbreaks in their own communities, and that is greatly respected and appreciated. I can assure the Minister and the Government that the Coalition will continue to act in a very bipartisan manner to ensure that any of the risks associated with this outbreak are well managed in the interests of the incredible Australian wildlife, but also our agricultural sector. I want to thank the Chief Vet, Dr Beth Cookson, for the briefing she's provided as well, and to all the workers on the ground who are doing everything they can to try and prevent further incursions and impacts on our agricultural sector. And like the Minister, I want to reassure the Australian public that there has been no impact on the Australian agricultural sector to this date. Our poultry sector, our eggs, all safe to eat, and encourage Australians to keep eating Australian-grown products. And again, reassure the House, reassure the Australian public the Coalition stands willing to assist the Government in whatever way possible to try to minimise impacts. We certainly hope for the best, but we have to prepare for the worst, and I want to thank again the Minister for her willingness to keep engaged with the opposition in this regard.
Call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Rents have reportedly increased by 10% since the budget just 3 months ago. Prime Minister, which of the following are to blame? A, record high immigration outpacing new home builds. B, Labor's toxic taxes on housing. C, the 15 interest rate rises under Labor. Or D, all of the above.
Order. Order. Give a call. Order. Members on my right will cease objecting. The member for Griffith. The Treasurer has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and to the honourable member for his question about housing. A couple of important points to make, whether it's house prices, auction clearance rates, rents or other indicators in the housing market. We'll get lending data later in the week as well, Mr Speaker. It's important to remember, as the Reserve Bank pointed out today and others have pointed out in their contributions, that there are a number of factors playing out in the housing market, whether it be interest rate movements earlier in the year, whether it be extreme global economic uncertainty. There are a number of factors playing out in the housing market, and that's why we saw some softening in the housing market before the budget that we handed down in May. That's the first point, Mr Speaker. The second point is when it comes to the changes that we made in the budget around housing, for the reasons that the Prime Minister ran through, to make sure that we can give first home buyers a fair crack in a housing market which has locked them out for too long. It's really important to remember that the Treasury assumptions in the budget about the impact on the housing market are assumptions over the next couple of years and not just over the first couple of months, Mr Speaker. We have had for some time now upward pressure on rents. We have had for some time now, partly because of a decade of neglect, we haven't had enough homes in our community, Mr Speaker. And we are taking the necessary steps. We are taking the necessary steps to build more homes because we know that is the best way over time to put downward pressure on rents, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to migration, I understand that those opposite want to go about this in the most divisive way that they can, but they need to recognise that net overseas migration has come down 45% since its peak. When we came to office, it was absolutely rocketing, and we have taken steps to moderate that net overseas migration number at the same time as we're investing almost $50 billion in the main issue in housing, which is housing supply. And so whether it's approvals, the investment numbers, the commencement numbers, they were going backwards when we came to office. We've been turning that around, and it will take time to see the better housing market that we want to see, whether it's in rents, whether it's the impact on house prices over the medium term, whether it's the share of first home buyers in the market. There is a lot of volatility there. A lot of that volatility existed before the budget, and we measure the impact of our policies over a period of the next few years and not just the first few months.
The call to the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services. Why is it important that every Australian completes the census?
Call to the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister for Financial Services.
I thank the member for Barton for her question. She understands the importance of evidence-based policy and decision-making. The census is one of the most important snapshots that we take of our country. Every 5 years it tells us who we are, where we live and how Australia is changing. This is important because governments, business and community organisations use census data to make decisions that affect Australians every single day. It helps us understand where new schools are needed, where our hospitals and health services need to grow, where transport infrastructure should be built and what services communities will need into the future. And for the researchers and policymakers, it gives us a detailed picture of Australia that simply cannot be obtained anywhere else. The value of the census depends on all Australians taking part. This year, for the first time, Australians have been able to subscribe through MyGov to receive census updates and access an online form. Those who did not subscribe through MyGov will still receive instructions in their letterbox with options to complete the census online or by post. Each census takes years of planning, consultation, testing, community engagement and fieldwork. That effort is necessary because the census works best when everyone is counted. The Australian Bureau of Statistics works with communities across the country, including people who can be harder to reach. Every person counted helps build a clearer picture of our nation, and that's why participation in the census is so important. Because whether you live in a capital city, a regional town or a remote community, your circumstances should be reflected in our great national picture. Accurate and complete information is vital, which is why it is so important to answer the questions thoughtfully and accurately. When I fill it out tonight, I will have to think very carefully about the following question. What are the main goods and services provided by your employer's business? I'm still deciding whether I should answer a fairer property market, providing five tax cuts in 3 different ways, or strengthening Medicare. But I'll let the House know which I decide on later.
Order.
Can I say, Speaker, the opposition's very excited by the census. It's good to see. The census will showcase the diversity of our great nation in occupation, gender, religion, culture or country of origin. I am proud that our party and our side of Parliament is broadly reflective of who we are in this country. It's been 5 years since the last census and a lot has changed in that time. Can I acknowledge the hard work over a long period of time of the Assistant Minister for Treasury, who has worked for many months on this project and helped to deliver such an important thing. To conclude, the census is an important document for our nation, and I encourage everyone in our great country to complete it this evening.
Call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is for the Minister for Resources. Renters expect to pay a bond before they move in and often a cleaning fee when they leave. But that isn't the case with oil and gas projects. Last month, another gas producer entered administration, making environmental clean-up, if it happens, the government's problem. The government has recognised the issue but not acted. When will the government ensure companies have to put money aside to fully fund the clean-up of their projects?
Great question.
Call to the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for a question. I refer to that question. I think the member is referring to the voluntary administration of the Cliffhead project through Triangle. We are monitoring that situation and working with core courtesy administrators that reported to Pilot Energy, which is that company. On the 17th of July, NOPSEMA found General Direction 2118 and 1947 to be breached, and NOPSEMA is exercising its powers under the relevant Act to undertake actions where the breach directions to maintain critical safety and environment outcomes where required. But what I want to be really clear about is the Cliffhead facility is currently safe. It is not a crude production facility. The Australian Government is engaging with NOPSEMA and other parties in relation to the ongoing regulation and management of safety and environmental risks. There are no immediate risks in that regard. The offshore facilities are hydrocarbon-free. They stopped production just over 2 years ago. The wells have been shut in, secured, and they are remotely monitored. So as to the cost of these things, I want to make it really clear again that taxpayers will not be left to foot the bill if companies do not do the right thing in respect of this particular project, but also, I'm sorry, I can't see the member to address her question at the moment because the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives is in the way. So what I want to make clear is insolvency does not excuse title holders from decommissioning responsibilities, and the government is considering all enforcement options to hold responsible title holders and related parties, more importantly, or very importantly, accountable. The Australian taxpayer will not bear any financial responsibility for decommissioning offshore oil and gas projects where title holders have failed to provision and plan for these activities as they are required to do so by law. Before we came into government, the Labor Party in opposition agreed with the government at the time to implement legislation to make sure that there was a trailing liability for offshore oil and gas, because that is a jurisdiction where the Commonwealth has in this regard, and that is happening and has been implemented now. The government will continue to pursue all available mechanisms under the law to hold responsible title holders accountable for those offshore oil and gas projects. We will make sure they are safe for any people that are associated with them. Worker safety is of vital importance. Really importantly, the environmental side of this is very, very important, but this particular project is safe, and really importantly, the taxpayer will not foot the bill and the industry as a whole will bear the burden of the projects that they have left.
Call to the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change for Australian workers?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Hughes for his question and for his commitment to delivering for Australian workers. And I'm pleased to report to the member for Hughes that the Albanese Labor government is delivering real change to improve and protect the pay packets of working Australians. We have, of course, backed and funded pay rises for early educators and workers in aged care. This important commitment finally recognises these workers who teach our children and care for our elderly. They have been undervalued for too long and they deserve a pay rise. Of course, this government has passed laws to make enterprise bargaining easier. Workers on enterprise agreements are benefiting from stronger wage growth. And of course, we've now seen a historically record number of employees covered by enterprise agreements. Our government has also introduced same job, same pay laws so that workers' wages could not be undercut by the use of labour hire doing the exact same job. And because of these laws, more than 8,000 workers are receiving pay rises. It was a great privilege to recently visit the Hunter, where I met with coal miners who told me these reforms are not only delivering pay increases of up to $40,000 a year, but they are delivering direct permanent employment. These laws are delivering not only fairness, but security for these workers. And of course, since the Albanese government came to office, we've advocated for low-paid workers each and every single year as part of the annual wage review. And it does mean now that our lowest paid workers on the national minimum wage is now earning more than $1,000 a week for the first time. Now, our government also legislated to protect penalty and overtime rates in the modern award safety net, ensuring these workers' pay packets wouldn't go backwards. And of course, we made deliberate wage theft a crime, providing an important protection for workers. Of course, we also introduced new standards to ensure gig workers don't have to rely on tips to get ahead. And this Albanese Labor government is also committed to ensuring that workers are able to get a fair go and are able to resolve workplace disputes swiftly and quickly. And that is why this Prime Minister announced recently that this Labor government will establish a Fair Work Court to make it simpler and quicker for workers to get what they are entitled to, and of course deliver a more efficient process for employers seeking workplace resolution. It is only this Labor government that is committed to getting wages moving and pursuing real change for Australian work.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask further questions placed on the notice paper.
Order. Members can leave the chamber or...
Yes, Mr Speaker. Can I just add to the Assistant Treasurer's comments about filling in the census tonight? It is very important that every Australian do that.
I present corrigendum to the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report number 31 of 2025-26, entitled Effectiveness of Commonwealth Home Support Program, Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. I also present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Reports number 1 to number 4 for 2026-27. Details of the reports will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. Papers, the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the Honourable Member for Page proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's toxic taxes and economic mismanagement making life harder for everyday Australians. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the Deputy Manager of Opposition Business.
Look, thank you, Speaker. We've all spent the last 4 or 5 weeks in our communities, and all of my colleagues, it's been great to see them again on this side of the chamber. All of them, without exception, Speaker, have been saying to me, as we walk our high streets with our retail businesses, as we go to shopping centres, as we walk around our industrial estates, as we go to sporting events, without exception, Speaker, everyone is telling us and telling my colleagues that they are doing it really, really tough. And in fact, some of them are saying they've never seen their cost of living pressures and the pressures on their budget or the pressures on their small business have ever been so tough, Speaker or Deputy Speaker. That's what we are hearing unanimously, the length and the breadth of this country of how tough small businesses are doing it and how tough families are doing it with their budgets, Deputy Speaker. So what would you expect this government, what is this Prime Minister doing in response to this, besides making crass remarks about Kylie Minogue and the Japanese Prime Minister, Deputy Speaker, was atrocious, and not apologising for that? Besides doing that, what is the Prime Minister and what is this government doing around these extreme problems that businesses and houses and housing budgets have, Deputy Speaker. Well, of course, what they're doing, and we know what they're doing about this, their solution to this back just 3 months ago in the budget when all these things were happening, their solution to cost of living pressures for households and their solution for cost of living pressures for family businesses was to do a few things. And that is, and they all include, raising taxes. Now, why would that side of politics think that raising taxes is good for families and good for budgets for small business when times are doing it tough? Because it's just in their DNA, Deputy Speaker. They can't think of any other way except take hard-earned money off other people so they can spend it, Deputy Speaker. Now, what this has meant is we now have one of the highest capital gains taxes in the world. I'll repeat that. We now have one of the highest capital gains taxes in the world. So what that side has done, what that side of politics has done, they have changed the risk-reward ratio in this nation. Because it used to be, Deputy Speaker, if you had a business, if you started a business and you took a bit of a risk, you got the reward. You got the reward. That's what's driven this country for hundreds of years, Deputy Speaker. You take the risk and you keep some of the reward. Well, that's changed. That has now changed, and young entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs in this country now know, Deputy Speaker, you take the risk, and that side, the Labor Albanese government, will take the reward, Deputy Speaker, and that's now how this is working. Now, you might say, what's their thinking? How would they arrive at that type of mentality and that type of thought process, Deputy Speaker? Good question. I've asked that myself. And you know what I've come up with the answer to that, Deputy Speaker, about why they think like that? Is because not one of them, well, certainly not when you look at the Prime Minister and you look at the Treasurer, Deputy Speaker, none of them, neither of those people, and a lot on that side have never worked in private enterprise, Deputy Speaker. The Treasurer and the Prime Minister's first job out of politics, wait for it, for a Labor minister. So their work record is work for a Labor politician, work for a Labor minister, and then become a Labor MP. So they don't get it, Deputy Speaker. They don't understand it. It's a DNA thing. A lot of people on this side understand what it means to work in private enterprise and to own or start your own business, when paying your salary and indeed the salaries of other persons is up to your entrepreneurship. But they don't understand it and they don't get that, which is why they thought raising taxes was a good idea. The other one, obviously, Deputy Speaker, was the increased taxes on trusts. Again, they wouldn't understand. They wouldn't understand because they've never done it. Over 350,000 small businesses in this country, Deputy Speaker, operate under trusts. So they're paying higher taxes. We have a shortage of housing, we have a shortage of homes being built in this country, so of course they think it's a good idea to raise a tax or put a tax on negative gearing in this country. They also thought it was a good idea, a lot of off the plan, when you're, again, building some units or building some apartments, a lot of people buy off the plan. A lot of that is done through self-managed super funds. They'll ban them from doing that and leveraging into that again because, again, they just don't understand. But I'll repeat this, and I've said this before in this chamber too, Deputy Speaker. Not only have they done this, and that, you know, we can argue about the merits of why we think that's bad policy and we'll reverse those policies, but the other shame about this, Deputy Speaker, is they deceived. Every single person who's here right now, just remember, you deceived your communities and you deceived the Australian community, because not only did you said you wouldn't do this. So not only have you done this, but before the election, as the Prime Minister is on the record of saying he would not do this, and the deceit of that will not be forgotten. Well, Deputy Speaker, the good news is on this side of the chamber. We understand the pressures on family budgets. We understand how small business works or how business works, and that's why we have given a pledge for the tax-back guarantee, Deputy Speaker. Now, what is a tax-back guarantee? We know what bracket creep is. As inflation's out of control in this country too because of this government, Deputy Speaker, so people are going into higher tax brackets as they go into higher wage ranges, and we have guaranteed that we will increase the tax ranges and increase bracket creep levels so that people don't pay higher taxes. Now, that will be worth, Deputy Speaker, over $1,000 for the average household after 4 years, after we get into government and bring this in. A real tax cut, something that that side of politics just doesn't understand, Deputy Speaker. Now, the other thing that's happening I have children, a lot of us have children, a lot of us know people or family members or friends who just can't afford, or there are not enough houses in this country being built. And it's been really exacerbated over the last 5 years. And you know one of the reasons, Deputy Speaker, why the housing crisis has been exacerbated over the last 5 years in this country? Because in the first 2 terms, after 6 years of this government, which we're coming up to their 5th year, after 6 years in government, it is projected, Deputy Speaker, that 2 million people will have arrived in this country. Now, when you have 2 million people arrive with the net overseas migration and you're not building the houses for that amount of people, shock, horror, gasp, rents go up. Shock, horror, gasp, there's less housing supply for people and rents have gone up. Well, again, Deputy Speaker, the good news is on this side of the chamber, we understand that issue and we have our policy will be to tie migration to new housings being built, Deputy Speaker. So we understand that and we will limit it to that. The other big pressure and the other thing causing issues for houses and businesses in this country, Deputy Speaker, is the inflation rate. Now, I want to give you some core inflation rates, which strips away volatile fuel costs. And I want to give you the inflation rates of a few countries, Deputy Speaker. In Australia, 3.6%. France, 1%, Japan, 1.6%, Italy, 1.6%, Canada, 2%, Germany, 2.5%, UK, 2.6%, US, 2.6%. What does that say, Deputy Speaker? We have one of the highest inflation rates in the world. And not me saying this, Deputy Speaker, not me saying this, prominent economists are saying that is the result of this government's reckless spending, Deputy Speaker. Not me saying it, that is economists saying this. And again, the pressure that puts on higher grocery prices, the pressure that puts on budgets is astronomical. The other thing I want to talk about too, Deputy Speaker, because we can't forget this, and a big part of energy costs and a big part of cost of living prices is the energy costs in this country. Now, we remember when you talk about deceit, this government, this Prime Minister said on numerous occasions, I think 90 times, that he was going to lower your energy bill by $250 per year. Now, that should have come in by now because that was going to be 5 years after they got elected. That should be by now. The average energy bill for the average family has gone up more closer to $1,000 than down by $250. Again, deceit from this government. Now, why is that? That is the net zero 2050 folly of this government, Deputy Speaker. The net zero 2050 policy of this government is putting pressure on energy prices in this country and risking the energy reliability of our transmission system. And I remind everyone that when you're talking about carbon emission reductions, the 3 biggest emitters in the world, China, the US and India, are not signed up to net zero 2050. Now, why do I say that, Deputy Speaker? Because Australia emits 1%, just over 1% of carbon emissions. But yet this government, in ideological folly, is risking the energy transmission system of this country and forcing prices to be higher because of that folly, Deputy Speaker. Now, I'll just finish very quickly, Deputy Speaker. This is a government that is out of touch. This is a government that is arrogant, but we have the policies of linking migration to housing, the cost of living measures that we will bring in to make life better for this out-of-touch, arrogant government.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, Rural and Regional Health.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let's deal with the claim. Let's deal with the topic of this matter for public importance straight up. Nothing could be further from the truth. I've been self-employed. I've worked in the private sector. My colleague has worked in the private sector. So many here have worked in the private sector. On this side of the House, we understand the economy. We understand our society, and we're working to protect all Australians. We believe in building an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. We believe in easing cost of living pressures so Australians can keep more of what they earn and afford more of what matters to them and their families. And on this side of the House, we believe in fiscal responsibility. Because good economic management is not measured by slogans or scare campaigns. It's measured by whether jobs are being created, whether wages are growing, whether bulk billing is growing, whether medicines are cheaper, whether a government is prepared to make decisions needed to secure Australia's future. And on every one of those measures, the Albanese Labor government is delivering. And just 5 days ago, S&P Global reaffirmed Australia's AAA credit rating. And at a time when many countries are facing economic uncertainty and fiscal pressures, it's a recognition that Australia has a government managing the economy responsibly, making disciplined decisions and maintaining confidence in our nation's finances. Deputy Speaker, global economic pressures are real. The impacts of global inflation surge, international conflict, supply chain disruptions and economic uncertainty have been felt right around the world, and it would be deceitful of those opposites to not acknowledge that. Australian families have felt those pressures too. But the question is not whether those challenges exist. The question is how governments respond. How governments respond. Do you provide meaningful relief while maintaining fiscal discipline? Because we've managed the budget responsibly, we've been able to provide real cost of living relief. And another tax cut that those opposites opposed, another tax cut just now for Australian taxpayers. Because when the budget is managed responsibly, we can provide real cost of living relief while keeping the nation's finances strong. We've delivered, as I said, tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, and Australians will receive another round of tax relief next year. That's real relief for workers and families. As a pharmacist, I'm particularly proud of our cheaper medicines reforms. This is real reform. In my electorate of Dobell alone, those reforms have saved local residents around $16.6 million. That's $16.6 million. The last time medicines cost $25 on the PBS was in 2004. 2004, more than 20 years ago, early in my career as a community pharmacist. We've frozen the cost of PBS medicines at no more than $25 and $7.70 for concession card holders. We've already saved Australians around $2.9 billion in out-of-pocket costs because of that freeze. And we've added or expanded more than 400 medicines to the PBS. That's real cost of living relief. And as Diane from Noraville in my electorate said, and she's an age pensioner, this really helps when you're a pensioner. This really helps. This is real cost of living relief. This is money staying in the pockets of Australian families, pensioners and patients. We've expanded paid parental leave, we've increased the minimum wage, we've strengthened Medicare, we've made urgent care clinics a permanent part of our health system, a permanent part. And we've done all of this while reducing debt and helping bring inflation under control. Deputy Speaker, that is what responsible economic management looks like. It doesn't look like scare campaigns. This is what responsible economic management looks like. Now let's compare that with the record we inherited. Let's compare that, I'll take that interjection. Now let's compare that with the record that we inherited. When Labor came to office, real wages were falling. Real wages were falling. Inflation was surging. Housing approvals were going backwards. Business investment was weak. Budget deficit stretched years into the future. Despite those mugs, did you have one of those? Did you have one of those mugs, Michael? Did you have one of those mugs? The golden age of democracy, I hear. Australians would say otherwise, and they did at the ballot box. Budget deficit stretched years into the future, and debt had doubled even before the pandemic. That was a reality. That was a reality. Despite the mugs and the slogans and the scare campaigns, that was a reality. Well, since you asked, 4 years later, we've created 1.25 million jobs. 1.25 million jobs, and you'll be pleased to know, with around 5 out of every 6 of those jobs created in the private sector. So this is how we're going now. We've delivered the lowest average unemployment rate of any Australian government in half a century. This is how we're going now. And real wages have grown in 8 of the last 10 quarters. Real wages have grown in 8 of the last 10 quarters. The national minimum wage has increased by more than 30%. And I know in communities right across the country, particularly for workers in aged care, in early childhood, the difference that has made, the real difference that has made for parents and communities, including the early educators that I met at Glenning Valley Early Learning just on Friday, are making a real and genuine difference to families. Business investment is stronger and housing investment is stronger. But Deputy Speaker, responsible economic management is not only about dealing with today's challenges, it's about preparing Australia for tomorrow. And nowhere is that responsibility clearer than in housing. We know that there is an intergenerational housing challenge facing this country. Too many Australians are working hard, doing everything right, and still finding home ownership increasingly out of reach. Just out of reach. We could ignore that challenge. We could leave it for somebody else like those opposites did. We could pretend that the market would somehow fix itself, but that wouldn't be good economic management. That wouldn't be responsible leadership. Leadership is addressing structural problems when they emerge and preparing for the future, and that is exactly what our government is doing. Before our reforms, when a first-home buyer turned up at an auction and everyone has seen them in their communities across the country, they weren't just bidding against another buyer. Too often, they were bidding against a tax system that tilted the playing field against them. That's why we're reforming negative gearing, because the current system is not working well enough for Australians, not working well enough for young Australians, not working well enough in communities like mine on the central coast of New South Wales. Negative gearing concessions have done little to boost new housing supply, with around 83% of investor lending flowing into existing homes rather than into new construction, into existing homes. By limiting negative gearing incentives to new housing, we're making sure that tax concessions support the construction of additional homes, of new homes, rather than simply driving competition for existing stock. It means that investment is still supported, but those incentives will help build the homes that Australia needs. That's a fairer approach. That's good economic management. That's a smarter approach. These reforms are about building a stronger country, a fairer Australia, and a more sustainable economy. They sit alongside our efforts to boost housing supply, reducing barriers to construction, and helping more Australians, particularly young Australians, achieve the dream of home ownership. Because real economic management is not about avoiding difficult decisions, it's not about blaming others, it's not about mugs, it's about good economic management. It's about taking the difficult decisions. It's about supporting Australians in communities like mine and right around the country. It means tackling challenges, not pretending they don't exist. It means delivering change, not making excuses. And it means delivering real outcomes, not delaying decisions. Deputy Speaker, it means delivering an economy where hard work is rewarded, where opportunity is shared, and where every Australian, wherever they live, whatever their postcode, has a chance to get ahead. That is what this government is doing. That is what Labor governments do. That is what responsible economic management looks like, and that is exactly what the Albanese Labor government will continue to deliver. And I'll finish, Deputy Speaker, with Dorothy from Glenning Valley in my electorate, who wrote to me, and this is what she said. She said, "It has always been Labor governments who see this country through its roughest times, and provide protections for those that need it most, while building the foundations for all social benefits." That is what our government is doing. That is good economic management.
Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This matter of public importance debate is the government's toxic taxes and economic mismanagement making life harder for everyday Australians. And it's brought to you by the member for Page, who represents a regional electorate. And like anybody who represents a regional electorate, they would know just how tough country people are doing it at the moment, but not just in the regions, right across this wide brown land. Now, I happen to like the member for Dave Bell, and she is the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, She is the Assistant Minister for Rural and Regional Health. They are very important portfolio areas, and I do genuinely wish her every success. But unfortunately, and not her fault by the way, but one of the very first things that this Labor government did was change the distribution priority areas for doctors. And that led to a departure of many of our fine general practitioners to the coast and to other peri-urban areas where they had plenty of doctors. And unfortunately, that has led to a rural health crisis. But unlike the Speaker previous, real wages are falling, and they are. They genuinely are. People have less money in their pockets now to spend on, less disposable income than before this really tawdry government came into office in May 2022. And you only have to look at policies such as the widow's tax, which is just cruel and it's unnecessary. The private health care rebate being axed for over 65s. And then, of course, you have the algorithms determining aged care assessments for older Australians. What is it about this government that it has against aged Australians? People who have paid their taxes, people who have done so much to make this country what it is today. And we've got a government that says it cares, that is turning its back on older Australians. And it's not right, and it's not fair, and it has to change. And then, of course, we've had 15 interest rate rises, as was told to us today by the Leader of the Opposition in question time. $29,000 more mortgage holders have to find each year to pay off their mortgages than they did prior to this Labor government coming to office. Now again, where is the equity of that? Now tonight is census night, and I have a bit of experience with these census, these census days and nights. And you know, in 2016, the response rate by households was in fact 95.1%. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. But you know, 95% of households are probably now less value than what they were before the last budget. And do you know why? Because of the capital gains tax reforms that Labor said it wasn't going to do, and then, of course, on budget night, we saw the Treasurer, the member for Rankin, introduce them. And it's caused so much hardship and harm for those people wanting to put a roof over their heads, and those people who already have a roof over their heads, who invest in themselves and their futures. The government's just pulled the rug from underneath them. But don't just take my word for it. There are plenty of others who are saying precisely the same thing. And when it comes to regional Australians, we think of those farmers. And you know, in the budget, there was $191.6 million taken out of feral pest management practices. So that now means that pigs and wild dogs and rabbits and mice and anything else you care to name that are killing sheep and taking away the profits of farmers are going to be running rampant thanks to this tawdry government. And then, of course, we get to water buybacks. Now, even though we're heading towards $1 trillion worth of debt, this government found it necessary to buy $430 million more of water from irrigators, from productive use, from farming use, from food and fibre production. And what are they going to do? Flush it down the mouth of Murray. That's what this Labor government does. That's what this Labor government does. I probably don't have time to talk about the $5,000 allied health cap for our veterans. But what does Labor do? They just say, oh, we'll consult. But they should have consulted before the budget. They should have consulted with the widow's tax. They should have consulted with the Veterans Allied Health Cap. It's simply not fair. It's simply not right. But it's so typical of this Labor government that never sees a toxic tax that it doesn't want to introduce, that doesn't tell people before the budget what they're going to do and then implements it during budget.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I must say that this MPI is quite the irony from those opposite, because if you want to talk about making life for the everyday Aussie harder, look no further than yourselves, because your record on delivering practical measures to help everyday Aussies day to day is quite simply appalling. Who can forget robo-debt? I mean, I'm going to list a few of the greatest hits, but who can forget robo-debt?
Who can forget the great bulk billing freeze, 3 years, which made going to the doctor much more expensive for everyday Australians? Who can forget that wage growth literally flatlined under the Coalition? In fact, you described it as a deliberate design feature of your very poor economic management. Who can forget cuts to TAFE, when we are literally in a trade crisis now because you cut TAFE to the bone? And so when you talk about making life more difficult for everyday Aussies, you should literally look in the mirror. You also opposed our tax cuts. We've all just had a tax cut on July 1, and you voted against that tax cut. So you also opposed pay rises for minimum wage earners. You built a measly 373 social and affordable homes in your time in government, over a decade. Unbelievable. All in all, you've basically just left it up to us to help everyday Aussies with the cost of living in getting ahead. And that's exactly what we're doing. The Albanese Labor government is committed to improving life for everyday Aussies, and we are actually doing it in spades. Cheaper medicines, more bulk billing, cheaper childcare, $2,800 in tax cuts next year, 30% off batteries, pay rises for low-paid workers, 20% off HECS, free TAFE, now expanded pay prac, 6 months full paid parental leave. We know housing is a massive challenge facing Aussies, especially younger Australians and first home buyers. And we're actually listening. They've been telling us as MPs for many years that it's been getting harder and harder, and we're actually delivering some change that will help them. We've delivered the 5% deposit scheme, so first home buyers only need a 5% deposit and single parents only 2%. I think we're up to about 280,000 first home buyers who've taken advantage of that scheme. Our recent budget delivered tax reforms to make it easier for people to buy their first home by putting limits on negative gearing, which obviously supports more first home buyers entering the housing market and will increase the number of actual owner-occupiers in the housing market. We've brought the dream of home ownership back within reach, not just for investors, but for everyday Aussies. We didn't stop there. Our budget also introduced the Working Australians tax offset, an additional tax cut of up to $250 for working Australians straight back into their pockets. This is going to benefit over 13 million Australian workers, a tax cut that those opposite voted against. The tax cuts that we've introduced and the final one, the one next year, will add up to about $2,800 back into the pockets of everyday Aussies. And as well as the tax cuts, we've introduced a $1,000 instant tax deduction for workers, which will result in an average of about $200 a year for 6.2 million Aussie workers. Over this side of the House, we are very much focused on making life easier for everyday Aussies by focusing on measures to ease the cost of living pressures. We have demonstrated that over and over and over again. And I just keep on repeating: 20% off HECS, cheaper childcare, cheaper medicines, more Medicare. This is what making life easier for Aussies actually looks like.
Yeah. Member for Dawson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, Australians are living in a Labor-created cost of living crisis, and those opposite congratulating themselves about that the RBA Governor held the rates today. But the reality of it is, under those opposites' watch, the rates have increased, interest rates, 15 times. And during the break, when a lot of people were sunning themselves and doing whatever they were doing, travelling overseas. I spent the time in the electorate and I was speaking to my people, and I was at pop-up offices and coffee catch-ups and markets, and you were doing the same. That's excellent. Well done. It's good to see you travelling, not travelling. Very, sorry.
Let's stop the interjection. Let's stop taking the interjections.
Oh, thank you very much. So, under those opposite, the interest rates have been way too high for way too long. Inflation has been high. The current rate of inflation is 3.8%. The target rate is 2.3%. Labor has lost control of the budget and they've lost control of the whole of the economy. The Prime Minister needs to, rather than spending all the Australians' money, needs to be spending some time pulling his treasure into gear, rather than making crude comments about Kylie Minogue and crude gestures about the Prime Minister of Japan. The Prime Minister is making everyday Australians' life harder with his toxic taxes and economic mismanagement. And now he's demeaning women. So I asked the Prime Minister, apologise to the Prime Minister of Japan, apologise to Kylie Minogue, and apologise to all the women of Australia. And while he's at it, the Prime Minister should also apologise to all Australians, because under Labor, Australians have experienced the biggest collapse of living standards in the developed world. And folks, it's going to get worse, because this budget, high taxing, it's actually the highest tax take of a budget ever. High spending, it's Labor's way. And this is then pouring petrol on the inflation fire. And what happens with inflation? When you have inflation, your borrowing power, every bit of money that you earn, you can then be able to, you can't afford to buy as much. It's that simple. And those opposite are also going to drive the debt over $1 trillion. In this budget, we've seen broken promises on negative gearing, capital gains tax, trusts, and more toxic taxes added. But the Prime Minister never took these to the election. I've never seen anything that Labor's not happy to tax. They're happy to tax everything from the cradle to the grave. And why? Because of their insatiable appetite to spend. And Deputy Speaker, another crushing blow to all the young people is thousands of young Australians were actively enticed to buying their first home under the federal 5% deposit scheme, taking on 95% of debt.
They're underwater now.
Young couples across the communities stretched every single dollar they could get their foot on the property ladder, trusting this government was offering them a genuine leg up to home ownership. They signed contracts and took on heavy bank loans in good faith, believing that the market would remain stable and their hard-earned deposit was safe. But after encouraging these young buyers to max out their debt, Labor whacked them with toxic taxes on housing and investment, crashing entry-level valuations and trapping first homeowners into negative equity. But Labor's suite of toxic taxes doesn't stop there. It's a direct assault on aspiration, locking young Australians out of the exact same financial opportunities that were afforded to older Australians, whacking heavy new taxes on housing, on savings investment and family small businesses, making it almost impossible for young people to build long-term wealth, to buy a home or to start local businesses. Instead of rewarding hard work and supporting ambition, Labor is penalising and effectively pulling up the ladder for every Australian. The Coalition have a plan to fix the economy and protect our way of life.
Has the call.
Deputy Speaker, Labor is helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn, while the Liberals' record tells us they would leave people behind. The opposition's criticisms are a hollow political attack from a desperate party that wants Australians to forget their record. When the Liberals were last in government, they kept wages low as a deliberate design feature of their economic policy. They left Medicare under pressure, failed to deliver serious relief for families and presided over years of cost of living strain without a plan for everyday working people. Now, from opposition, they are again trying to talk down the economy and talk down the support going to everyday Australians. Labor's reforms are about helping workers keep more of what they earn, supporting young people to buy their first home and making the tax system fairer. Only Labor will deliver higher wages. Labor has backed pay rises for workers every year since coming to government. Since 2022, the minimum wage has gone up by more than $9,000 a year. This year, almost 2.7 million Australians on the minimum wage or modern award wages are receiving another pay rise backed by this Labor government. And it matters in electorates like my own. It means more money in the pockets of cleaners, retail workers, hospitality workers, carers and people doing essential jobs right across Braddon. Labor believes people who work hard should be able to get ahead. Every taxpayer is better off under Labor. Labor is delivering tax cuts for every taxpayer. For the average worker, that means around $2,800 more in their pocket each year. Labor's first tax cut began on the 1st of July 2024, a second cut was introduced in July 2026 and another will be introduced from July 2027. Workers will also be able to claim a $1,000 instant tax deduction without receipts from the 2027 tax year. And from the 2028 tax year, the new Working Australians tax offset will deliver a permanent $250 cut to workers' tax bills. Note to those opposite, this is what helping people keep more of what they earn actually looks like. Labor is delivering cost of living relief by strengthening Medicare and cutting the cost of medicines. In Braddon, Medicare urgent care clinics are now open in Devonport and Burnie, giving people free medical care. And there are now 19 GP practices in Braddon that bulk bill all patients. And around 95% of patients are seeing a doctor for free with the bulk billing incentive. 95%. Labor has also cut the price of prescription medicines, with most scripts now costing no more than $25 or just $7.70 for people with a Commonwealth concession card. That is practical cost of living relief for people who need it most. Those opposites should go and talk to those people who need it most. Labor is helping families, parents, young people and first home buyers. Our 5% deposit scheme is helping young people buy their first home sooner, with extra help for single parents or guardians who may be able to buy with a deposit as small as 2%. Labor is also making the tax system fairer, so first home buyers have a better chance against investors. From the 1st of July 2026, parents welcoming a new baby or adopting a child can access 26 weeks of government-backed paid parental leave, with superannuation now paid on that leave, so those people are not left behind. Family tax benefit payments are increasing too. Support payments have also gone up for young people who are studying, looking for work or caring for others. These are real measures that help people manage their budgets and plan for the future. The choice is very clear. When the opposition throws around slogans about toxic taxes and economic mismanagement, Australians should see it for what it really is: hollow criticism from a party with no plan to lift wages, no plan to strengthen Medicare, no plan to make medicines cheaper and no plan to help families keep more of what they earn. The Liberals had their chance and Australians remember that: low wages, household pressure and weaker services. Only Labor will protect everyday Australians by backing better pay, cutting taxes, strengthening Medicare and making medicines cheaper and supporting families that need it most.
The member for Durack has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the MPI moved by the member for Page. It is a fact that under Labor, Australia has experienced the worst collapse in living standards in the developed world. And it is a fact that inflation is still running out of control, well above the Reserve Bank's target band. Deputy Speaker, it is not just key economic indicators telling us that Labor's economic mismanagement is making life harder for regional Western Australians. It is those very people telling me, in their own words, in their thousands, that Labor is making life worse for them, not better. Throughout the Pilbara, during the winter recess, I heard directly from many, many regional West Australian families, mothers and grandmothers in particular, who are worried about their children's future. In every conversation I had with a mother, the same themes and concerns came up. How will my child be able to afford a home? How will they be able to build wealth? How will my child be able to afford to have children themselves? These are the concerns of everyday Australian families. They are struggling under the weight of Labor's higher taxes, high inflation and interest rates, the end of aspiration and working harder for less. We in this place must remember that we are not just making decisions for the next 3 years. We are making decisions for at least the next 30 years. Those on this side of the House, we understand this responsibility and we accept the honour of this. Our plan will fix the economy and protect our way of life for generations to come, so that our children can have the same or better opportunities to get ahead than past generations. For too long, governments of both sides have merely looked only to the next election, often creating policies merely to win votes, not to secure Australia and our future. Only the Coalition has the leadership, has the team and plan to fix our economy and to protect our way of life. Our priorities of lower taxes, cheaper power, less migration, more homes and putting Australians first is the change that our country needs. While Labor voted again for higher taxes earlier only today, we on this side, we are committed to bigger and better tax cuts every single year under our tax-back guarantee, ending Labor's thief-in-the-night inflation tax by indexing tax brackets to inflation. Let's face it, this government has failed on housing policy. Home ownership is no longer in reach and the primary concern of many parents right around the country. We have fewer homes, higher rents and confidence in the market has been smashed under this Prime Minister. As the party of aspiration and everyday Australians, the Liberal Party will put home ownership at the centre of the Australian dream again. And we do this by capping migration at the number of homes built to try and fix the 400,000 housing shortfall we have experienced under this government. Australia is simply not building enough homes. That is clear, and the situation is not going to improve while the member for Grainler is sitting in the Prime Minister's chair. Instead, I support, and I think my colleagues here on this side of the House support, a $5 billion housing infrastructure fund to help build up to 400,000 new homes. The 5% deposit scheme being reserved for Australians only, slashing red tape to cut the cost of a new home by $70,000, scrapping Labor's housing bureaucracy and repealing Labor's housing taxes. So my message to all Australians is this. This is not as good as it gets, and I'm not going to cop it, and neither should you. I'm fighting to put you first. I'm fighting to put you first, to establish a future generation fund to pay down Labor's $1 trillion of debt, because the last thing I want is for your children and your grandchildren to inherit this economic mess that has been created by those sitting opposite. And to those regional West Australians hurting under this government's economic mismanagement and those worried about their children's future, I hear you, and so do my colleagues. We know that Labor is making you poorer, not richer. The Coalition is determined to have the policies for the next election and beyond. We're going to make our country a place where dreams do come true, where owning a home is possible and where hard work and ambition is rewarded.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At a time when Australians are really under pressure, it is on the government to deliver real change, and that is what we've been focusing on. It's about delivering economic reforms that are about making Australia stronger and fairer for working Australians, making healthcare more affordable, making housing more accessible, and making our tax system more equitable. The solution to the struggles and challenges faced by the Australian people is not a return to distortionary tax settings that made housing a faraway dream for generations of Australians. Distortions that privileged investors over people looking for a roof over their head. Now, we've taken on the difficult task, not for political ease. We can all attest to that. We've done it because it's the right thing to do, because we have to think for the long term. What is right for working Australians, what is right for the country. And it's certainly not to divert investment from productive assets, from productive businesses, into existing housing, a situation that has seen the price of those houses quadruple over only a couple of decades, making the great Australian dream a nightmare for young people who knew it just wasn't for them anymore. Because we had a coalition government that spent 10 years finding every single excuse to kick the can down the road on every single challenge facing our economy and society. On energy, it's a whole lot of do nothing, a bunch of pamphlets. Then we've got the challenge of housing affordability. Nothing about that either. Let's keep those 1990s distortions that have made the system even worse. On energy, on productivity, on wages, they could not do anything to address the challenges. Why? Because they were afraid of showing a little bit of political courage. Right. They were afraid of telling their backers that things had to change because it's all too hard, because they were too busy fighting themselves rather than fighting on behalf of the Australian people to make a real difference. So we inherited a system where we had a declining energy system, where we had less reliable coal-fired power plants being increasingly relied upon, and no real pathway for a 21st century energy grid that would provide businesses and housing with the affordable energy they need. Then they have the gumption to come into this chamber and propose more of the same, more kicking the can down the road. They say sweat the coal assets. That's code for keeping prices high while we then go and adopt the single most expensive form of energy to ensure that high power prices are entrenched for the long term. It is absolutely outrageous. This government is about making a real difference to people's lives, and I see it in my own electorate of Deakin. We've seen the number of 100% bulk billing practices double. We've seen cheaper medicines save just people in my electorate about $20 million. We've seen 1,000 people in Deakin being able to get into their first home because of the support through the 5% deposit scheme. And we saw 20% student debt cut for about 20,000 residents in my electorate of Deakin. That is real cost of living relief. Right. And whenever we talk about cost of living relief, you'll never find a group more keen to oppose them than the Liberal Party. They'll come here and express outrage, but they'll never back real cost of living relief. They've never met a wage increase that they agree with, because we know that wage suppression, keeping wages low, was a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture for 9 years. Right. So they oppose cost of living relief, they oppose higher wages, which means that Australians are paying more, earning less every single time. And those structural challenges simply continue to go unaddressed because it was all too hard. This is just a repeat of history. I remember the last time the coalition started holding up blue pamphlets with slogans in them. They said, oh, we'll get rid of the debt. They got into office and doubled it before COVID. They had the little action contract they signed. So we're going to end the waste and we're going to reduce, or we're going to pay back the debt. They did neither, because they're not willing to do the hard work. They're not willing to bring about the real change that our society and our economy need to actually change Australian people's lives for the better. And that is a tough job. We're also making sure that Australians are set up for success in the future, assisting small business with loss carryback, with about, I think it's billions, about $3.8 billion of tax improvements for small business. We're cutting red tape as well, cutting compliance costs by about $540 million a year, making sure that productivity rises, because we know that is the key to success. It's the way we get inflation down, and it's how we ensure that Australians continue to improve living standards. But this is tough, long-term work. Right. It's not slogans. It's not simple alliteration. It's not making a speech that sounds like a really dull version of a Dr. Seuss book. You have to more than rhyme your way into prosperity. It takes real work. It takes real work and real change, and it means grasping the nettle, doing the hard stuff, and really keeping an eye and the focus on making sure that the lives of Australian people continues to improve over time, taking on the challenges of our day and setting ourselves up for success.
Member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. Somewhere tonight, a family will sit down at the kitchen table with the bank statements and work out what they will go without this month. This is the reality under this government. Nothing the Reserve Bank did this afternoon changes that. A rate hold is not relief. The Reserve Bank has shown once again it has no confidence in this government, holding interest rates at a 15-year high. 16 rate rises later, Australian families are paying the price. Synonymous with Labor governments, those opposite have lost control of the economy. They have run out of money and they are coming after yours. This is felt harder in regional South Australia than almost anywhere else. Every loaf of bread, every litre of diesel carries the cost of the road it travelled on. All Australians are paying for this government's incompetence, and they've had enough. Unlike the Coalition, it is clear those opposite have no plan to fix the economy. Last year, the Prime Minister and Treasurer proudly declared that, quote, we had turned the corner on the battle against inflation. Well, if that was a corner, it's the longest corner in living memory. Inflation is still at 3.8%, way above the Reserve Bank's target and still at a 15-year high. The only thing that has turned is the story from the Labor Party. Australians have been hit with 16 rate rises under this government, the most recent in May, and not one came off today. That is what happens when a government spends too much and loses control of the economy. Since Labor was elected, Australians have had the biggest fall in living standards in the developed world. The budget is now forecast to be in deficit for a decade, and debt is about to pass $1 trillion. Because Labor cannot manage money, they can't run an economy, the only thing they know how to do is tax, and they're taxing everything. Labor's toxic taxes are an assault on aspiration. A young Australian gets ahead by buying a house, putting away money, investing it, or starting a business. Well, Labor is taxing every single one of them. Then there is the widow tax. Labor failed a simple test when the Parliament last sat. They had the chance to scrap it, and they voted to keep it. This is a tax that hits Australians at the worst possible time. Those opposite created the mess. They were warned about it, and they voted against fixing it. If the government agrees the widow tax is wrong, then there is no excuse for delay. Scrap this screw tax and scrap it now. On housing, Labor has delivered a trifecta of failures: fewer homes, higher rents, and confidence in the market smashed. Labor's own budget forecasts that this tax changes will mean 35,000 fewer homes. And this country is still building 30,000 fewer homes a year than when the Coalition was last in office. This is basic supply and demand economics. Those opposite haven't heard of it. Tax something and you get less of it. There is your first lesson. The Coalition has a plan. We will lower taxes by axing every one of Labor's toxic taxes and introducing a tax-back guarantee. We will deliver cheaper power by scrapping net zero and making this country an energy superpower like it was in the past. Not only will we cap migration to housing supply, but we will build more homes. We will put Australians first, establish a Future Generations Fund, pay down the debt and deliver the nation-building infrastructure our regions have waited on for years. Australians aren't asking for much. They are asking for a government that can manage money so their living standards can be restored. The choice at the next election will be clear. A coalition government with a plan to fix the economy, restore our living standards and protect our way of life. Or a Labor government that has failed this country at every corner.
And the member for Whitlam has a call.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I talk about how the Albanese government is managing the economy, let's consider the economic record we inherited from the coalition in 2022. For almost 9 years, the coalition claimed to be the party of responsible economic management. Yet, when the coalition left office, they had failed to deliver a single final budget surplus during its entire 9 years in government. Then, straight after ousting the coalition, in the 2022-2023 financial year, the Albanese government delivered a $22.1 billion surplus, the first budget surplus in 15 years. Under Labor, Australia's debt is almost $200 billion lower than what we inherited. Speaker, that is what strong economic management looks like. Labor is building a stronger, fairer and more secure future for Australia. We are tackling major structural challenges, like our housing crisis, head-on. We are taking a responsible approach to managing the economy while investing in the areas Australia needs most. Speaker, we are reducing the tax burden for over 13 million workers and supporting 75,000 more Australians into the housing market. Our government has focused on finding savings and reducing waste rather than simply increasing taxes or cutting essential services, which tends to be the basic approach of those opposite. The reality is that those opposite have no alternative vision or credible policy on anything, which is precisely why the Australian people have lost confidence in them. Responsible economic management means making sure taxpayers' money is being used where it can have the greatest benefit. A strong economy should improve the lives of ordinary Australians. That is why our government has introduced a range of cost of living measures. These include tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, cheaper medicines, and an expansion of free healthcare available in communities all over Australia. Our government's tax cuts have been designed to provide ongoing relief rather than being a temporary payment. This means millions of Australians can keep more of what they earn and use it to support their families, pay bills, or spend their money in local businesses. Another major strength of our government's economic strategy is our investment in Australia's future industries. Through our Future Made in Australia agenda, the government is investing in renewable energy, critical minerals, clean manufacturing and other emerging industries. We are doing this because Australia has enormous opportunity. We have some of the world's best renewable energy resources and huge reserves of critical minerals that are essential for batteries, electric vehicles, renewable technologies and modern manufacturing. This means more Australian jobs, more investment and potentially more export opportunities. Our government is also investing heavily in infrastructure. Major investments in roads, rail, housing, energy and regional infrastructure help create jobs in the short term while improving Australia's productivity in the long term. Our government is also investing in skills and education. Programs such as Free TAFE are helping Australians gain qualifications in areas where our economy needs workers. This is an important economic investment because Australia's future prosperity depends on having a highly skilled workforce. The Albanese government has also taken action to strengthen wages. Since coming to government, we have backed higher wages for nearly 3 million of Australia's lowest paid workers every year, something those opposite would never do. Labor has also delivered the lowest average unemployment rate of any Australian government in half a century. Labor understands that we need to invest, plan and prepare for Australia's future. We are focused not only on the here and now, but also on what Australia will look like in 10, 20 or 30 years. And that's why we're investing in clean energy, infrastructure,
education, housing, skills, and Australian manufacturing, because these are the foundations of a modern and competitive economy. We're investing in a fairer Australia and in Australia's future. Speaker, we live in the best country in the world, and Australia has enormous economic potential. And that's why we want our economic growth to be shared by all Australians, both now and into the future. Thank you.
And this discussion has now concluded. I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the following reports. Advisory report on the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2026 and review of the listing of White Australia as a prohibited hate group under the Criminal Code. And I seek leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with these reports.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Member
Thank the
Fisher.
Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise today to present a report on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for its review of the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2026. The bill seeks to strengthen Australia's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing framework by addressing emerging financial crime risks, updating the definition of terrorism financing, and making a range of technical amendments identified through implementation of the 2024 reforms. The inquiry considered how Australia's legislative framework can remain responsive to rapidly changing technologies, payment systems and criminal methodologies. The committee received 19 submissions and heard evidence from government agencies, industry representatives, legal experts and civil society organisations. The committee found broad support for the objectives of the bill. Submitters recognised the serious harm caused by money laundering, terrorism financing, organised crime, scams and other forms of financial abuse, and acknowledged the importance of ensuring Australia's regulatory framework remains fit for purpose. A central feature of the bill is the creation of a new power to restrict or prohibit the use of products, services, deliveries, channels or other mechanisms that cause significant harm to Australia's financial system or community. The committee concluded that this proposal addresses a genuine gap in the existing framework, particularly where risks arise across an entire sector or mechanism rather than from the conduct of a specific entity. However, the committee also considered evidence regarding the breadth and significance of the proposed power. To strengthen public confidence and accountability, the committee recommended that this power be exercised by the responsible minister, acting on advice from the Chief Executive Officer of AUSTRAC. The committee considers this approach appropriately balances responsiveness to emerging threats with ministerial oversight of major regulatory interventions. The committee also recommended greater transparency regarding consultation processes undertaken before any restriction or prohibition is imposed, including publication of submissions, consultation activities and AUSTRAC's response to issues raised. The inquiry paid particular attention to evidence concerning cryptocurrency, automated teller machines, commonly known as crypto ATMs. While evidence differed regarding the scale of the risks involved, the committee concluded that crypto ATMs can contribute to significant harm, affecting scam victims and increased money laundering and terrorism financing risks. Accordingly, the committee recommended that the minister, in consultation with AUSTRAC, consider as a matter of priority whether restrictions or prohibitions on crypto ATMs are warranted in the public interest. The committee also supports amendments updating the definition of terrorism financing to ensure alignment with Australia's broader counter-terrorism and sanctions frameworks and to reflect more contemporary threat environments. Beyond the bill itself, the committee identified broader issues relating to financial system resilience and traceability. In particular, the committee examined evidence concerning the continued operation of the Bulk Electronic Clearing System, or BECS. The committee recommended that AUSTRAC, the Reserve Bank of Australia and industry stakeholders undertake further assessment of the money laundering and terrorism financing risks associated with legacy payments infrastructure and report back to the committee on progress. Recognising the substantial compliance obligations that have recently commenced under the Tranche 2 reforms, the committee also recommended delaying commencement of new obligations arising from this bill until 1 July 2027. This would allow affected entities adequate time to develop systems, processes and compliance arrangements while supporting stronger long-term implementation outcomes. Ultimately, the committee recommended that, subject to the recommendations contained in the report, the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Financing Amendment Bill 2026 be passed by the Parliament. I thank the Chair, Senator Ciccone, committee members, the Secretariat and all those who contributed to the inquiry through submissions and evidence at the public hearing. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I commend that report to the House, and I also have a report on the second report, and I present the committee's report on its review of the listing of White Australia as a prohibited hate group under the Criminal Code. This review was conducted under section 114A.9 of the Criminal Code, Act 1995, following the making of regulations in May 2026, specifying White Australia as a prohibited hate group. This was the second use of the prohibited hate group framework established by the Parliament earlier this year, and the committee approached its task conscious of both the seriousness of the listing power and the need to ensure that the statutory safeguards enacted by Parliament were properly applied. The committee carefully examined the material provided by the government, including a detailed statement of reasons, and considered submissions from a range of stakeholders expressing strongly held and at times divergent views. The committee also held an in-camera hearing to test the evidence and satisfy itself that the legislative criteria for listing had been met and that the process followed was consistent with the requirements of the Act. Having regard to all of the evidence before it, the committee is satisfied that White Australia meets the legislative criteria for listing as a prohibited hate group and that the listing has been properly made. In particular, the committee accepts that White Australia has engaged in conduct constituting hate crimes, including using propaganda to incite hatred against minority and migrant communities and attacking a First Nations protest camp. The committee is satisfied that the listing is reasonably necessary to protect the Australian community from social, economic, psychological and physical harm. Accordingly, the committee supports the listing of White Australia as a prohibited hate group under the Criminal Code and finds no reason to disallow the legislative instrument. I commend the report to the House.
Thank you. And I have received messages from the Senate. Firstly, returning the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill of 2025 and informing the House that the Senate does not insist on its amendments disagreed to by the House. Secondly, returning the following bills without amendment: Competition and Consumer Amendment Unfair Trading Practices Bill of 2026 and Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Legislation Amendment Bill of 2026. Thirdly, informing the House of the appointment of senators as members and participating members of certain committees. And fourth, informing the House that the Senate concurs with the 3 resolutions of the House relating to A, the variation of appointment of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence, and C, the resolution of appointment of the Joint Select Committee on the Centenary of Parliament in Canberra. I do not propose to read these messages, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I have received messages from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to several bills. I do not propose to read the titles, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. I have to report to the House that on the 3rd and 6th of July 2026, I received advice from the Chief Government Whip and the Chief Opposition Whip nominating changes in the membership of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Trade. In accordance with Standing Order 229B, as the House was not expected to sit for several weeks, the discharges became effective on those dates. I now call the Minister to move a motion to resolve the membership of the committee. Give the call to the Minister.
I ask Leader of the House to move a motion to discharge members from the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Minister.
I move that Mr Gosling, Mr Lim, Mr McCormack, Ms Templeman, Mr Wallace and Mr Zapier be discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Trade.
I'll put the question to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I've received a letter from the Honourable Member for Herbert resigning from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. I've received advice from the Honourable Prime Minister nominating a member to be a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and I give the call to the Minister.
I ask Leader of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a member to serve on the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Intelligence and Security.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Minister.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Intelligence Service Act 2001, Mr Ted O'Brien be appointed a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security.
I'll put the question to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicines Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill of 2026. There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicines Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026 and the related Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026, and I move the second reading amendment circulated in my name. At its heart, this bill is about one thing: knowing sooner when a medicine is about to run short. It does a few sensible things to get there. It requires the pharmaceutical companies who supply our medicines to give at least 12 months' notice before they permanently stop supplying one, or as soon as they practically can. It requires them to keep the Secretary updated if that plan changes, and it lets the Secretary ask any supplier whether their product is available, running short or being discontinued. It keeps the medicines watch list, the list of medicines whose shortage would hit hardest, current and up to date. The bill makes a second change as well, a more technical one. Right now, biologic medicines, things like hormones and immune treatments, which are made from living cells, are registered one by one, even when they are all but identical. A different bottle size means a separate listing. A different pack means more paperwork. This bill lets very similar biologics from the same maker sit under a single listing, the same way we already treat ordinary medicines and medical devices. And the companion charges bill simply sets the fees that go with those group listings. It is a common sense change. It cuts duplication and it cuts cost and red tape for the sector. The bill does one more thing. It writes into primary law the power for authorised officers to enter and inspect clinical trial sites to make sure the goods used in those trials are safe for the patients taking part. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will not oppose this bill in the House. The Senate has referred it to the Community Affairs Legislation Committee. That is the right place to test the detail and to hear from people this affects. And we reserve our position on any amendments until that inquiry work has been done. Because here is the truth at the centre of this bill. Earlier warning is welcome, but a warning is not a solution. This bill will tell a patient sooner that their medicine is about to disappear. It does nothing to stop it disappearing in the first place. That's the problem this parliament should be reaching for and asking questions about and investigating deeper. Australia imports around 90% of the medicines we depend on. We make up barely 2% of the global market. So when a factory overseas has a problem or a shipment is delayed or supply is rerouted, we are at the very end of the queue. Right now, more than 400 medicines are listed as being in shortage on the TGA's database. Dozens of them are critical, and the warning system we already have is not reaching the people who need it. An RAC GP News GP poll of nearly 1,500 GPs found that 73% first hear about a shortage from their own patients. From the TGA, only 2%. From the manufacturer, only 1%. The doctor is often the last to know. Since shortage reporting became mandatory, a reform this side of the House delivered in government, the number of substitute medicines the TGA has had to approve has more than doubled. This is not a system getting healthier, this is a system under strain, and we have seen where this ends. In 2024, our public hospitals ran critically short of IV fluids. The saline that surgery and emergency care cannot run without. Operations were delayed, patients were put at risk. The government was warned it was coming, but the National Response Group was not stood up until August 2024 after the shortage had already turned critical. And it was only in 2025 that the government announced a $40 million deal to expand manufacturing here at home. It was a welcome step, but a step taken after the horse had bolted, which under this government we see far too often. As my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Health and Aged Care, Senator Anne Ruston, said at the time, what does a future made in Australia actually mean if the Albanese government cannot even guarantee our supply of saline, which is essential to the operations in our health system? Australia can do better than lurching from one shortage to the next. We need to get ahead of this. This needs to be done with real strategy, one that builds our own capability, makes more essential medicines here at home, and sets clear targets to bring the number of shortages down. Patients depend on it, clinicians depend on it, our whole health system depends on it. And that's why I move the second reading amendment. This bill will help Australians see the next shortage coming. Our job, the job of this government, that they keep dodging, is to stop it arriving at all, because earlier warning is welcome, but a warning is not a solution, and I commend the amendment to the House.
Is the amendment seconded?
The amendment is seconded. I reserve my right.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to that the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
So the question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Minister.
I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Farrer making a statement immediately, and that the member speak without limitation of time.
Is leave granted?
Leave's granted.
Oh, my apologies. So I will put the question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And before I call the honourable member for Farrer, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to him all of the usual courtesies.
I give the call to the honourable member for Farrer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today deeply conscious of the honour of representing the people of Farrer in this parliament. And I rise with a simple belief. We all live within and across 3 generations. We inherit the Australia built by those who came before us. We enjoy the product of their toil, courage, enterprise and sacrifice. We're custodians of that inheritance for a short period of time. We carry an obligation to leave something stronger for those who follow. That obligation, between generations, is at the heart of why I'm here. Because ultimately, the measure of this parliament will not be the announcements we make, the arguments we win, or the headlines we generate. It will be this: did we leave Australia stronger than we found it? Mr. Speaker, I'm a fortunate man. I was born into an exceptional, loving, hard-working family, raised among siblings, cousins, neighbours, sporting teams, and, as every Australian child should have, a black and tan Kelpie named Buster. My father, Keith, was the son of a First World War light horseman and ultimately an orchardist. Dad served as a naval seaman during the Second World War before building his life in agribusiness. My mother, Patsy, born in Sydney, raised in Narrandera, one of 3 daughters of an agribusiness entrepreneur and service provider, an extraordinary mother, a grandmother and a great-grandmother. My mum is here today. 98 years young, she's lived through the government of 23 Australian Prime Ministers, and today, somewhat improbably, she has one politician in the family. Mum, thank you. You are now a part of Farah's political history as well. I grew up in Narrandera, in a community where people understood that belonging brought you responsibilities as well as privileges. I was skilled sitting in a classroom full of excitement, aspirations, seated alongside Australian Indigenous and new Australians from all reaches of the globe. Language, skin colour or lunchbox content didn't discriminate in the classrooms, the sports fields or the school holidays. It moulded us all into a proud, contributing Australians that we are today. Football ruled winter. Cricket, tennis and water sports occupied summer. But sports taught us something greater than how to win. Henry Matheson, the local butcher, trained and mentored young generations of people in Australian rules. Tommy Lee, who arrived in Australia as a teenage refugee from Germany after World War II, championed the rugby league teams. Unique men, different men, from different origins, from different faiths, training us in different codes, but the same lesson: know your position, do your job, back your teammates, accept accountability and responsibility for the result. Accountability and responsibility, these 2 words are embedded in my life. I believe they belong at the centre of public life as well. My father, Dad, ran his business and our household something approaching naval precision. Preparing for school was an evening operation. Boots cleaned, kit packed, everything organised before dinner. And dinner was at 7 o'clock. Not 6:55 or not 7:05, it was 7 o'clock, with approximately 15 seconds of elasticity either side. But Dad taught me more than discipline. He was a people person, a friend of the farmers and a provider of emerging agricultural technologies, equipment, fertilisers and working capital, transforming and assisting Australian agriculture. Some of my greatest education came travelling with him through the Riverina, walking and inspecting crops, sitting around father's kitchen tables and standing in machinery sheds, listening to discussions covering seasonal conditions, commodity price, sports and politics. At the age of 14, Dad gifted me a book, George Orwell's Animal Farm. That left a lasting impression for me that has never faded. It taught me early to question power, to question orthodoxy, and to understand that noble language does not always guarantee noble outcomes. At 17, I left home to Jackaroo at Bunnock in the New South Wales Riverina with F.S. Faulkner and Sons. Before I boarded the train, Keith, or Dad, passed to me a framed copy of Rudyard Kipling's 1910 poem, If. And he told me, he said, keep it close. There'll be times in life when you need it. He was right. I still have it within reach, positioned opposite Theodore Roosevelt's speech, Man in the Arena. And Keith was definitely right, because there are times in life where reading it gives you personal or emotional perspective to soul. And as I boarded that train that day, a young woman came running down the station platform to wish me goodbye and good luck. That 17-year-old young woman is here today. That's my partner, Janice. Thank you. Life has remarkable ways of completing circles. Long Long days, cold winters, hot summers, sheep, cattle, horses, bushfires, landmarking, cattle branding, football, polo cross, B&S balls, and occasionally the Conago pub. That was our jackarooing life. There were 12 competing for the opportunity and career. Nobody owed you promotion. You earned it. Success was achieved beyond hard work. Being interested, being polite, being equitable, being presentable, being there in present, commitment, being curious and being there for the team, knowing the job at hand and accepting responsibility and accountability for the outcome of that job. Among the owners of FS Faulkner & Sons were Rupert Murdoch and his lieutenant Ken Cowley, and both remained generous mentors to me long after I left their employment. From there, life took my young family northwest to northwest New South Wales. With a family of two, wife Deborah and daughter Emma, we were introduced to the challenges of northwest New South Wales, Collymungle Station. Daughters Kate and Sarah completed our family and were educated amongst the realities of Mother Nature's leverage over Australian agriculture. They are here today with me as well, and their next generation. Magnus, Archer, Wilhelmina, Charlie, Matilda, Jock and Primrose, my grandchildren. They are not incidental to what I say today. They are the reason for it. Building something was something unique. At Collymungle Station, at the confluence of the Barwon and the Guida Rivers, I became a part of an extraordinary period of Australian agricultural development. What began as a 62-hectare crop of cotton in 1982 grew into an enterprise cultivating tens of thousands of hectares, operating major cotton ginning facilities, warehousing facilities and logistics infrastructure, and marketing Australian cotton to the international markets. Collie Cotton became a recognisable force in the global quality cotton markets, and an annual case study at the Harvard Business School was taught under the tutelage of Professor Ray Goldberg, the father of modern agribusiness learning. It taught me what productive capital can achieve when people, soil, water, technology, finance and markets are brought together. It also taught me that the wealth is not created by government decree. I had the privilege of working alongside some remarkable people. Derek and Sam Shaw, Brian Falloon, Jeff Dewar, Laurie Willett and Ken Webb. And then two absolute unique men, Eugene Allison Rowlands, or Bucky as we called him, and Phil Beale. They were great men. They were my lieutenants on the right and my lieutenants on the right and on the left. I later moved to California to lead Calcott, a large but financially challenged farmers-owned cotton cooperative operating across California, Arizona and South Texas. That experience brought me into direct contact with American agricultural policy, Washington, farm programs, commodity finance, Teamsters unions, international trade and California's never-ending contest for water. And it reinforced another lesson. Government policy is never theoretical to the people who must live within the consequences. A regulation in an office can change a business. A ministerial decision can change an industry. And poor policy legislated can damage a community for generations or eventually collapse a nation. But when government gets it wrong, that lesson came painfully home clear when I returned to Australia to lead the Australian Agricultural Company, AOCO. AOCO brought responsibilities on an enormous scale: land, livestock, employees, families, communities spread across Northern Australia. And at the core of that agriculture is uncertainty. Drought is real, flood is real, markets rise and fall, and Mother Nature just does not negotiate. But what industries should reasonably expect, however, is that government decisions affecting their survival are deliberate, evidence-based and conscious of consequences. The suspension of the live cattle trade into Indonesia demonstrated what happens when policy is made at speed without adequately understanding the chain of consequences. The damage didn't stop at the farm gate. It travelled through businesses, transport operators, air operators, Indigenous enterprises and communities, employees, families, through the lenders, holiday makers in Bali, boarding schools and regional towns. Domestic cattle markets collapsed from Roma in Queensland through to Dubbo, down to Wodonga and right down to Paurana in Tasmania, writing off hundreds of millions of dollars in the value of the cotton, in the value of the herd, all within one trading day. Relationships painstakingly built with Indonesia were damaged, and Australia learned an important lesson. Good intentions are not enough. Government must ask the next question and the question after that. What happens tomorrow? Who carries the cost? What are the unintended consequences? And what happens if we're wrong? And how do we manage failure? That is not weakness in leadership, that is the discipline of leadership. Eventually I returned to Narendra, my hometown, on the banks of the Murrumbidgee River, at the gateway to the Murrumbidgee irrigation area. And I returned to find communities across the Murray-Darling Basin struggling with another enormous experiment in public policy. Many today would say the 2007 Water Act and its birth child, the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, is a failing, expensive ideology, a set of political, economic and social doctrines that can't sustain a functioning society or deliver on its core promise when put to the real-world practice or the next round of severe droughts. It leads to chronic systematic crises, economic collapse, widespread human suffering, causing society to ultimately and eventually reject or abandon the system. Mr. Speaker, I support healthy rivers, healthy wetlands and environmental stewardship. Anyone who has spent a lifetime on the land understands that productive agriculture ultimately depends upon healthy natural systems. But stewardship and productivity are not enemies. The environmental policy cannot be considered in isolation from food production, regional communities, natural resilience and human well-being. Australia needs the courage to examine the Murray-Darling Plain objectively, not ideology, not defensively, and not on the assumption that because the government has spent billions and billions of dollars and everything underlying model and decision must therefore be correct. We must ask, what has worked? What has failed? What environmental outcomes have we actually achieved? What economic capacity has been lost? What has happened to regional communities? What has happened to food processing capacities? And how much water is required to secure 40 million people by 2050? But more importantly, is the Australian food chain prepared for the next great Australian drought? Because the greatest test of Australian water policy will not occur during a wet cycle. It will come when the dams empty, the rivers contract, and 30 or 40, depending on what time, millions of Australians will be expecting affordable food on supermarket shelves. Water policy, therefore, is not simply environmental policy. Water policy is food policy and national food security. It's regional policy, it's economic policy, and unquestionably, it's national sovereignty policy. I want Australia to undertake a serious assessment of how we manage this sovereign resource. International agreements deserve respect, but Australian governments must never outsource their fundamental responsibilities to protect Australia's national interest first. When we've particularly done that with our 2007 Water Act and our Murray-Darling Basin Plan. We should determine first what is necessary for Australia's sustainable environments, national food security, communities and sovereign resilience, and ensure any international obligation serves Australia first. Australia must remain master of its own destiny. Mr. Speaker, there are other reasons for this to matter. Most Australians today have enjoyed an extraordinary period of relative security and prosperity under what was often described as the Pax Americana era. We built businesses within it, we traded and travelled with confidence, we expected global supply chains would function, we assumed shipping lanes would remain open, we assumed energy, fertiliser, medicines, technology and manufactured goods would remain available. These assumptions can be no longer taken for granted. The world has become more fragmented, more transactional, more technologically competitive and more multipolar. Artificial intelligence, semiconductors, energy, critical minerals, food, shipping routes, supply chains are becoming instruments of strategic power. Australia cannot be blind, deaf, arrogant or naive about that change. A sovereign nation must possess the productive capacity to withstand shocks and to survive on its own. That means baseload energy security and global competitive pricing of that energy. That means food security, water security, fuel security, agricultural input security, defence capacity, skills, manufacturing, critical infrastructure and financial resilience. Sovereignty is more than flying a flag above Parliament House. Sovereignty is capacity. It's the capacity to feed ourselves, power ourselves, finance ourselves, defend ourselves, and make decisions for us, Australia. And that brings me down to national debt. Australia's governments collectively carry an enormous debt burden. Collectively, it's pushing $1.6 trillion. But debt in itself is not immoral. Used intelligently, debt can build productive assets that serve Australians for generations. Our forefathers borrowed to build infrastructure because they understood that productive assets could strengthen the nation. Our forefathers repaid their borrowings and from the benefits and the surpluses that the infrastructure produced. This issue is simply not whether governments borrow. The issue is what did we spend, where did we spend, and what did we spend the money on? Every major debt-funded capital project should therefore face basic disciplines similar to every competent business. What is the objective? What is the return? The timetable? The budget? Who is accountable? And what happens when it faults or fails? Australia should demand a greater accountability for major public investments. Because debt is not free money. Interest and principal must be paid. And if not, somebody inherits that liability. There's an old Yiddish proverb that's very relevant. Interest on debt grows without rain. And for those who have lived through drought, understand the wisdom of that sentence. Mr. Speaker, Australia has enjoyed one of the greatest commodity booms in history. And let's not forget that it wasn't so far away that we rode on the sheep's back. Iron ore, coal, gas, agricultural, minerals, critical minerals, global demand for the resources right beneath our feet has generated extraordinary national wealth. Future Australians are entitled to ask, what did you do with it? What productive assets did you build? What debt did you retire? What infrastructure did you leave? What industries did you strengthen? And what resilience did you create? All questions my generation must be prepared to answer. Mr. Speaker, the Australian government is not a corporation. The Commonwealth government is not a private or for-profit corporation. We're a sovereign, independent, democratic nation with the constitutional monarchy. Citizens are not shareholders, and Australia is certainly more than a balance sheet. This government exists to serve Australia, to create the framework of enabling prosperity. There are disciplines from successful enterprise that government should never fear. Competence, accountability, productivity, capital discipline, measurement, delivery and responsibility for results. Australia possesses extraordinary and many natural advantages, including capital and, more importantly, democratic institutions. And above all, we've invited talent from every corner of the world who choose to call this nation home and become contributing Australians. Our national generosity and kindness and humanity has offered opportunity of new life to those who have been discriminated and persecuted against. That same generosity and kindness must be guarded and respected as we open our welcoming doors. There are those who arrive onto our shores who want change and expect that change must be us and not them. We must with expediency and with minimal cost, remove those who want to bring harm and disrespect this great nation of ours. Our problem is not the shortage of national assets. Our challenge is to have the courage and the competence to use them wisely. Mr. Speaker, we are temporary custodians. My generation is moving through the later chapters of its contributing life. Behind us are the millennial generations of X, Y and Z, then the Alpha, then the Beta generations. They will inherit whatever we leave behind. And I return to the question which I began. Will they inherit an Australia stronger than we inherited? Will they be able to afford to own a home, passing it to the next generation without losing it to death taxes? To raise a family, to build a business, to afford food and energy, to find meaningful work and to live securely? Will they inherit functioning infrastructure and productive industries, or merely a massive debt incurred while we were talking about building them? These questions transcend beyond party politics. They belong to every member in this House. And Australia does not need smaller ambition. It needs greater ambitions and aspirational, visionary future. But ambitions must be accompanied by discipline. We need a government culture prepared to confront difficult problems and not postpone them. A culture prepared to be able to distinguish between investment and expenditure. Be prepared to defend productive capacity, to reward enterprises, to demand accountability, and prepared to say when something is not working. Courageous enough to change course. Changing course when the evidence demands it is not political weakness, it's leadership. I come to the Parliament representing 126,000 square kilometres of an extraordinary section of Australia, a home to 160,000 citizens, of which 140,000 are voting age, a home to many from different lands and cultures seeking a safe life, security with the opportunity of prosperity. Farrer contains farmers, manufacturers, teachers, nurses, tradespeople, business owners, retirees, young family and established Australians and new Australians. It contains some of Australia's greatest agricultural regions. Farrer grows a cornucopia of crops. Every day of every year, a food or fibre crop is being harvested within Farrer. It contains communities that understand drought, flood, distance and adversity. It contains people, including myself, who are tired of being told that regional decline is inevitable. It is not, and I reject that premises. I campaigned on a simple commitment to Farrer: return productivity and capacity to Farrer. Those words are now my obligation. Return productivity capacity to our agricultural industries, strengthen our towns, improve our health services, develop skills, attract investment, protect and build water security, build infrastructure and create opportunity. Make regional Australia somewhere where our children choose to stay and not somewhere where they must leave. If we can demonstrate that reform in Farrer, we can demonstrate something larger. Regional Australia is not a problem for government to manage. Regional Australia is an asset for the nation to unleash. I stand here today in front of you as a member of One Nation. I represent every constituent in Farrer, for those who voted for me and those who voted against me, and for those who never dreamed of voting for me. That is democracy. Once elected, representation extends beyond the ballot box. Our national ambition should be equally as broad. Australia must remain a country where circumstances of someone's birth doesn't limit their future, where enterprise is rewarded, where work has dignity and success is respected, where those who need assistance receive it, where assistance becomes a bridge to opportunity and not a permanent architecture of or for dependence. And most importantly, we should rebuild confidence in ourselves. We are one nation of an extraordinarily fortunate people occupying an extraordinarily fortunate continent. We can manage our own destiny. Mr. Speaker, no person arrives in this chamber alone. My life has been enriched by many extraordinary people. Jeff Dewar taught me fearlessness. Laurie Willett, educated purpose and visionary presence. Bruce Parncutt, intellect and equity. My mate Eddie Jernigan taught me mateship and commodity and commerce. Nick Burton-Taylor, vision and strong moral and commercial compass. And an exceptional Australian has been a great mentor to me, Mr. Bruce McIver. And to my eldest sister, Susan. I think Susan's in the audience today. You have been my champion during turbulent times, good times. Your ears and time have been generous to me. Your eyes have kept watch on what I'm blind to, so thank you. To my former wife, Debbie, the mother of our 3 daughters, thank you for the endurance, the patience and the commitment required through those enduring years. To Emma, Kate and Sarah, and to your families, thank you. And to Janice, thank you for standing on the Narrandera Railway platform all those years ago, and for being here today as another chapter begins. And to my mother, Patsy, your presence here today is a gift beyond words. To my campaign team, volunteers and supporters across Farrer, you have achieved something euphoric and historic, so thank you. To Pauline Hanson, thank you for taking the plunge into politics way back in 1995, and thank you for your unwavering commitment and dedication to One Nation and Australia and the support to me. To my other One Nation colleagues, Senator Bell, Barnaby Joyce, Senator Roberts, Senator Winton, thank you for your trust and opportunity to serve along you. And above all, to the people of Farrer, thank you for lending me your voice. I intend to use it. Mr Speaker, I didn't come to Canberra at this stage of my life to build a political career. I've already had a career. I'm here because experience is of little value if we're unwilling to share it and put it to work. I've lived in the dust of drought. I've fought floods and experienced its devastation. I've enjoyed business success and I've learnt from business failure. Traded into and across international markets. I've been bloodied by government intervention and prospered with good policy, and I've been crippled and strangled by bad. I've seen communities prosper, and I've seen communities bearing the consequences when decision makers get it wrong. Those experiences have taught me that courage in public life doesn't mean shouting the loudest. Courage is accepting responsibility. It's asking uncomfortable questions, challenging your own side when necessary. It's listening when evidence contradicts your assumptions. It's making decisions where benefits may arrive long after the next election. And sometimes it's standing alone. We will disagree in this chamber. We should. Democracy without disagreement is despotism. But disagreement need not diminish respect. We will argue strongly, we'll question orthodoxy, and I will defend Farah relentlessly. But I will work with any member of this parliament who generally wants to leave Australia stronger than we found it, because that challenge ahead are bigger than any political party. My grandfather's generation served, my father's generation built, my generation prospered from much of what they've created. Now we must prove worthy of that inheritance. We cannot promise our children an easy world. We cannot control drought, we can't control global conflict. We cannot control every market or technology disruption, but we can control how prepared Australia is to confront them. We can build rather than consume. We can produce rather than regulate. We can invest rather than spend. And we can reform what's failing rather than defend it because change is politically difficult. We can, again, make intergenerational responsibility a central purpose of government. And when my grandchildren someday look back at this period of Australia's history, I do not want them to ask, why did they know what was happening and do nothing? I want them to say, they saw challenges, they had the courage to confront them, and they built for us. Mr Speaker, Australia has everything required to succeed on this rich continent. Our people are capable, our democracy is strong, and our opportunities remain enormous. What we require is confidence in ourselves, discipline in government, courage in leadership, and a renewed determination to build the government framework that allows this to happen. The sun may be setting on a passing global era of history, but it does not have to set on Australia. Our task is not to preserve yesterday, our task is to build tomorrow. For Farah, for our children and our grandchildren, and for generations of Australians whose names we'll never know, but whose future will be shaped by the decisions we make in this chamber. That is our watch, that is our responsibility, and that's why I'm here. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Farah. And thank you, Australia. Thank you. Very good. I didn't expect.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Biosecurity Amendment, Improving Operational Efficiency Bill 2026, Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And at the outset, I'd like to acknowledge the member for Farrer for his fine contribution, his inaugural speech here in this place, and I wish him well and every success as he seeks to represent that magnificent community in regional New South Wales. And Deputy Speaker, in relation to the bill before the chamber this afternoon, I acknowledge from the outset the opposition will support the bill that was introduced to the House of Reps in July this year by Minister Collins. And it's an important bill in some regards, Deputy Speaker, because every year millions of Australian travellers arrive and they complete a two-page piece of paper as they reach the airport, the incoming passenger card. It's a paper card that's filled out, and many of us have probably wondered why we're still using a paper card in this manner. But it provides information about any goods they may be carrying, the places they've visited, and their occupations, indicators of any potential biosecurity risk for our nation. So this bill provides for that information to also be collected through a digital Australian declaration model, Australian Travel Declaration, sitting alongside the existing paper card system. Travellers can complete the new declaration through an airline app or web form before or during their travel, and that will generate a QR code which is scanned by our biosecurity officers on arrival at their point of destination. Deputy Speaker, this system has already been piloted on select Qantas flights into Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane, and the legislation before the House this evening creates the legal basis for that digital declaration to operate alongside the system with which we're all familiar, the existing Australia Travel Declaration card. The legislation before the chamber also makes it clear that providing that information is mandatory, and there is a potential civil penalty of up to 120 penalty units for a refusal to fill in the card or the declaration form. And this mirrors the existing penalty under the section of 196 and extends existing legislation to the digital pathway rather than creating any new punishment or any new offence. Now, Deputy Speaker, I will acknowledge that this is also distinct from the much higher penalty for knowingly providing false information, which allows for a penalty of up to 600 penalty units civilly or 12 months imprisonment criminally. Those penalties already apply and are unchanged by the bill before the chamber this afternoon. The bill also introduces a notice of intention requirement before the department can refuse or impose conditions on an approved biosecurity arrangement, such as treatment, fumigation or storage facilities. This is currently just administrative practice, but the bill legislates a guaranteed right to respond before an adverse decision, providing additional powers for the government in terms of protecting our biosecurity. It also retains the paper and verbal alternatives for travellers without a suitable device to fill in the digital travel declaration. And included in the bill is a minor technical fix, removing incorrect reference in the Inspector General's information gathering power. Now, Deputy Speaker, that's the technical aspects of the bill, and I think there'll be many people who travel to Australia with very little appreciation of our agricultural sector or other industries who would receive that card as they approach their destination and say, why are we bothering with this? Now, what's this all about? What is the point of having a declaration card? And the point, Deputy Speaker, as you well know, representing your magnificent electorate and its agricultural producers, is this is about managing risk. This is about trying to stop additional incursions of invasive species and threats at our border. Because, Deputy Speaker, it is far more economically efficient to prevent an invasive species from entering Australia in the first place than it is trying to clean up the mess that occurs when we have an outbreak of an invasive species, whether it be a plant or animal species. So the Coalition does support this bill because we back a strong and a well-resourced biosecurity system and the sensible use of technology to help it run better, to provide modernisation, and providing modernisation comes at an additional strength to what we're seeking to achieve. So on the available information that the government has provided and the briefings provided to the opposition, we believe this is sensible modernisation that doesn't weaken our existing protections, and the Coalition will continue to examine and scrutinise how it rolls out to ensure that the technology is being implemented in a way which does deliver benefits for the Australian travelling public, but also for those who are exposed to the risks of biosecurity incursions. We believe that modernising the border pathway matters, and the Coalition, though, has real concerns still with what is actually happening on the ground in regional Australia today, where there are already established pests, which, quite frankly, the Labor Party has dropped the ball on keeping Australians safe and keeping our agricultural sector safe and protecting our magnificent biodiversity. Deputy Speaker, the greatest threat to biodiversity and agricultural production are the pest, weeds and pest animals which continue to impact vast areas of rural and regional Australia today. The CSIRO has found that invasive species cost Australia more than $25 billion in lost agricultural production every year, and invasive species remain the greatest risk for the extinction of native species. Now that, Deputy Speaker, is an accepted fact. Environmentalists, the CSIRO, all agree that it is invasive species which are the greatest risk to Australian biodiversity, and not climate change or any other theory that might be put forward by some of the more extreme green elements in our nation. It is invasive species which we need to control to protect our biodiversity and our agricultural sector. And as a nation, Deputy Speaker, we need more boots and less suits. That's more boots on the ground, undertaking practical environmental work, undertaking practical environmental projects like controlling invasive species through trapping, hunting, and those sorts of measures. And we need less suits making excuses for the lack of action. So at a time, Deputy Speaker, when farmers are feeling the pressure from increased input costs for fuel and fertiliser, we can't afford to add to their social and economic stress by dropping the ball on invasive species. But that's exactly what this government has done in this year's budget. Whether it's pigs, deer, feral cats, rabbits, foxes, European carp, wild dogs, fire ants or any form of pest weed, the federal government needs to be working in partnership with the states and natural resource management groups to control their combined impacts. Because, Deputy Speaker, as you know, and members on this side of the House know, the real environmentalists in Australia are the farmers. They're the trappers, they're the hunters, they're the land care and the coast care volunteers who actually get their hands dirty and undertake pest, weed and animal control work, along with revegetation and other activities to support our native species. The federal budget should have prioritised those practical efforts, should have prioritised those projects which make a difference on the ground, and should have supported the efforts of regional Australians to care for the environment while they provide the food security for our nation. But it didn't, Deputy Speaker, it didn't. $56.1 million has gone to the broader border technology program, yet this government, the Albanese government, has cut funding from the Feral Animals, Pests and Weeds program in this year's budget. As I just said, feral pigs, wild dogs, deer and other invasive species are increasing their impact across regional Australia, and we have a government cutting funding from the Feral Animals, Pests and Weeds program. One example, Deputy Speaker, I'll touch on briefly just to give a practical demonstration of the cost of an invasive species and the real-life consequences, is feral pigs. Now, feral pigs are a genuine biosecurity risk. They may well become the vector animal to move disease through our nation. They are capable of carrying and spreading serious livestock diseases, and they move freely, unfortunately too freely, through public and private land. And reading media reports of the Walgett, New South Wales Farmers Branch president, who has reported personally paying more than $1,000 an hour for helicopter feral pig control every 6 to 8 weeks. That's a cost being borne by a landowner. The pigs are moving onto farmland from a neighbouring national park, and that's not a burden that individual farmers should be left to carry alone. And I find in my state of Victoria, Deputy Speaker, that the worst neighbour to have, is the state government. The state government, through its parks, either national parks, state forests, does not undertake enough feral animal control, whether it's wild dogs or pigs, and the impact is being felt on the farming sector. Wild dogs, Deputy Speaker, are costing the industry, the livestock industry, an estimated $302 million every year. That's according to the National Farmers Federation. Yet we have funding for the National Wild Dog Management Quarter running out Coordinator running out at the end of September, and funding for the National Wild Dog Action Plan itself lapsing just a month after that. And we have no indication yet from this government whether they'll support what is a tiny amount of money in the scheme of the budget, $250,000 a year for the National Wild Dog Management Coordinator. A tiny amount of money in the scheme of the importance of the industry, yet the funding is running out in only a matter of weeks, and no indication yet whether this government will support a National Wild Dog Action Plan and coordination through the National Wild Dog Management Coordinator. Keep in mind, Deputy Speaker, the government does fund national coordinators for feral pigs, for deer, for rabbits, for cats and foxes, so it doesn't make any sense to walk away from the wild dog coordination program now, unless it's extreme Greens pulling the strings behind the scene because they have some problem with the fact that we have to hunt, we have to trap, we have to kill these dogs in order to protect biodiversity and protect the agricultural sector. So, Deputy Speaker, I call on the Commonwealth to understand that while this is primarily a state responsibility when it comes to invasive species, the federal government does have a role to play as well. A role to play in terms of encouraging good behaviour by the states, but also in terms of coordination and ensuring these nationally significant species, in terms of our biodiversity are protected, but also our nationally significant agricultural sector is given the support it needs to flourish and continue to feed our nation and other countries throughout the world. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, the Coalition does support a modern border declaration system. We welcome it, but it does count for little if the government isn't guaranteeing ongoing funding for pest control that's already up and running in the community. Strong border protection and effective on-ground pest management are two halves of the same biosecurity system. Digital reform needs to be matched with real, continuous investment, more boots and less suits, and investment in the frontline programs that our farmers and our biodiversity and our native wildlife depends on. The Coalition will keep advocating for a coordinated national approach to feral animals, pests and weeds, working with our farmers, working with industry and peak groups and the states, and we'll continue to monitor how this bill's provisions operate in practice. I thank the House.
Yeah. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk for the next order of business.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 4, Wine and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Gippsland.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I say again at the outset that the Coalition will be supporting this bill, which was introduced in the House of Reps by the Minister in July this year. There are two schedules to the bill. Schedule 1 amends the Wine Australia Act of 2013 to allow information sharing with the ACCC, and Schedule 2 amends the Primary Industries Levies and Charges Collection Act of 2024. And I stress at the outset, Deputy Speaker, there are no financial impact on the budget from the bill before the chamber. No additional costs will be incurred by growers, and as per the explanatory memorandum, it's on that basis that the Coalition supports the legislation as it's presented by the Minister. What it does do, though, Deputy Speaker, it does give Wine Australia an explicit function to conduct grape and wine industry surveys building on the existing National Vintage Survey. It does set up an information sharing framework so Wine Australia can pass relevant information on to the ACCC, supporting the mandatory code once it actually starts operating. The bill before the House extends the Act's existing civil penalty for misuse of protected information. It also covers this new ACCC information sharing pathway. This isn't a new type of penalty, Deputy Speaker. It's applying on an existing safeguard to the new disclosure power. It does let ABARES share levy payer contact details with approved third-party contractors to improve the participation in agricultural surveys. So I would indicate on that point, Deputy Speaker, this isn't a broad new information sharing power. It narrows an existing restriction with safeguards requiring third parties not to pass information on further and requiring only the minimum necessary information to be shared. Again, I stress that this bill doesn't change levies, it doesn't change who pays for them or how they're calculated, so it is confined to information sharing and administrative housekeeping. Deputy Speaker, it's important to note this bill responds directly to the Emerson review. That was a review taken by the former Minister, Craig Emerson, which found grape growers have too little bargaining power against large winemakers, and the existing voluntary code of conduct no longer works and was not fit for purpose. So this isn't the mandatory code itself that we're debating today, Deputy Speaker. It does lay the groundwork, though, in letting Wine Australia share information with the ACCC ahead of the code's planned start on January 2027, which I note does have the support of industry. And it does matter, Deputy Speaker, in the sense that with a mandatory code, we are more likely to see fairer commercial arrangements. Fairer commercial arrangements where there's a power imbalance between grape growers and the end producers is an important aim of this side of the House, and I would imagine the government itself. But what this bill won't do is address the real problems that the industry, the wine grape industry in Australia, is confronting right now. The wine sector is currently carrying around 262 million litres more wine than it can sustainably sell. This is putting enormous pressure on prices right through the supply chain. Now, Deputy Speaker, the 2026 harvest was the smallest in 25 years, yet prices kept falling anyway. So this goes beyond just one bad season. We are talking about a structural challenge facing the Australian wine grape industry, and it's the growers in the warm inland regions which have been hit the hardest, and some have been unable to find a buyer for their fruit at all. Now, this is coming against a backdrop of global wine consumption falling to its lowest level in 60 years, and this is not a problem that I think Australia can fix by itself, but we can make sure our own market is as fair as possible. And I say in addressing the legislation before the chamber, Deputy Speaker, that those opposite need to get out more. Those opposite need to get out more and talk to growers on the ground throughout regional Australia. Because if they got out more, if they actually listened to the concerns of the industry, they would understand the depth and the breadth of the challenges our growers are facing right now. But this government, the Albanese government, is ignoring the warnings of a deepening crisis in Australia's wine sector, which is adding to the social and economic pressures on growers. Now, Deputy Speaker, I'm not one for exaggeration when it comes to such an important industry, but this is a crisis which the government has been warned about repeatedly. We had industry leaders in the lead-up to this year's budget putting forward a $139 million three-year package to address structural oversupply, to help rebuild demand and to support growers and winemakers facing prolonged financial distress. Now, there's a mythology around the wine industry that it's all fancy vineyards, rich people with tax deductions, driving their Range Rovers, having the holidays in the south of France, making money off the public purse through some tax dodge. That is not the reality of the industry, Deputy Speaker, and that is not the reality of the people we are talking about right now in this place. Growers and winemakers are facing prolonged financial distress and bankruptcy in the face of circumstances which are beyond their control. It is not their fault, Deputy Speaker. It is not their fault that there is an oversupply. It is not their fault that global wine consumption has dropped. It is not their fault that they are facing the circumstances they are facing. So the industry took this package to the government, the $139 million package over 3 years. Sounds like a lot, but in a budget of $850 billion per year, it's not that much, Deputy Speaker. So they took this package to the government and sought some assistance. They sought assistance with the government also in a solution for the 262 million litres of wine in storage, which could possibly be repurposed for fuel use in the future. Sadly, at a time when the government should have been listening to the industry and seeking to reduce the stress facing the industry, the government cut funding for the industry in the budget. Now, at a time when the industry was putting forward this modest package, the Coalition was encouraging the government to consider it, because what we're talking about is a structural change. We're looking for opportunities for growers to be able to voluntarily exit the industry with some dignity and to minimise the economic impact on regional communities. If there's going to be a transfer of land use, if in fact there's no longer the requirement for that many grapes to be grown for wine in Australia and there's going to be alternative crops to be planted, an exit package, a transfer into new products or into new crops with dignity and voluntarily allowing growers to exit the sector is something that governments have done before with other industries. This is not unheard of, Deputy Speaker, and it would have been the responsible thing to do from the Minister and the government. Because we are talking about literally hundreds of smaller growers who would benefit from a very modest package that will allow them, again, to exit the industry, remove any redundant vines and infrastructure, and perhaps reuse that land for other agricultural activities. There are precedents with restructuring industries like the sugar industry, we saw it with the dairy sector, we saw it with tobacco industries, and the wine sector could return to a long-term sustainable industry if there was a coordinated transition plan put in place. That is what the Coalition is seeking from this government. We're seeking a coordinated transition plan in consultation with the industry, and the industry itself has been very reasonable in its requests. Australian Wine and Grape Chief Executive Lee McLean has told the Albanese government that growers, winemakers and families are under the types of stress that they haven't seen in generations. And I quote, "If government delays, the costs don't disappear, they re-emerge as business failures, abandoned vineyards, mental health crises and long-term regional decline. The cost of action now is modest, the cost of inaction will be far greater and borne by regional Australians least able to absorb it." So, Deputy Speaker, in debating the bill before the House today, I call on the government to listen to the concerns of the Australian wine and grape sector and assist them in allowing the industry to make this transition with dignity. As I said, it was a pre-budget submission, it was fully costed. Mr McLean said it was really disappointing in the budget for an industry under significant sustained strain to not see any support. They didn't ask for a handout, they were asking for support for a transition plan. They were disappointed the government didn't heed the evidence, the government didn't heed the warning signs, and instead, what did this government do? It cut the Wine, Tourism and Cellar Door grant program right when the industry could least afford it. So you have an industry under stress through circumstances not of the growers' making, seeking some level of support, a modest level of support over 3 years for an orderly transition plan. And what does this government do? Cuts about the last bit of funding that's available to the sector. Cuts the Wine, Tourism and Cellar Door grant program. Is it any wonder, Deputy Speaker, that in regional Australia, people are furious with this government. They are so angry with this government. They know that after 4 years, they are worse off, Australia's heading in the wrong direction, and they have been left behind by a Prime Minister who promised a government for all Australians and simply doesn't do it. He had the opportunity in the budget to demonstrate a level of good faith with the industry, the wine industry, the wine grape industry, to demonstrate he understood his fellow Australians were under stress through no fault of their own, and instead of providing a helping hand for these hard-working Australians to get them through this difficult period in their lives, what does the government do? It cuts the funding to the very industry that had sought his help, had sought the Prime Minister's help. So I say to the government, regional wineries are part of the economic heart of a lot of our communities in regional Australia. This isn't just about one commodity, it's about backing regional Australia more broadly. In relation to the bill before the House, we believe it is a sensible and worthwhile reform, but it's only one part of the answer. If this government is serious about the future of this industry, it needs to listen to the growers, to listen to the stakeholders and the representative groups, and back them with real support and not keep cutting programs and adding costs to our farmers that they can ill afford. I thank the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the Minister.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk for the next order of business.
Government business, order of the day number 5, Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Cash Distribution Framework, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026. Are there any objections? There being no objection, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. And the question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move the second reading amendment as circulated in my name.
I've received a message from Her Excellency.
Just keep talking. Give your speech,
Deputy Speaker, we won't be opposing this bill, and I note that the Minister in the Chamber and acknowledge his presence. Cash is a critical piece of national infrastructure and it's right to protect it. I do, and as the Minister well knows this, but just for the Chamber to go through a little bit of history of how we've got to where we are today. In June 2023, the ACCC approved the merger of Australia's two largest cash in transit companies, Armaguard and Prosegur. That decision, excuse me, Speaker, handed a single company control of 85 to 90% of the market, a private monopoly of over how cash physically moves around this country. The ACCC only allowed it with a temporary 3-year undertaking setting conditions over the merged entity until September 2026. In September, the merger was finalised. In October 23, just 3 weeks later, Armaguard approached the government, the RBA and major banks saying that if it didn't get an extra $190 million over 3 years, it would no longer be viable. By Easter 24, the risks were laid bare. Armaguard called for a bailout. Coles decided to pause cash deliveries and limited in-store cash withdrawals. Shoppers faced a real prospect of not being able to get cash in certain places that they normally would have. And it took an emergency meeting chaired by the Reserve Bank Governor and a $50 million rescue package from banks and major retailers to keep the trucks going. Now, with the ACCC's enforceable undertaking on Armaguard about to expire in a month's time, the government has turned up with a plan. I acknowledge the plan, I support the plan, but I must admit that it is at the 11th hour. And I would suggest that the government should have acted on this sooner than it did. What this bill does do, it creates an emergency regime so that cash can keep moving. This regime would be managed by the RBA, with similar emergency powers to what APRA have for banks and insurance companies and the financial market infrastructure regime. It also provides the ACCC with the power to require fair and transparent pricing, approve the terms offered to the banks and retailers and set service standard levels instead of a monopoly setting its own terms. My side of politics always lean towards lower regulation and private enterprise to work things out. Unless government interference, monopolies are, in a sense, a market failure. When we can't have a monopoly setting prices without close monitoring and controls. It's not fair for Australians that rely on the cash. It's also, there's risk to our broader economy too if we were to have a cash crisis. So I say to the Minister, these are sensible powers within this bill, the same kind we're all ready to use to protect the banking and insurance industries, and we support the Minister and the government in doing this. What this doesn't do, it does raise a wider topic, though, Deputy Speaker, that I'd just like to touch on. What this does, Bill, I don't think it does enough. It doesn't guarantee, I think, people, it's good to have cash flying around and cash getting delivered in Armaguard trucks where it needs to be, but I think it doesn't necessarily put enough of cash mandates on into the retail sector to make sure people can use cash where they want to. David did do a cash mandate that commenced in January of this year. I personally don't feel it goes wide enough, covers supermarkets and fuel, but there's limits of up to $500 and only sit between certain hours, with some places of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. For example, Deputy Speaker, it doesn't cover pharmacies, so there would be potentially some pharmacies where older Australians can't pay cash for their medicines. Also, the issue too, I think it raises the issues around ATMs and bank closures. We've seen over 800 bank branches closed since 2022, Deputy Speaker. I'm sure probably some of them have been in your community. They've been in some of my community, and some of these banks and these retail branches are in places where they were the only branch that were operating as well. So there is a moratorium currently on regional bank closures, but only applies to the major banks, many which have already left some towns. It expires on the 31st of July 2027. I do note Westpac have unilaterally agreed to extend the moratorium until 2030, which is something that is welcome. But I do encourage the government to have a plan for what comes at the end of this, when this moratorium ends. It's June 26 and the moratorium ends in less than a year. So in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, we support the government. I support the Minister and the work he's done on this and passing the bill quickly, because the undertaking runs out in September. But look, I would have hoped the government had acted quicker. This will guarantee delivery, but not necessarily your right to be able to use cash in as many places as I think it should. And we need a plan for regional bank closures after the moratorium. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Page has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. And the question now is that the amendment be agreed to. And I call the member for Maule.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the amendments to the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026 and the Cash Distribution Framework Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026. At its heart, these bills are about something very simple. Australians who want or need to use cash should still be able to use it. That includes older Australians, it includes people on lower incomes, it includes small business, and it includes people living in regional and remote Australia. And it includes every Australian who has ever stood at the checkout during a power outage, a communications failure, or a banking system outage and has discovered that their phone or bank card suddenly cannot buy anything. We live in an increasingly digital economy, and that is not going to change. Most Australians now use cards, phones, or online banking for much of their daily spending. But digital payments becoming more common does not mean cash has stopped being important. The Reserve Bank's 2025 Consumer Payment Survey found that around 15% of payments were still made using cash. Around half of Australians use cash in a typical week. Older Australians and lower income households use cash more often than other groups. And around 1/3 of Australians said they would face financial hardship or major inconvenience if cash became difficult to access or shops stopped accepting it. That should tell us something. The future of payments cannot simply be designed around people who have the newest phone, reliable internet, a bank account that works perfectly, and easy access to digital services. A modern payment system has to work for everyone. That means protecting choice, it means protecting access, and it means making sure no Australian is pushed out of the economy simply because they still use cash. And that is why the Albanese government has committed to maintaining access to cash for as long as Australians want to use it. We've already introduced the cash acceptance mandate. Since the 1st of January this year, supermarkets and fuel retailers that meet the relevant criteria have been required to accept cash between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. for purchases of $500 or less. But requiring a business to accept cash is only part of the job. The cash still has to get there. A supermarket still needs cash for its registers. A petrol station needs to be able to deposit the cash it receives. A bank branch needs notes and coins. ATMs need to be stocked. Businesses need cash collected, counted, processed, stored and transported. The system behind the scenes is called the cash distribution system. Most Australians will never have much reason to think about it. And that's probably a good sign. When an essential system works properly, people generally do not spend their day thinking about it. But if it stops working, people notice very quickly. The challenge is that use of cash has fallen over time, and that creates a difficult economic problem. The trucks still have to travel, cash still needs to be stored safely, workers still need to collect it, processing centres still need to operate, security still needs to be maintained, and Australia is a very large country. Moving cash around Perth is one thing. Moving it across regional Western Australia is another. A declining number of cash transactions does not mean those costs disappear. In fact, it can mean the cost of handling each transaction goes up. At the same time, Australia's cash in transit industry has become highly concentrated. The sector is now centred around one dominant provider. That combination creates risk. Cash is still an essential service for a large group of Australians, but the commercial system needed to move that cash is becoming harder to sustain. Government cannot simply wait until the system fails and then start looking for a solution. These bills create a framework before we reach that point. The framework has two main regulators, the Reserve Bank of Australia and the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. The Reserve Bank will be able to designate a provider that has a significant role in Australia's cash distribution system. The idea is not to place unnecessary regulation on every small operator. It is to focus oversight on providers whose failure could have a serious impact on access to cash. The ACCC will then have an important role in overseeing the commercial side of the system. It can approve standard terms for services and pricing. Those terms can provide a baseline offer for customers using cash distribution services. Designated providers will also be required to negotiate in good faith, and that is important. Where one provider has a major role in a market, customers need confidence that prices and service conditions are fair, transparent and non-discriminatory. The ACCC will also be able to set service level standards. Those standards can deal with issues such as where services are available, how often they are provided, how quickly they are provided and how they are priced. Businesses will also have access to dispute resolution and arbitration if negotiations cannot be resolved. That gives both sides a pathway to settle a dispute without allowing a breakdown in negotiations to threaten the wider cash system. There are also reporting and record-keeping requirements, so the regulator actually has the information it needs to do its job. During the transition into a new system, the ACCC will have additional powers and to issue directions where necessary. That provides a bridge to the longer-term standards being developed. This framework is particularly important for regional Australia. Distance changes the economics of cash distribution. A cash delivery service travelling hundreds of kilometres to reach a regional community operate on exactly the same basis as a service travelling between sites in a capital city. But Australians living outside our major cities should not lose reasonable access to cash simply because of their postcode. Nor should a small business in a regional town be placed in the position where accepting cash becomes impossible because it cannot get reasonable collection or delivery services. And that is why fair pricing and reliable service are both important. You cannot forever rely on customers in profitable metropolitan markets to subsidise expensive regional routes. That is not a long-term stable answer. The better answer is a transparent framework that recognises different costs, different regions and different customer needs while supporting the long-term viability of the entire system. Deputy Speaker, I now turn specifically to the amendments before us. Those amendments deal with the interaction between this new cash distribution framework and the road transport contractual chain orders, the RTCCOs. The name sounds complicated, but the principle is not. The road transport contractual chain orders are made by the Fair Work Commission. They can set the minimum standards for people and businesses within a road transport contractual chain. Their purpose is to help ensure road transport operations are safe, sustainable and financially viable. And that can include both price and non-price conditions in commercial arrangements. And there is good reason for that. In road transport, commercial pressures do not stop when the contract is signed. If prices are pushed too low or unrealistic delivery demands are imposed, that pressure moves down the chain. Eventually, it reaches the people doing the work. A transport business still has to pay for vehicles. It has to pay for fuel, it has to maintain those vehicles, it has to meet safety requirements, and workers need enough time and resource to do their job safely. And you cannot build a safe transport industry on contracts that only work if someone at the bottom of the chain cuts corners. That is why these orders exist. The cash distribution framework has a different purpose. It is designed to keep cash distribution reliable, sustainable, and accessible. In most cases, the two systems should operate alongside each other without difficulty. One regulates key parts of cash distribution, the other sets standards within road transport contractual chains. But there is a possibility that an obligation under the cash distribution framework could clash with an obligation imposed by the road transport contractual chain order. The amendments deal with that possibility before it becomes a problem, and that is sensible lawmaking. The amendments make clear that the new cash distribution framework is not intended to override these Fair Work Commission orders. Where both systems apply, regulators will need to take the relevant order into account. When the ACCC is approving, changing or revoking standard terms, it must consider any relevant contractual chain order. The same principle will apply when the ACCC sets service standard levels. It will apply when the ACCC exercises relevant interim powers. And an arbitrator will also need to consider a relevant contractual chain order when making a decision. That means industrial standards are not treated as an afterthought once commercial decisions have already been made. They are brought into the decision-making process from the beginning. The amendments also allow the ACCC to consult with the Fair Work Commission and the Fair Work Ombudsman. They support information sharing between the agencies. And again, this is practical. If two regulators are dealing with overlapping legal duties, they should be able to speak to each other. We should not create a system where one regulator is required to make a decision while pretending another regulator does not exist. That would be an impressive way to create paperwork and not much else. The amendments to also establish a clear process if a designated cash distribution provider believes it cannot comply with both systems. The provider will have to notify the ACCC. It will need to explain why complying with the cash distribution requirement would cause it to breach the relevant contractual chain order. It will also need to explain the extent to which it does not intend to comply with the cash distribution obligation. That gives the ACCC an opportunity to address the problem early. Where possible, the two requirements can then be brought into line. But if a genuine conflict remains and the provider cannot comply with both, the road transport contractual chain order is protected. The provider will not be penalised under the cash distribution framework for failing to comply with an obligation where complying would require it to breach the Fair Work Commission's order. That creates certainty and it protects the authority of the Fair Work Commission. And it avoids putting businesses in the absurd position of being punished whichever law it follows. This is also an important protection for workers. Cash does not move around Australia by itself. Behind every ATM refill, every bank delivery and every collection from a business are workers. Somebody drives the vehicle, somebody handles the cash, somebody works within the security system to keep those people and that money safe. A sustainable cash distribution system cannot be built by weakening the standards that support safe and viable road transport work. If the price paid for moving cash is pushed below a sustainable level, that pressure does not vanish. It lands somewhere else. It can land on wages, it can land on vehicle maintenance, it can land on staffing, it can land on schedules, and eventually it can land on safety. The amendments recognise that keeping cash distribution financially sustainable and keeping road transport work sustainable are not opposing goals. They should reinforce each other. There is one important limit to these amendments. They do not apply to the Reserve Bank's crisis readiness and crisis resolution powers, and that distinction is necessary. The bill gives the Reserve Bank powers to act where a critical cash provider is facing serious financial trouble or where essential cash services may stop. Those powers can include issuing directions, appointing a statutory manager, and transferring a business or shares where the legal tests are met. These are emergency powers. They are designed for situations where delay itself could cause serious harm. Applying the same conflict process to those crisis powers could prevent the Reserve Bank from acting quickly enough. That does not mean the road transport contractual chain orders disappear during a crisis. The Reserve Bank would still be expected to consider relevant legal obligations, but the amendments do not create a legal barrier that could prevent urgent action where Australia's access to cash is at risk. And that is the right balance. There is a wider point here about resilience. Australians sometimes hear the fall in cash use and assume cash is becoming less useful. But there is another side to that story. Cash becomes particularly useful when everything else stops working. During a telecommunications outrage, cash still works. During some power outages, cash still works. During natural disasters, when networks and digital systems may be disrupted, cash can become extremely important. Recent natural disasters and payment outages have highlighted this role. A resilient economy does not rely on a single way of paying. It has backup systems, and cash is one of those systems. Deputy Speaker, these bills are about keeping the system available. They recognise that the way Australians pay is changing. They do not try and stop the change. But they also recognise that progress does not require us to abandon people who still rely on cash. It supports fair and transparent pricing, it provides minimum service standards, it gives businesses a pathway to resolve disputes, it provides the Reserve Bank with tools to respond if a critical provider is in serious trouble, and these amendments make an important clarification. The new framework must work alongside Australia's industrial relations system, not cut across it, and the road transport contractual chain orders exist for that reason, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the bill, which will provide a legislative framework to regulate Australian cash distribution services. Now, currency has been with us for centuries. For more than 2,000 years. It was the Lydians who created the earliest stamped coins. They did that in around the 7th century BC, and the Lydian Empire was in what's now, I guess you could say, Western Turkey, but that was 700 years before the birth of Christ. And then, of course, we have the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians from 1500 BC developed trading networks across the Mediterranean. They were originally bartering goods, and they transitioned to weighted out pieces of copper and silver and coal and even jewellery units by around 300 BC. And over time, cities developed mints, crafting predominantly silver coins showing prominent local kings and gods as symbols they could rely on, that they could trust in, that they could trust that unit of measure for the goods that were traded. Thousands of years later, Australian coins and notes are produced by our own Royal Australian Mint, less than 5 kilometres from this place. We too have come to rely on this currency and the symbols used on our coins and banknotes to denote their authenticity. Of course, we have the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on every one of our coins. And then we have on our notes, everyone from Dame Nellie Melba, and my favourite particular note is the $10 Australian note, the blue note. On one side, Andrew Banjo Patterson, and on the other, Dame Mary Gilmore. True great Australians. Now, cash, as the previous member said, works, particularly in crisis. When the power's out, when the telecommunications out, cash still works. Cash is important. It's particularly important in regional Australia. It's particularly important in areas where there are emergency risks. So our daughter is currently studying and she's living in a cyclone prone climate, and I said to her when she moved up there, make sure you have just
a little purse that you don't touch in case of emergency that's got cash in it, because if a cyclone comes through and you don't have power for days, you can still at least go and buy items. And older Australians and those living in the regions and those without reliable connectivity still rely very heavily on cash as the trusted means of transacting in our communities. The Australian Digital Inclusion Index 2025 found that around 1 in 5 Australians are excluded or highly excluded, and around 1 in 10 are highly excluded from digital access. Digital exclusion rates are much higher for older Australians, particularly those aged 75 years and over, and those who did not complete secondary school. We find that this also includes public housing residents and First Nations people. Digital exclusion remains higher outside capital cities. In South Australia, Tasmania, Queensland, access, affordability and digital availability are lower than the national average. And I note in Mayo, my electorate is the oldest by median age in the state of South Australia, one of the oldest in the nation. And so we rely as a community, very many people in my community will keep cash at home, will use cash as the basis for their saving and their spending. And while the gap between the digital ability of older and younger Australians is indeed narrowing, some of my older constituents, I must say, are not confident about digital banking. They are concerned about scams and they want to rely on cash and indeed chequebooks. But unfortunately, banks are doing everything within their power to make sure that chequebooks are a way of legal tender of the past. Now, this puts them at serious disadvantage if access to cash is lost. Regardless of digital inclusion, some older Australians and marginalised Australians do find it easier to rely on physical cash. And in communities, as I said, experiencing emergencies and natural disasters, we certainly had that during the bushfires in my electorate, cash is king, and it's sometimes the only way that you can buy things when everything else fails. So what does this bill do? Well, this bill is founded on recommendations of the Senate Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Committee report, and that report was Bank Closures in Regional Australia, Protecting the Future of Regional Banking. The Senate Committee report and the government's response both recognised that access to essential banking services is integral to our economic and social fabric. I just want to say, with respect to bank closures, my community has experienced too many bank closures, and it's always rather galling when you get that contact from the CEO or the state manager of a particular bank to tell you that they're closing, and then, of course, in the next fortnight you read about the bonus bumper profits that they've made as a bank. I think banks have a social licence and they should be in regional Australia. Regional Australians deserve to have face-to-face banking services. So to ensure that Australians have access to fit-for-purpose and sustainable banking services over a long term, the government has committed to draft legislation for a reliable cash distribution regulatory framework. And part of taking action to ensure regional communities are not left behind by banking closures, including regulated cash distribution to support access to those services so that they can continue to serve the needs of Australians. And we haven't even talked here about the needs of small business having access to cash. You think of, particularly in the regions, but also in metropolitan Australia, every bank, every service station, everybody needs to have a till working with cash in the till. And Australians deserve that. In addition, the cash acceptance mandate requires certain fuel and grocery retailers to accept cash payments in person for transactions of $500 or less between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. And for this to be achieved, all of those services need to have reliable cash distribution. So what will this bill do? It will enable the RBA to designate entities with crucial roles in cash distribution, e.g. Armaguard. It will grant the RBA crisis readiness and resolution powers to protect continuity of critical cash distribution services. It will empower the ACCC to oversee designated cash distribution entities, including approved standard terms and service level standards. And it will help ensure designated entities can continue by providing critical cash distribution services in difficult circumstances. Stakeholders, including banks, what banks are still left in regional Australia, supermarkets and Australia Post have expressed broad support. Armagar Group have argued that the legislation will cause harm to the cash distribution industry, raising concerns about ensuring fair pricing. But I see that the government has included provisions requiring banks and supermarkets, etc., to negotiate pricing with such services in good faith, and that provision is made for dispute resolution. I agree that we do need a new regulatory approach so that supermarkets, fuel retailers and banks and the communities they serve can rely on having cash at hand, just like the Phoenicians. It's an important step towards providing safeguards for communities, particularly regional communities like ours in Mayo, to ensure ongoing access to cash. Bank branches, as I said, have been ripped out of our regional communities, and in my community I'm thinking of Lobethal, I'm thinking of Harndorf, I'm thinking of Yankalilla, Strathalbyn, the list goes on. Our chequebooks and cheque accounts are being phased out, and we can't afford to lose cash too. And we need to protect access to cash so that everyone may have access to cash, so that they have that purchasing power when it's their preferred or indeed perhaps their only option. And that is why I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. And the question is the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026, which has at its core purpose a determination to protect Australians' choice when they participate in the commercial marketplace at the checkout, and to ensure no one is excluded from participation in the face of the changing way Australians pay for goods and services. Deputy Speaker, we are all consumers. We all need to purchase goods and services for personal or household use. We all need to buy cars, fridges or washing machines. We all need to hire a plumber or an electrician or get dental work done. Australians participate in the consumer marketplace by contracting to agree to pay a certain amount of money in exchange for the provision of goods or services all day. Thousands of consumer interactions, contracts and exchanges all day, every day. You cannot live and participate in life today without being a consumer. Some people consume more than others, but whatever the transaction Australians participate in as a consumer, whatever the number of transactions Australians participate in, the system must be fair, simple and trustworthy, with contemporary and effective protections in place. Under the leadership of the Prime Minister, Treasurer, Assistant Treasurer and Assistant Minister for Productivity, Competition, Charities and Treasury, the Albanese Labor government has delivered for consumers by rebuilding the structures that make the consumer marketplace fair and more equal for everyone who participates in it. This has been a strategy prosecuted at a regular cadence by this government. For example, in late 2023, the Commonwealth strengthened the unfair contract terms regime, meaning it's now illegal to include, apply or rely on unfair terms in standard form contracts with consumers and small businesses. It is fair to say that most Australians have probably encountered a service which contracts on a take-it-or-leave-it basis, often with a one-sided arrangement with one party bearing all the risk and no reward. Another key aspect of this government's reforms is the establishment of the National Anti-Scam Centre and First Scams Prevention Framework, which operates to put clear and meaningful obligations on banks, telcos and digital platforms to prevent scammers from acting before they act. Now, John, an elderly gentleman, lives in Campbelltown in my electorate of Sturt. I met him whilst I was out door knocking. John was retired, and after 40 years of working in a physical job, he had a number of aches and pains and a few mobility issues, and he was up for a chat. John told me that he had received a phone call out of the blue from PayPal seeking to do an identity check. John, who lives alone, was happy to get the call and happy to oblige by providing his name, address and bank details, which resulted in John being scammed to the tune of more than $5,000. John told me he didn't even have a PayPal account, but the scammer was so convincing and he just wanted to help. Consequently, John had thrown his mobile phone away, he'd stopped using the internet, and had also, in his words, ripped the landline out of the wall so he couldn't be scammed again. John being scammed resulted not only in him losing a serious amount of money, but in becoming even more isolated. Already lonely, John had chosen to cut himself off from the digital world out of fear. And because of this, he no longer wants to use a credit card or participate in the digital marketplace. He only trusts cash. Stories like John's are all too common. Scams and scam cities are growing and becoming more sophisticated, and business, banks and other participants offering goods and services in the consumer marketplace must take proactive steps to stop scams, not just to deal with the aftermath, when savings are decimated and lives destroyed. Stories like John's demonstrate that there is still a clear need for cash in our economy. This government has already made it mandatory for major supermarkets and fuel retailers to accept cash for essential purchases because Australians who want or need to use cash deserve access to the marketplace. This bill firms up this commitment, particularly for older Australians like John, but also for small businesses, those who live in regional communities, and those who rely in an urgent and unavoidable way on cash during emergencies and service outages. Cash use is reducing, but it is still a feature. And Deputy Speaker, I have 7 local government areas in my electorate, and I visit the respective mayors regularly at their council chambers. Without fail, every time I do, there is someone, usually an elderly Australian, paying a bill over the counter using a bag of cash, often in small denominations. So the cash distribution system must continue to serve Australians, and in drawing on guidance from the Council of Financial Regulators and the ACCC, this bill will ensure the cash distribution system continues to serve Australians for years to come, because we know that a substantial portion of the Australian population would face genuine hardship or major inconvenience if cash were to become harder to access or use as a payment method. It is right that maintaining access to cash is a key priority in the government's strategic plan for Australia's payment system, and appropriately, the cash distribution regulatory framework complements the cash acceptance mandate that commenced earlier this year on 1 January. This obliges supermarkets and fuel retailers to allow customers a reasonable opportunity to pay in cash at certain retail sites. Cash must be accepted for in-person payments when transactions are $500 or less and between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. This mandate reflects the fact that cash is a fundamental feature of economic inclusion and the resilience and sustainability of the payment system, and as a store of value, particularly in times of crisis and uncertainty. Now, there are 3 key elements of the framework prescribed in this bill. Firstly, powers are provided to the Reserve Bank to designate entities that have a significant role in the cash system, or those that provide critical cash distribution services. This is targeted regulation designed to keep the framework proportionate and avoid placing burdens on smaller providers or new market entrants that do not provide critical and essential services. The second feature enables the ACCC to oversee these designated entities, including the fair and efficient pricing of cash distribution services, because access to cash is made more challenging without accessible and fairly priced cash distribution services. This oversight is intended to support the long-term economic viability of the cash distribution sector. The third feature of the framework gives the RBA powers to ensure continuity of critical cash distribution services and help prevent disruptions before they occur. To do this, the Reserve Bank needs appropriate powers to act promptly and with urgency to sustain critical services and resolve a crisis. Now, these crisis and resolution powers include powers to make directions, appoint a statutory manager or transfer the business assets or shares of a cash distribution service provider in crisis. In addition, up to $400 million in funding support is available to ensure the continuity of cash distribution services is available, but only as a last resort and where a relevant entity's resources and recovery tools are insufficient to address losses or threats to the availability of cash. These crisis and resolution powers are subject to clearly defined triggers for intervention and are separate from the Reserve Bank's day-to-day monitoring and regulatory functions. The powers reflect the crisis and resolution frameworks already applying to other critical services in banking, insurance and clearing and settlement. Deputy Speaker, we also know that the availability of cash in an emergency, such as a flood or a bushfire, both of which happen with frequency in this country, is critical. Further, system outages or cyber attacks may also impact the electronic payments and banking system, making cash the prime or only payment mechanism. Cash provides instant access to essential goods and services: food, shelter, healthcare, clean water. When people receive cash, they can quickly and effectively meet their most urgent needs. A cash-based disaster recovery program can reach more isolated and affected people and can also reduce operational costs and the environmental footprint, allowing disaster recovery budgets to go much further. We also know that people in crisis overwhelmingly prefer cash over pre-packaged assistance because cash gives people back control over their lives at a time where they may have limited control because of a disaster. So instead of receiving standard or one-size-fits-all packages that may not meet their specific needs, cash recipients can buy exactly what they require. And this flexibility allows them to address challenges as they arise, whether it's medicine for a sick child, materials to fix a damaged roof, or to purchase other essential supplies. Cash also preserves dignity. If you've had to flee, or if you've lost your house, everything that can be done to restore dignity to what is a tragic and potentially dehumanising situation must be done, and this includes access to cash. Cash assistance allows people to make their own decisions and meet their needs through normal activities, like shopping at the local market or the local shop, and this change from a passive recipient of assistance to active decision-maker can have a profound impact on mental well-being during the aftermath of a crisis. And it's not just the individuals who benefit. Money spent in local markets, shops and with local service providers helps to stimulate economic recovery in crisis-affected areas. So as payment methods change and the digital age becomes even more entrenched, the Albanese Labor government is acting to ensure the marketplace is available and accessible to everyone, not just to those who can easily adapt to the digital marketplace. This bill protects not only vulnerable Australians, but all Australians and Australian businesses by ensuring the availability of cash and shoring up the cash distribution and payment system so it enjoys long-term resilience and sustainability. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is now that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Cash is still part of everyday life in my electorate. not as a relic or a last resort, but as ordinary commerce. Walk through Cabramatta, Fairfield, Liverpool or Canley Heights and you will see businesses taking cash across the counter, families doing their weekly shop and people using cash to manage everyday costs. I sent money home to relatives as well. I use cash in Vietnam. I hand over cash at a money transfer business in Cabramatta, knowing that my auntie who lives in a province in Vietnam will have cash on the other end. For many people in my community, cash remains part of how they earn, trade and pay. This bill is therefore not a debate about the past. It's about whether the system that gets cash into tills and ATMs will continue to hold up. The bill gives the Reserve Bank power to designate cash distribution providers whose disruption could threaten continuity of cash access. It gives the ACCC oversight of relevant agreements and commercial terms, allows it to set service standards and provide a pathway for disputes to be resolved. It also establishes crisis powers, direction, statutory management and the ability to transfer a business or its assets. In a qualifying crisis, up to $400 million in Commonwealth funding support may be available, subject to ministerial authorisation, to help keep cash moving if a critical provider fails. I acknowledge the government for taking this step. The cash in transit sector has consolidated to the point where it rests largely on one set of shoulders. The court-enforceable undertaking secured by the ACCC when Armaguard and Prosecure merge expires in September this year. When it lapses, the specific safeguards around service levels, geographic coverage and price increases will fall away. Doing nothing is not a neutral choice and therefore I support the objective of this bill. There are three parts of the framework that I welcome. First, it should be proportionate. The framework is intended to focus on providers whose role is significant to the national cash distribution system. A small local operator servicing a handful of businesses should not face the same burden as a provider whose failure could affect communities across the country. Second, I welcome the ACCC's role. For a small business with limited options for cash collection, delivery or ATM servicing, there can be very little bargaining power over fees and service conditions. Transparent arrangements, service standards and a practical path to resolve these disputes can make a real difference. Third, I welcome the crisis management regime. We have all experienced payment outages and of course the recent Telstra outages is a very recent example. When terminals go down, transactions can continue only where cash is available in the till. People do not care about the corporate structure of a cash-in-transit provider. They want to know whether they can buy dinner, fill the car and get to work in the morning. But there are parts of this framework I'll be watching closely. First, the powers are significant and significant powers need accountability. The definition of a cash distribution service is broad. Under the bill, the Minister may make rules to include further services connected with cash or its availability or exclude service from the definition. The Reserve Bank may designate a constitutional corporation that provides cash distribution services where it supports a significant part of the system, where disruption could threaten continuity or where it otherwise has a significant role in the cash distribution system. Flexibility is needed, but it must be matched by transparency. When a provider is designated or the rules are changed, affected businesses and communities should be able to understand the reasons and the likely impact. Consultation should be meaningful, appropriate review processes should be accessible, and Parliament should be properly informed where public money is committed. Second, we need to be alert to the cost of compliance. The explanatory material recognises that designated entities may face significant costs in establishing new system and reporting processes. The risk is that some of those costs are passed through the supply chain to banks, retailers, local businesses and ultimately consumers. A cash-resilient distribution system is important, but resilient must not come at an unreasonable cost to the small businesses that rely on cash every day. The bill gives the ACCC an important role in overseeing commercial terms, including pricing. The government and regulators should use that role to monitor the effect of this framework or service fees and access costs, especially for small businesses and communities with limited alternatives. Third, the framework must serve all communities that rely on cash. Now, the bill rightly recognises the importance of cash for older Australians and people in regional and remote areas, but the policy discussion cannot stop here. Other outer suburban, culturally diverse communities like Fowler must also be seen. We are in metropolitan Sydney, but that does not mean everyone has the same access to digital banking, payment system or financial information. The Reserve Bank and ACCC should measure cash access in a way that identifies communities with high cash reliance, limited digital confidence or language barriers, not only communities that are geographically remote. If they rely only on national averages or a simple regional versus metropolitan divide, they risk missing places like Fowler. Separately, the cash acceptance mandate that commenced in January is important, but it has a limited reach. It applies to certain grocery and fuel retailers, while small businesses with aggregated annual turnover below 10 million are generally exempt. Many local retailers also fall outside the relevant grocery and fuel categories altogether. I'm not asking to place new obligations on small business. I'm asking that we do not tell ourselves the job is finished. I support the objective of this bill. I want it to work, but the government and regulators must be clear about who they are measuring. Cash use in southwest Sydney is not marginal, and we've heard from the previous member how important cash is to society. For many people and businesses in my electorate, it remains part of everyday life. Keep cash available, keep it affordable, and count my community in the data. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, think about the last time you paid for something. Maybe it was your coffee this morning, could have been your sandwich from the trough at lunch, perhaps it was a sneaky snack this afternoon. How did you pay for it? I suspect most of you simply tapped your phone or pressed your smartwatch against the terminal. But I reckon there's at least one person in this chamber right now who reached for their wallet, who sifted through a few notes and coins and handed over a $10 bill instead. And I bet that each of you know many of those people in your communities and in your families. Because while digital payments now dominate everyday transactions, cash is far from obsolete. In 2025, the RBA found that 1 in every 10 Australians still used cash for most of their purchases. And often, that 1 out of 10 is one of the most vulnerable people in our community. Because cash usage is particularly strong amongst seniors, lower income earners and regional Australians. And in fact, about 15% of all payments were still made in cash. And while Australians have enthusiastically embraced electronic payment systems, it's important that we continue to support those of us who prefer cash. The Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026 and the Cash Distribution Framework Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026 are designed for this purpose, to ensure that Australians have access to cash for as long as they want to use it. Because, Deputy Speaker, while we have to embrace with gusto new technology, we cannot leave Australians behind who still want to use cash. The Albanese Labor government is committed to protecting Australians' access to cash and, by extension, protecting people's rights to choose how they pay for goods and services. While the modernisation of payment systems has been rapid and has certainly aided in productivity and ease of payment for many, it is important to us that no one is left behind. Cash is more than just a method of payment. It plays an important role in ensuring that all Australians can participate fully in the economy, regardless of their age, regardless of their income, regardless of their location, regardless of their circumstances, and regardless of their level of digital literacy. For many people, particularly those groups I mentioned earlier, such as older Australians, those on lower incomes and residents of regional and rural communities, cash remains a practical and trusted way to manage everyday expenses. Because everyone deserves to have confidence in our economy, and that means that everyone deserves to have confidence in our payment system. That includes cash. Think for a moment about Australia's vast geography and dispersed population. These factors create unique challenges in maintaining access to essential services for people living in regional, rural and remote communities. The significant distances between population centres, combined with lower population density, can make it more difficult and more costly to deliver services consistently and affordably. We know that access to reliable banking services remains a major concern for many Australians, particularly those in regional areas. Consumers in these areas have provided feedback that maintaining access to cash and face-to-face banking services is necessary to give communities more practical options to manage their financial needs. Cash is also vital to help bolster the resilience of our payment system. Electronic systems can be adversely affected during power outages, natural disasters, or system disruptions. And in these circumstances, cash provides a reliable fallback, ensuring Australians can still purchase essential goods and services when they need them the most. Deputy Speaker, in my electorate on Brisbane's south side, we know what a natural disaster looks like. We know what it feels like. Because if you live in Oxley, Corinda, Rocklea, Fairfield, Yeronga, and many more suburbs, you've experienced floods. And when the chips are down and times are hard, and all you are looking to do is recover and help your community and your neighbours, making sure that you've got a reliable source to pay for things that you need is critical. Cash can also provide a sense of security and certainty in times of economic uncertainty. It remains widely accepted as a store of value and gives people confidence that they can access and use their own money whenever it's necessary. And for these reasons, maintaining access to cash is not simply a matter of preserving a traditional payment method. It is about protecting choice, supporting financial inclusion, and ensuring that Australians are not disadvantaged as our economy becomes increasingly digital. This bill implements a regulatory framework for Australia's cash distribution network. It is designed to ensure that key participants in the cash distribution system operate in a way that is transparent, that's accountable, and that's sustainable. By providing greater regulatory oversight of critical cash distribution services, the framework will help safeguard the infrastructure that Australians rely on every day to access and use cash in their daily lives. The bill also introduces a crisis management and resolution framework for providers whose services are vital to the circulation of cash throughout the country. This will strengthen the ability of government and regulators to respond to significant disruptions and help maintain the continuity of cash services during periods of stress or during periods of operational failure. And at its core, this legislation is about securing the future of cash in Australia, reflecting Labor's commitment to the strategic plan for Australia's payment system. The Reserve Bank of Australia and the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission will administer the regulatory framework. Part 2 of the bill concerns the application of the framework to apply to the critical cash distribution service providers as identified by the RBA. Part 3 of the bill provides for the development of an ACCC-approved standard terms and conditions relating to both service delivery and pricing arrangements. These standard terms are intended to establish a consistent minimum service offering that designated entities must make available to their customers. This baseline framework will apply unless it would be unreasonable in the circumstances, or indeed when an entity and its customer have agreed to alternative arrangements through direct negotiation. The framework is designed to promote greater certainty, consistency and fairness across the provision of designated cash services, while still allowing for that flexibility to accommodate the differing needs of customers and service providers. Where alternative arrangements are sought, designated cash providers will be required to engage in negotiations in good faith. This includes taking reasonable steps to reach mutually acceptable outcomes and ensuring that proposed terms are fair, transparent, and based on objective criteria. Providers must also avoid discriminatory practices, ensuring that customers in comparable circumstances are treated equitably and have access to services on reasonable commercial terms. The next part of the bill implements dispute resolution and arbitration pathways for businesses relying on cash distribution services. And this is complemented by Part 5 of the bill, which enables the ACCC to establish mandatory minimum service level standards. A sustainable and effective cash distribution sector depends on pricing arrangements that are fair, transparent, and capable of reflecting the varying costs of servicing different customer groups and different geographical locations. Recognising that the cost of providing services can differ significantly between metropolitan, regional, and remote areas, the framework seeks to ensure that pricing is established in a way that supports both equitable access to services and the long-term financial viability of providers. To strengthen oversight and accountability, the bill introduces reporting and record-keeping obligations for designated entities in relation to both service agreements and across access agreements. These requirements will provide regulators with timely and accurate information about marketing practices, servicing arrangements, and compliance with the framework. In addition, during the initial transition to the new framework, the ACCC will be granted temporary supplementary powers in relation to cash distribution services. These transitional powers are intended to provide regulators with the ability to respond quickly and effectively to operational challenges or to market disruptions that may arise as new arrangements are implemented. They will enable the ACCC to intervene when necessary to address urgent concerns, to support market stability and help ensure that cash distribution services continue to operate efficiently and reliably during the implementation phase. Deputy Speaker, let's talk a little bit more about the features of the framework that will address preparedness for crises. Because Part 6 and Part 7 of the bill implement resolution powers which ensure that cash distribution services will continue to operate if a crisis occurs. And this means that where the relevant legislative criteria are satisfied, the RBA will be authorised to intervene in relation to a service provider that has been designated as critical to the operation of Australia's cash distribution service. These providers are intended to safeguard the continuity and stability of essential cash services when there is a risk of significant disruption. These resolution powers can be triggered in a specific range of circumstances, including situations where a designated provider becomes insolvent, enters external administration, experiences severe financial distress, or proposes to significantly reduce, suspend, or cease the delivery of critical cash distribution services. The RBA will be granted a range of resolution tools, such as the power to appoint a statutory manager to oversee the entity's operations and the facilitation of the compulsory transfer of critical functions or assets where necessary. The bill also provides for additional measures, including temporary moratoriums and stays on certain actions, the suspension of contractual termination rights and the provision of temporary government financial support. These measures are standard practices in crisis resolution frameworks in the financial sector. And at its core is the recognition of the importance of ensuring continuity of services that are critical to the functioning of the economy and the financial system. The bill further bolsters two related initiatives, the cash acceptance mandate and supporting the viability of bank branches in regional and remote Australia. This ensures that customers who rely on cash continue to have practical and reliable payment options for essential goods and services. The framework also plays a vital role in supporting the long-term sustainability of banking services and branch networks in regional, rural and remote Australia, where access to face-to-face banking remains particularly important. Deputy Speaker, this is a bill that works for both business and consumers. For businesses, it provides greater certainty that cash services will remain reliable and available, allowing them to continue accepting, handling and transacting in cash when required. For consumers, it will help preserve access to an important payment option and provide confidence that they can get cash when they need it. The Albanese Labor government is putting Australians first by safeguarding access to essential financial services, supporting regional communities and ensuring that no Australian is left behind as the payment system continues to evolve.
And the question is that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Calare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, these bills are okay as far as they go, but if the government is trying to ensure that no Australians are left behind in our financial system, then these bills fail. They don't go far enough. And as I travel around my electorate in the heartland of Australia, I am constantly stopped by people who are very concerned about the phasing out of cash in this country. And indeed, many of my constituents believe that the big corporations and even small businesses are deliberately trying to phase out cash in this country. And in the last Parliament, I moved a bill called Keeping Cash Transactions in Australia. And that bill would have mandated that businesses operating in face-to-face settings must offer to accept and, crucially, must accept cash payments for transactions that do not exceed $10,000. Now, in response to that legislation, the government introduced its own cash mandate. But I tell you what, Deputy Speaker, it's not even cash mandate light. It's worse than that. They basically said it only applies to supermarkets and fuel retailers, petrol stations, when transactions are $500 or less between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m, and there is an exemption for small businesses with a turnover of less than $10 million per year, so it doesn't apply. And when I took that proposal to my constituents, they basically came back and said, that's ridiculous. All you're doing is creating cash islands with these supermarkets and also fuel retailers. We need a proper cash mandate, which my Keeping Cash Transactions in Australia bill would have delivered. This is a huge issue for people in my area, and there are many, many reasons why people need to use cash. Many senior Australians simply don't want to use cards for their transactions. Not everyone is able to use online banking services, and many find managing accounts and cards online to be stressful and confusing. And cash is often used in rural areas by individuals who do not have ready access to banking services. And a lot of people are concerned about the additional fees. Many Australians now understand that these banks and financial institutions charge you for using card transactions. It's passed on to consumers, and it is an insidious tax that is added to transactions just for tapping a card. And the use of cash is declining. According to the Reserve Bank of Australia, the 2022 Consumer Payments Survey, the ongoing decline in cash use in Australia has accelerated since the 2019 pandemic. And it is a huge issue for people who have contacted me expressing their fears that cash is being phased out or will soon disappear. And I mean, in 2022, the overall value of cash transactions stood at 13%. Many constituents of mine are worried that they're going to be locked out of the financial system and that businesses will just simply refuse to accept cash. And I'm with them. I don't want to see cash use declining. And the reality is that the Reserve Bank Act of 1959 provides that banknotes are legal tender, and the Currency Act of 1965 provides that coins are legal tender, but there is no legal requirement for banknotes or coins to be accepted for transactions in Australia. So if you don't want to, as a business, accept cash, all you need to do is put up a sign saying, we're not going to accept cash in Australia, in our business, and that's it. So this is a very worrying development, and constituents in my electorate continue to be very, very concerned about it. Many Australians prefer cash as a means of managing their budgets. And how can we teach our kids the value of cash if they don't know what it is? I mean, others worry about the privacy risk and the risk of fraud associated with using cards. And many Australians have been the victim of fraud and unauthorised transactions relating to cards and the accounts linked to them. I know I have been myself. And some people just don't want corporations knowing every single thing they buy. And some people are happy for corporations to know that, but others are not, and that should be their choice. And people should have the freedom to choose whether they use online banking or card transactions or cash. And with respect to financial literacy, cash can be extremely useful in teaching valuable lessons about budgeting, making choices and understanding the value of money. So my Keeping Cash Transactions in Australia bill is all about freedom, the freedom for Australians to choose how they will pay for transactions. And also think about life in the country and the endless connectivity problems that we seem to have, the black spots that we have, and how often the internet goes down and mobile phone services go down. We just had a massive outage in the Central West a couple of weeks ago. Connectivity can be disrupted for many days, sometimes longer, rendering electronic payments unusable. So this is a huge issue for country people. So cash remains a dependable means of exchange that does not rely on electricity or internet access. And if you live in country Australia, you experience these outages all the time. And for many people in our area, many older Australians, cash is not just a convenience, it is a lifeline. And in these times of economic uncertainty and rising costs, cash is an essential tool for managing finances and actually sticking to a budget. And so I would implore the government to rethink this whole flawed cash mandate that they have brought in. My Keeping Cash Transactions in Australia bill would bring back that mandate that businesses in face-to-face settings must offer to accept and must accept cash payments for transactions that do not exceed $10,000. And there are exceptions. My bill actually contained exceptions and exemptions, and they include that offering to accept cash would pose a reasonable security risk, that it would be contrary to another law of the Commonwealth or a law of a state or territory, and that it would be contrary to the Commonwealth, state or territory health advice, such as advice provided during a pandemic, or that cash in the form of change is needed but is not readily available. And many seniors have been calling for legislation to keep cash king in Australia and to protect the use of cash. Many people do not trust corporations when they seek to phase cash out, and I'm talking about many corporations. Local councils are now phasing cash transactions out, so you can't pay for your council rates with cash. And I agree, and I'm worried about it, and I was very disappointed when the Treasurer introduced this flawed cash mandate because it did nothing to satisfy the concerns of constituents in our area, the great electorate of Calais, but also people right around Australia who are following this issue really closely. And I don't think the government understands how seriously people are viewing this issue. And I don't think just creating cash islands for transactions under $500 at the major supermarkets is the answer. That's not keeping cash king in Australia. That's just nodding your head to a few concerns so you can pump out a few talking points and move on. But it is doing nothing to allay the concerns, the legitimate concerns that many people across Australia have about phasing out of cash. Most people believe that if cash is legal tender, it should be accepted, and have worked on the assumption that that is the law, but it is not the law in this country. And so I would implore the government to rethink its flawed cash mandate and have a look at my Keeping Cash Transactions in Australia bill, which was introduced to this House in good faith, and I worked with the government in good faith for a long time on it. But I didn't feel that there was meaningful engagement, and I've said this publicly. When the government announced this cash mandate, I think I was told the day before or something like that, there was no real engagement, and I'd been crying out to work with the government on producing something meaningful, and so I was very disappointed that this was supposed to be an answer to my bill, and it just turned out to be a flawed and rather empty announcement. And I was very disappointed about that, and I think people right around Australia were disappointed in that. And I think we on the crossbench, the independents, we want to work with the government to get outcomes. And publicly, we were trying to get the government to a point where we could get a meaningful outcome here. And I know Kerry Peck, who hosts the morning show on 2BS in Bathurst, he was very keen for the Treasurer to work with me on this. And I know he'll be listening to this broadcast, and he'll be shaking his head over the fact that this really important bill and cash mandate was ignored by the government. So tonight, I am moving an amendment to the government's legislation. And what my amendment does is basically calls on the government to immediately introduce a cash mandate providing that businesses operating in face-to-face settings must offer to accept and must accept cash payments for transactions that do not exceed $10,000. That is my amendment. And, Deputy Speaker, we have to keep cash king in Australia. We are losing cash before our eyes. The big corporations are phasing it out before our eyes, and the government is assisting them by this weak and ineffective cash mandate it has imposed upon Australia. It's not good enough. We need to do better. And if government MPs and opposition MPs listen to their constituents, they will hear the calls for a genuine cash mandate that actually effectively keeps cash circulating in our economies. And I tell you what, if you're a foreign government, you ever wanted to do damage to Australia, just turn off the internet, turn off the mobile phone reception, because without cash, the economy of Australia stops. So there is a valid national security reason as well for bringing in a genuine cash mandate. And I don't think the government appreciates it. Whenever our electronic transactions go down, for whatever reason, people panic, like there's literally a panic. Oh, what am I going to do? How am I going to buy anything? But if you have cash, you can still get through. That's why we need to keep cash king in Australia. So it is with great pleasure, but also with sadness, that I have to move this amendment tonight. And I move the amendment circulated in my name, and I implore the government and the opposition and all right-thinking MPs to back this amendment in and keep cash king in Australia. We have to do it, and this is our moment.
Is the amendment second? Yes, Member for Bradfield. And you reserve you.
I don't know more speaking. Yes, I
No,
second the
that's
amendment.
okay. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Page moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Calare has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all the words after house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Clare to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Page be agreed to, and I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to be standing here to speak about the Cash Distribution Framework Bill. And this bill is exactly about that, the framework and distribution of cash. And when you think of the distribution of cash, those of you that are around my age, that started working many, many years ago, we all remember the security vehicles that would drive around and drop off our paychecks in a little yellow envelope, and handwritten on that envelope was the hours that had been worked, overtime, tax paid, etc. And it was all cash. Usually on a Thursday lunchtime, you'd get paid wherever you worked, and cash was immediately put into your pocket, and then you would have to go off and bank it or pay your bills, and it was all done via cash. Of course, that was many, many years ago, and it's all changed. Technology's transformed the way that we do our banking, our shopping, our purchasing, and how we conduct our everyday transactions. And it has been much easier. For me, for example, it's much easier to have the phone and just tap when I buy a cup of coffee, have direct debits out of my bank account to pay the bills, and I'm sure it's the same for many, many people across our nation. But that's not to say that cash is not required, and that cash, that many people depend on actually having cash. And you can see how things can go wrong when our internet system is down, when our telecommunication systems go haywire. And we saw that not that long ago when a couple of banks have gone, their systems have gone down, and you're not able to do the transactions and pay for the goods that you require, and it causes havoc. But as I just said, the way that we pay and payment methods may be changing, but one thing remains clear, and that is that millions and millions of Australians still rely on cash every single day. Especially for older Australians, pensioners, cash remains a trusted and familiar way to manage the household budget. For many people living in regional, remote areas, as you would know, Deputy Speaker, in our communities, cash still remains a practical necessity. And for Australians facing financial hardship, cash can provide certainty and control over day-to-day expenses. And when technology fails, as I said earlier, and it has failed, we've seen it fail, systems go offline, natural disasters disrupt services, cash becomes more than a payment method. It becomes an essential safeguard. an absolute necessity. And that is why access to cash matters. And that's why this legislation before the House is so important. And as I said, the bill before us, together with the accompanying consequential and transactional bill, seeks to ensure that Australians can continue to access and use cash for as long as they choose to do so. And it complements the government's cash acceptance mandate, which came into effect on the 1st of January 2026, and it reflects a simple principle, Deputy Speaker. And that simple principle is Australians should never be forced away from cash because the system that supports it has been allowed to weaken. So for many years, the cash distribution network has come under increasing pressure. And when I talk about the distribution network, again, I talk about those vans that everyone is familiar with, Armaguard, previously Prosecure, and many people would see those vans driving around the place, which are distributing cash. They're picking up cash from banks, taking cash to banks, taking cash to businesses. So there is cash available to basically keep those cash transactions going. But as I said, fewer transactions of cash are conducted, and the infrastructure that supports cash distribution has become increasingly difficult to sustain. Service providers have consolidated, competition has been reduced, and today much of Australia's cash distribution system depends on a near monopoly provider, and that creates a risk. It creates a risk to all those people that rely on cash. Risk that essential services could become less reliable. Risks that communities, particularly those outside major cities, could experience reduced access to cash, and risk that Australians who continue to rely on cash could be left behind. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill is about addressing those risks before they become problems, and it establishes that framework to place Australia's cash distribution system on a more sustainable footing. Importantly, it also recognises that access to cash is not simply a commercial issue, it's a public interest issue. The ability to withdraw cash, deposit cash, access basic cash services is an essential part of economic participation for many Australians. Deputy Speaker, therefore, this legislation provides the regulatory tools that are necessary to protect that access. It establishes a mechanism for the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to oversee critical cash distribution services, and when they go wrong, to be able to step in, or when they need to see changes, they can actually step in again. It provides the Reserve Bank of Australia with crisis readiness and intervention powers to ensure the continuity of services should serious risks emerge. And these measures, Deputy Speaker, are particularly important for regional, as I said, and rural Australia. In many communities, bank branches have closed, unfortunately. Financial services have become harder to access, and cash services are increasingly concentrated in fewer locations. And for those Australians, as I said, in rural regional areas, access to cash is not a matter of convenience. It is a necessity, an absolute necessity, and it is a matter of inclusion. It's about ensuring people can continue to participate fully in the economy regardless of where they live. And that's why the transitional arrangements contained in the consequential and transitional bill are equally important. And these provisions will ensure that during the introduction of the new framework, safeguards remain firmly in place. And as I said earlier, it gives the ACCC temporary powers to intervene where there is a significant risk to ongoing cash access, creating an important bridge between the current system and long-term arrangements established by the legislation. At its core, the bill recognises a simple reality, and that reality is while Australia's payment system may continue to evolve, and it will evolve, the government has a responsibility to ensure that those who rely on cash are not left behind. Whether it's the pensioner paying for their groceries, the small business managing daily transactions, or the family living in a regional community where digital alternatives are not always there or sometimes are not always reliable. So Australians deserve confidence when, and that cash will remain available when they need it. And that is exactly what this legislation seeks to secure. Deputy Speaker, we've seen many banks close, lots of their local branches closing. We've seen ATMs now disappearing from just walking down Rundle Mall in my electorate in Adelaide. There used to be half a dozen ATMs in the major CBD shopping strip of Adelaide. I think I can count three or four, if that. Now they've all disappeared, and the banks have basically put them out of action as well because they're using less cash. We've seen banks shutting, branches shutting, and we've also seen the face-to-face banking services gradually reduced. And banks often argue that these changes reflect changing customer behaviour and the rise of digital payments, but I don't actually believe that. I think people want to be able to walk into a bank and actually speak to a human being. We're dealing with people's finances, and you want to feel confident, you want to know that you've spoken to someone and that someone is taking action with whatever that particular transaction is that you've requested or whatever the inquiry is. So I've got some indiscrepancies when it comes to banks saying that it reflects changing times. I just think it's a cost-saving measure from banks, and you can see it from the incredible thousands of jobs that have been offshored because it's cheaper to create work overseas than to pay Australian workers. And when they make profits of billions of dollars through the Australian community, I feel that they also have a duty to the Australian community as well, whether it be creating jobs, whether it be offering the services on a human-to-human basis and a whole range of other things. So they're not just commercial entities, they get a special licence from governments to operate, and there should be some payback. And I'm not saying there isn't. They do great work, they loan money to people, but at the same time, let's not lose track of one of the reasons why they're there. Their institutions are playing a vital role, and they've played a vital role in the lives of all Australians. But with that role comes a responsibility to ensure that people can continue to access basic banking services, which includes cash. In my own community, I've seen firsthand how these changes are affecting people. In my own bank, they've closed several branches in recent years. Like many Australians have found out and found it increasingly difficult to find somewhere to walk in and to speak to a person. Recently, I visited a major bank headquarters in Adelaide, expecting assistance with an inquiry I had, only to discover that there were absolutely no tellers at all, but machines that you press buttons on, get a ticket, and then expect someone to perhaps give you access to their services. And that experience highlights the directions that many banks appear to be taking, but it also demonstrates the growing disconnect between what some institutions are offering and what many Australians still need. The issue is not confined, obviously, to individuals. It's affecting local businesses as well. In my electorate, a constituent of mine, whose name was Mary, who operates a Baker's Delight bakery in one of South Australia's largest shopping centres, contacted me last year regarding increasing difficulty of accessing cash. Now, as a small business, Baker's Delight, many of their customers were pensioners and they pay by cash. So every morning they'd go into the branch in the mall, in that shopping mall, get their cash float, take it back to the shop, do their banking, etc. Only to find out that when Mary went to her bank one particular morning to deposit her takings and obtain the cash flow and change for the following day's trade, she was told that the service was no longer available. And she was directed elsewhere. When she approached the other banks, she was informed that they could assist, but only if she became a customer to their bank. She was effectively being asked to move her entire banking relationship that she'd had for many years simply to access cash. And when she finally located another branch of her own bank willing to provide the service, it was 7 kilometres away. 7 kilometres away, and every day she was forced to make that additional journey simply to obtain the cash flow and change needed to operate her small business. And then she was informed that the service was ending there as well after a few months. So this is not about convenience. Mary's situation was not just about her convenience, it was about the ability to run a small business and how that small business functions. Very important that she had access to cash. So we're also seeing cash refused in some everyday situations. For example, stories that I've heard is families taking their children to with children from friends, in other words, taking friends' kids as well along with their family to concerts and kids' events in Adelaide. And these friends of the kids are arriving with cash that their parents have given them, that has been given to them by their parents to buy food and drinks during the interval or during the break of the event. When they go to purchase something, they're told cash is not accepted, and not because they didn't have money, because they've got the cash, not because they couldn't pay, because they've got the cash, but because the venue had decided that cards only would be accepted. This was a story that was relayed to me by parents of these kids. So what messages are we sending when a young Australian turns up with perfectly legal tender and it's told that it cannot be used? So we know that as Australians we value choice, Deputy Speaker, and most Australians use digital payments every day, but many, as I said, enjoy, like myself, the convenience of tapping that phone and that option that they have. But there should be an option for people that want to use cash, and you know, we need to have that option, as I said. So technology should expand choice, not remove it. Progress should include people, not exclude them. And in a country as fair and inclusive as Australia, every single citizen should retain the right to access, use and rely on cash for as long as they choose, because cash is more than a payment method. It is a matter of choice, accessibility, independence and dignity.
Thank you, Member for Adelaide, and I call the member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026 is one that is incredibly important for all Australians. At first glance, this legislation may appear to be about logistics or oversight and compliance, but when we strip away the legal language, this bill is about something much more fundamental. It is about ensuring Australians continue to have a choice at the checkout. It's about protecting the resilience of our payment system, and most importantly, it's about making sure no Australian is left behind as our economy continues to evolve. There is an old saying that cash is king, and we've heard it many times in here today. For some people, that expression sounds outdated. For others, it remains as true today as it's ever been. Technology has transformed the way Australians pay for goods and services. We can tap our phones, we can tap our watches, or pay with a fingerprint online. We can transfer money in seconds from one side of the country to the other. And it's no secret that the growth of digital payments have made life easier for millions of Australians. They create convenience and a high level of efficiency. They have opened opportunities that were unimaginable only a generation ago. None of that should be dismissed, and we should always welcome and encourage progress and innovation. But progress should never come at the expense of inclusion. The measure of a successful payment system is not whether it embraces the newest technology, it's whether every Australian can participate in it with confidence. That is precisely what this legislation seeks to achieve. Before I entered this parliament, I spent over half a decade working in the cash-in-transit industry. I saw firsthand the enormous operation required to keep Australia's cash economy flowing every single day. I worked across North-West Victoria, South Australia and New South Wales, transporting currency between Reserve Bank facilities, commercial banks, retailers, businesses and automated teller machines. Most Australians never see that work, and nor should they. When the system works properly, it operates quietly in the background. Cash simply appears in an ATM, a supermarket receives its change before opening and once again before close. A local cafe has enough float to serve its first customer. The bank has sufficient cash available on hand when someone walks through the front door. Most people never stop to consider how that happens, because behind every $20 note withdrawn from an ATM sits an extraordinary logistics network. There are armoured vehicles travelling thousands of kilometres every week, highly trained crews who work long hours under strict security procedures, cash processing centres count, verify and package millions of dollars every day. Routes are planned with military precision, security systems operate around the clock. Every link in that chain matters. If just one part fails, the effects ripple throughout the entire economy. My time in that industry taught me something that has stayed with me throughout my working life. Cash is not simply a currency, it is the unofficial infrastructure of this nation. I just want to say a quick shout out to all my past colleagues that I worked with at the Mildura Depot, but also had the great fortune of representing as the local branch organiser in South Australia at the Paraka branch. So many fantastic people I worked alongside of and helped represent with their industrial matters, who have made a fantastic contribution to this country in making sure that when people go to an ATM at a bank near them, that they can get the money that they rightly deserve to be able to take out of those machines. So well done, guys, and keep up the good work. It's every bit as important as the roads that transport it. Without a functioning cash system, Australians quickly discover just how much they rely upon it. The reality became especially apparent during natural disasters. When communications fail, when power is interrupted, when internet services become unreliable, cash often becomes the only reliable means of payment. In those moments, nobody asks cash or card because there is only one answer to that. It's easy to assume in our day-to-day life that because many of us tap our cards every day, everyone else must do the same. That's simply not the case. The Reserve Bank found in 2025 that approximately 1 in 10 in every 10 Australians still relies on cash for their most important purchases. Around 15% of all payments across the country continue to be made using cash. Those are not insignificant numbers. They represent millions of Australians, like elderly citizens who have managed household budgets with cash throughout their lives, or those on lower incomes who find cash helps them budget more effectively by physically seeing what they have available to spend. Many live in regional and remote communities where reliable telecommunications cannot always be taken for granted. Others simply value the privacy and certainty that cash provides. None of those Australians should ever be made to feel as though they are somehow behind the times. None of them should lose access to cash simply because the supporting infrastructure has been allowed to disappear. Technology should expand opportunity. It shouldn't remove choice. That principle sits at the very heart of this legislation. Australians have always had a unique relationship with cash. It forms a unique part of our vernacular. Everyone of us knows what it means to have a bit of shrapnel rattling around in our pocket. We know exactly what someone means when they pull out a redback, if you're in Victoria, or a lobster in other parts of the country, or a pineapple to pay for something special. I know my grandfather used to have plenty of redbacks in his back pocket, wrapped up with an elastic band. Those expressions have endured because cash has been woven into the fabric of Australian life for generations. They are reminders that money is not merely an electronic transaction, it is something Australians can hold, they can count and they can trust. That trust deserves protection. The Albanese government has made a clear commitment that Australians will continue to have access to cash for as long as Australians want to use it. This legislation delivers on that commitment. It complements the government's cash acceptance mandate, which commenced on the 1st of January this year. That mandate requires supermarkets and fuel retailers meeting prescribed criteria to accept cash between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. for purchases of $500 or less. Protecting the right to pay with cash is one side of the equation. Making sure businesses can actually obtain cash is the other. That is exactly what these bills seek to achieve. Because a mandate requiring businesses to accept cash means very little if those same businesses cannot access notes and coins at a reasonable cost. That is why the Cash Distribution Framework Bill and the accompanying Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill are so important. Together they establish a modern regulatory framework designed to support the long-term sustainability of Australia's cash distribution system. They recognise that while Australians continue to value cash, the industry responsible for distributing it has come under increasing pressure. As electronic payments have grown, the volume of cash moving through the system has gradually declined. This has led to commercial pressures. Today, Australia effectively relies upon a near-monopoly provider for many critical cash distribution services. Whenever an essential service becomes dependent upon a single major provider, governments have a responsibility to ensure appropriate safeguards exist. That is not about interfering in the market, it is about recognising that some services are simply too important to fail. Cash distribution is one of those services. The framework before the House acknowledges that reality. Rather than waiting until a crisis emerges, it establishes regulatory settings that allow the sector to return to a more sustainable footing while ensuring Australians continue receiving reliable access to cash regardless of where they live. The legislation establishes a comprehensive framework built upon practical measures rather than unnecessary bureaucracy. Oversight of designated critical cash distribution providers will be shared between the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and the Reserve Bank of Australia. Each regulator has a clearly defined role, as each brings expertise appropriate to the responsibilities entrusted to them. The ACCC will oversee commercial arrangements within the sector. It will have the ability to approve standard terms covering services and pricing, ensuring businesses are treated fairly and transparently. Those standard terms will create a baseline offer for customers while still allowing providers and businesses to negotiate alternative arrangements where appropriate. Importantly, designated providers will be required to negotiate in good faith. That obligation matters. Businesses should never find themselves at the mercy of opaque pricing structures or discriminatory treatment simply because there are limited alternatives available. Good faith negotiations promote fairness. They promote transparency and confidence through the supply chain. Businesses using these services will also gain access to formal dispute resolution and arbitration pathways. That provides certainty not only for providers but also the thousands of Australian businesses that depend upon reliable access to cash every single day. The framework before the House is about much more than regulating an industry. At its heart, it's about protecting confidence in Australia's payment system, confidence that businesses will continue receiving the cash they need, confidence that communities will continue accessing banking services, and confidence that Australians can continue choosing how they pay for everyday goods and services. The bill establishes a practical regulatory framework designed to place the cash distribution sector on a sustainable footing for decades to come. Oversight of designated critical cash distribution providers will be shared between the ACCC and the Reserve Bank of Australia, with each regulator bringing expertise to different aspects of the framework. The ACCC will oversee the commercial operation of designated providers, including the ability to approve standard terms covering pricing and service delivery. Those arrangements are intended to provide certainty for businesses while ensuring providers continue operating on fair, transparent and non-discriminatory terms. Importantly, designated entities will be required to negotiate with customers in good faith. That obligation should not be underestimated. Businesses, particularly those in regional Australia, often have very limited alternatives when it comes to accessing cash distribution services. A requirement to negotiate fairly helps create confidence across the entire supply chain, while ensuring commercially negotiated outcomes remain the foundation of the sector. Should disputes arise, businesses will have access to formal dispute resolution and arbitration processes. The ACCC will also be empowered to establish minimum service standards following public consultation, recognising that Australia's geography presents challenges unlike almost anywhere else in the world. Delivering cash to a business in the middle of Sydney is vastly different from servicing a town hundreds of kilometres from the nearest regional centre. Those differences deserve to be recognised within the regulatory framework. The bill also requires designated providers to maintain appropriate reporting and record-keeping obligations. Good regulation depends upon good information. By improving transparency, regulators will be better placed to identify emerging issues before they become significant disruptions. Equally important are the safeguards established should the unexpected occur. Essential infrastructure cannot rely upon hope alone. It requires preparation. The cash distribution framework introduces crisis readiness and resolution powers, enabling the Reserve Bank of Australia to intervene where a designated provider becomes insolvent, enters administration or proposes ceasing critical cash distribution services. Those powers include issuing directions, appointing a statutory manager and, where absolutely necessary, facilitating the transfer of services to maintain continuity. Similar crisis management arrangements already exist across Australia's banking and financial services sector. Extending comparable protections to the cash distribution network is simply responsible planning. The accompanying consequential and transitional provisions bill ensures the transition to the new framework is equally well managed. Schedule 2 provides the ACCC with temporary directions powers should a significant risk to cash access arise during implementation. Those powers are deliberately limited. They expire after 24 months and exist solely to bridge the gap while longer-term commercial arrangements are established under the new framework. This legislation also complements the government's broader reforms protecting cash access. The cash acceptance mandate, which commenced on 1 January 2026, requires eligible supermarkets and fuel retailers to accept cash for transactions up to $500 during standard trading hours. Protecting the right to pay with cash is only meaningful if businesses themselves can obtain notes and coins. Alongside commitments from the major banks to pause further regional bank closures, together with strengthened investments in Bank at Post, these reforms form part of a broader strategy to ensure Australians retain access to essential banking services regardless of where they live. Speaker, markets are excellent at driving innovation, but governments have a responsibility to protect inclusion. Cash remains an essential part of Australia's economic resilience. It supports people during natural disasters, telecommunications outages and emergencies. It remains the preferred payment method for many older Australians, lower income households and regional communities. No Australian should lose access to cash simply because the infrastructure supporting it has been allowed to decline. This bill recognises that simple principle. It protects choice, it strengthens resilience. Most importantly, it ensures Australians will continue to have access to cash as long as they choose to use it. Thank you.
And I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'll thank the member for Spence for that speech. And it was really interesting to hear about describing cash as unofficial, important infrastructure for the nation. And I would absolutely agree with that. And realising that 1 in 10 people using cash for the majority of purchases does indeed say that this is important infrastructure. It's interesting because these days you can pay for your coffee with the tap of your phone or the flick of a watch, or even, as I learnt today, a ring on your finger. The pace of change within the digital economy has been extraordinary, and it has indeed made our life more convenient. But like all things, these advancements don't always work 100% of the time for 100% of the people. Like, for example, when your iPhone or smartphone goes dead, or your watch battery dies, or when your ATM card at the local cafe stops working because the chip has broken, or the machine goes down at your local cafe, cash is the one thing that still works. I remember when my husband went shopping with the 2 kids at the local grocery store, and he had a couple of cards on him. He doesn't have his cards on his mobile phone, and neither of his ATM cards worked. And he'd bought about $30 of groceries, and he was standing there with 2 little kids and was like, okay, I can't pay for this, I'm going to have to leave. And of course, a stranger then went and paid for his groceries, which was very gracious. And the thing that I always do is I always have $20 in the back of my phone. Let's see, do I have it today? Oh, I don't know. But the thing that my hot tip is that it's useful to make sure that you've got a little bit of cash on you at all times, because cash is a universal currency. Luckily, my husband was able to give the kids lunch that day, and I have to say that cash has a really important role. In a world where more of our daily lives are automated and made seamless, often this is at the expense of human interaction, and we can lose sight of the moments that cash still creates, such as someone paying for a stranger's groceries, or chatting with the person at the till as someone counts your change, or joking about the mental maths of calculating the right amount of change, which I love doing, and I'm teaching my son how to do that as well. Cash gives us more chances to connect with people around us, and many older Australians rely on this. It's what small businesses fall back on when the terminal fails. It is what gets tucked into a birthday card, and Grandma Mary, who lives in Warrnambool, is known for still slipping in a $20 note for birthday cards, or when you've got a raffle tin at the footy club, or when you hand over $5 for a punnet of strawberries at local farmers markets. And my preference for weddings is making sure that you put green notes in the wedding card. So that's a tip for punters at home. And of course, for any parent running the sausage sizzle or a cake stall, or a teenager earning their first pocket money through a babysitting job, or making lemonade for the neighbourhood, which is something that regularly happens in my neighbourhood. Cash remains essential. It is still a large amount of ordinary life, and many people get paid for. In 2025, the Reserve Bank of Australia reported that around 1 in 10 Australians use cash for most of their purchases. That's nearly 2.8 million people, particularly consisting of older Australians, lower income households, and those in rural and regional communities. No one should be left behind in payment systems. That is why the government is introducing the Cash Distribution Framework Bill. This bill will establish a regulatory framework for cash distribution so that systems that gets cash into ATMs, into bank branches, and into the till at the local IGA can keep on running. Right now, that system is under real strain. Demand for cash has been falling over 2 decades. The cash in transit sector, the businesses that physically move cash around the country, has consolidated down to one dominant provider with a market share of more than 90%. This has consequences. In parts of regional Australia, it has already meant that fewer ATMs and the ones that remain are often further away. For someone in a country town, it can mean a long drive to withdraw cash. For an older Australian without a car or without the ability to make that trip easily, it can mean going without or relying on neighbours or a family member to get to the nearest branch. Access to cash should not depend on how far you live from the nearest town or how many suburbs away the closest shopping centre is. The framework of this bill, the Reserve Bank will have the power to designate an entity as significant to the cash distribution system, and the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission will have the power to oversee the terms to ensure that providers do not manipulate or take advantage of their dominant market share. The bill also provides regulators with information gathering and enforcement powers they need to actually make this framework work in practice, including civil penalties for entities that do not meet their obligations. We know that maintaining a cash network is getting more expensive to run as fewer people use it for everyday transactions. This framework does not pretend that these problems disappear. What it does do is put fair rules around how those costs are shared, instead of leaving a near monopoly provider free to set its own price and its own priorities, instead of leaving the regional and vulnerable Australians to simply lose access because the market found it convenient to withdraw. There is also a question about what happens if a provider gets into real trouble. This bill gives the Reserve Bank the power to step in before that happens. If a designated provider is at risk of becoming financially unviable, the bank can issue directions, appoint someone to manage the business or oversee its transfers so that cash distribution does not simply stop while a company works through insolvency in the background. These powers mirror the crisis and the resolution framework that already applies to banks, insurers, clearing and settlement facilities in Australia's financial system. This bill builds on commitments that this government has already made. Since January 2026, major supermarkets and fuel retailers have been required to accept cash for everyday purchases. Last year, the Treasurer secured commitments from Australia's big banks to hold off regional bank closures until the middle of 2027. This bill follows those decisions to make sure that Australians who rely on cash are not left behind. We are also building resilience in our economy. When the power goes out, when the internet stops, when a flood or a bushfire takes down the local network, cash still works, especially Australian cash, since we have our fancy polymer notes, which are waterproof. When a community faces a natural disaster, there is usually no signal and no power. Card readers don't work, online banking doesn't work. During these times, Australians rely on cash to buy fuel, food, water, and pay for emergency repairs, and to get by in the days before power and communications are restored. A payment system that only works on a good day is not a resilient payment system, and this bill treats cash distribution as a piece of critical infrastructure that it indeed is. Cash still matters to millions of Australians, and the system that delivers it should not be allowed to fail simply because it became less profitable to run it. That is the standard that this government holds itself across the board, not just on cash. The Albanese Labor government understands that inclusion is not just something you achieve once, it's something that you work on every day. It shows up in the decisions we make, in the people who make them, and this is the most diverse Parliament in Australia's history, and for the first time women make up more than half of the Labor caucus. That matters because when the people at the table come from a diverse range of backgrounds, the injustices facing everyday Australians are less likely to be missed. It is why we made cash acceptance mandatory at the checkout. It's why we kept bank branches open in the regions, and it's why this bill exists, to make sure that the systems behind the till keep working for the people who need it most, not just for the people who have the privileges of adapting to the digital age. Access is not something you legislate once and move from. It is something that you keep on building into every part of government. This includes something as ordinary as how people actually pay for their groceries. Cash is an important part of the Australian economy. We will make sure that all communities continue to have access to this. Because of these amazing changes, I commend the bill to the House.
I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I remember when I first started my first paid job, I was babysitting or pouring tea at the local church event. I then progressed to working at the supermarket and then at the hospital. I always got a pay packet and it always had notes and coins in it, predominantly notes, thank goodness. I'd take out what I needed for the week to buy my groceries or pay my rent, and usually a little bit that I needed for some fun on the weekend. And when I got the time, I raced to the bank to deposit what I had left over. Today, though, many of us don't use that amount of cash that we used to, but cash is still extremely important to every Australian, regardless of where they live, how old they are, or how they choose to pay for their everyday purchases. As the saying goes, cash is king. Now, that may sound counterintuitive, especially when for many Australians, our pay is automatically deposited into our accounts, we tap our phone card, we pay with our watches. All of this is becoming second nature. Digital payments are fast, they're convenient, and they're increasingly common. But despite this technological change, cash does remain essential. For older Australians, people living in regional and remote communities, vulnerable people escaping family and domestic and financial abuse, anyone caught in a power outage, a telecommunications failure, cash is not old-fashioned, it is essential. It's essential for our local schools and charities who fundraise selling cakes and homemade gifts and raffle tickets, or for the little local entrepreneur who might be selling lemonade at the roadside. The Albanese government recognises this. Rather than allowing Australians to drift towards becoming a cashless society, our government has acted to ensure Australians continue to have access to notes and coins for essential purchases. And that's why, and we've heard this earlier tonight, why we've introduced Australia's first national cash acceptance mandate. From 1 January this year, most major supermarkets and fuel retailers are legally required to accept cash for in-person purchases of up to $500. And the rules apply between normal hours 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. with exemptions for many genuinely small businesses. Now, this reform sends a clear message. Cash remains legal tender, and Australians who choose to use it should not be excluded from buying life's essentials. Deputy Speaker, our approach is practical. This government understands that digital payments are growing rapidly. Most Australians now pay electronically most of the time, and Labor is not trying to reverse technological progress. Instead, we're making sure that progress doesn't leave people behind, and that reflects a really important Labor value of no one left behind. Now, economic modernisation, it should improve people's lives, not create new forms of disadvantage. And for many Australians, cash isn't simply a preference, it's how they budget. There are some who still do what I did when I first started work. Many households do deliberately withdraw a weekly amount of cash. They know what they've got to spend, and it helps them manage their budget and their spending. Using notes and coins allows families to avoid overspending and stay within a budget. Deputy Speaker, Labor recognises that people should remain free to manage their finances in a way that works best for them. And the reforms also recognise that Australia's payment system must remain resilient. In recent years, we've all experienced technological failures, bank outages, internet failures, power blackouts, natural disasters. It was only a month ago when pretty much the entire Telstra network went down, and this affected everyone from the joggers who were out on their morning run trying to buy a coffee afterwards, to the Uber drivers who were taking people to the airports, who were wanting to use their platforms and get paid, and to elderly residents who might be lining up at the chemist to buy their essential medicines. And so many more things happened. So many more jobs and way of working and living were affected. When electronic payment systems fail, cash continues to work. There's no internet requirement, no mobile signal, no battery, no software update required. Cash provides an important backup during emergencies. Now, Labor's reforms help ensure Australians can continue purchasing food and fuel even when digital systems experience disruptions. And these reforms are particularly important for regional Australia. Many rural communities still experience unreliable telecommunications.
Member for Brisbane, you'll have leave to continue your remarks tomorrow, but it being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Violence against women and children remains a national emergency. We do not lack the evidence about what needs to change. We have had inquiries, reviews, national plans and hundreds of recommendations, yet there is something clearly obvious. The failure is implementation. Too often, women escape one form of abuse only to encounter another through housing, child support, the legal system, migration processes or technology. Our measures of success cannot be how much money is announced or how many programs are launched. That is what government tends to do. It must be whether fewer women and children are being killed, injured, made homeless, impoverished or forced to navigate systems that make them less safe. I've heard directly from frontline services in Warringah about where the system is failing. At a domestic and family violence roundtable I convened, services described rising demand, too little crisis and transitional housing, complex legal needs and women being turned away because services were already at capacity. These organisations do extraordinary work, but frontline services cannot compensate for a fragmented national system. The scale of violence remains unacceptable. 23% of Australian women have experienced violence by an intimate partner since the age of 15. 22% have experienced sexual violence. 16% have experienced economic abuse by a cohabitating partner. Violence is often perpetrated through economic abuse, systems abuse and technology-facilitated abuse. Child support can be withheld or manipulated to maintain control. Technology can enable stalking, surveillance, impersonation, image-based abuse and coercive control. Dating apps can still give perpetrators repeated access to potential victims. We still don't have mandatory ID verification. We cannot keep asking women to identify the danger, navigate the system and manage the risk created by perpetrators. We need a national system that shifts the responsibility back where it belongs, onto perpetrators and the institutions with the power to intervene. First, housing must be treated as safety infrastructure. Leaving violence payments are important, but come on, they cannot solve a lack of safe and affordable housing. Second, economic safety must be treated as a key part of physical safety. Child support should be an early priority for reform. It should be easier and safer to move from private collect to agency collect when arrangements break down. Enforcement of payments must improve. And if child support is not actually being paid, government should not treat it as though it has been received and create a debt on too often the women. Otherwise, a parent can be hit twice, first by not receiving the child support and then by losing the government assistance payments on the assumption that they did and being assumed to have incurred a debt. We also need stronger digital protections. Dating apps should have a statutory duty of care to protect users from foreseeable harm. That should include robust identity and age verification requirements, stronger systems to identify and remove perpetrators, and safeguards to stop banned users simply creating another profile. These protections should not depend on inconsistent voluntary policies. Children must be recognised as victim survivors in their own right and have access to appropriate therapeutic support. Migrant women and women on temporary visas must have access to interpreters, culturally safe services and secure pathways so visa status cannot be weaponised against them. And perpetrator interventions, information sharing and accountability must be stronger and more consistent nationally. We need system reforms that makes it harder for perpetrators to continue abuse and easier for victim survivors to become safe and independent. That means secure housing, economic security, safer digital platforms, properly funded frontline services and clear accountability. I continue to support a National Royal Commission into domestic violence because we need to examine the repeated recommendations that have not been implemented by government and where systems continue to fail, and that includes the Albanese government. Violence against women and children is preventable. What is missing is not the evidence, it is the urgency and accountability to act what we already know. It was shameful of the Prime Minister to describe a Royal Commission into domestic violence as a lawyer's picnic. When we need to elevate this issue and act on the recommendations and accountability for why this government has not had the political will to act on the many recommendations that it already has before it.
And I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and it's awesome to see you in the chair. It's been a very busy time in the Defence and Veterans portfolios, and I wanted to update the House on some of the things that we've been doing during the break in sittings. Firstly, Pitch Black, exercise Pitch Black. The Royal Australian Air Force has conducted another extremely successful exercise Pitch Black course, taking in full advantage of Darwin's beautiful dry season to host the exercise, which wrapped up on Friday after a few weeks. Held every 2 years, Pitch Black is the Air Force's largest international exercise, featuring complex simulated combat scenarios across one of the largest military training areas in the world. This year, over 100 aircraft and personnel from 21 allied and partner nations participated in Pitch Black, all with a view to strengthening regional and global interoperability. Participating countries included our 4 treaty allies, the USA, Papua New Guinea, Fiji and New Zealand. Our 5-power defence arrangement partners, Malaysia, New Zealand, Singapore and the UK. Regional partners like Brunei and the Republic of Korea. Indonesia, with which we now have the Treaty on Common Security. The 3 countries that I'm proud to be the chair of, the Parliamentary Friends chair of, Canada was there, the Philippines and Thailand. Our Quad partners, Japan and India were there. And our NATO partners, some of them, Finland, France, Germany, Sweden and Spain. Exercise Pitch Black is important for maintaining currency, strengthening our ability to work together and increasing both regional and global security. Now, special mention to my friend, the member for Dunkley, Jody Belay MP, as well as the members for Mallee and Flinders, who came along to experience Exercise Pitch Black through participation in our ADF parliamentary program. Moving on to veterans. It was recently my distinct privilege to open the Ipswich Veterans and Families Hub. Our government continues to roll out Veterans and Families Hubs, and on the 29th of July, I represented the Minister for Veterans Affairs, the Honourable Matt Keogh MP, to open the Veterans and Families Hub in Ipswich, Queensland. I was there with my good mate, the member for Blair, the Honourable Shane Newman MP, and I'd like to pay tribute to the work that he did, that Shane did, to bring about the establishment of the Ipswich Hub. Much like the highly successful Veteran and Family Wellbeing Centre in Darwin and the electorate that I'm proud to represent, this Ipswich Hub is also a collaboration between Queensland RSL and Mates for Mates. And I'd like to acknowledge the RSL Queensland State President, Major General Retired Stephen Day, DSC AM, who spoke so eloquently at the opening. This hub in Ipswich will support one of the largest veteran communities with around 10,000 veterans and their family members and 5,000 serving ADF members. The opening of this hub also comes just a few weeks after the Veteran and Family Wellbeing Agency went live right here in the grounds of Parliament House on the 1st of July. This is all a testament to our government's efforts to set veterans and their families up for success as they transition to civilian life after their time in uniform and for the years that follow. Also, I want to reflect on another opening I went to whilst I was in Brisbane, and that was of Reforge. So after Ipswich opening, later in the day I attended the official opening of the Go-To Health Reforge Veteran Rehabilitation Centre in Brisbane, which is just down the road from Gallipoli Barracks in Enoggera. Their integrated rehabilitation model brings together medical, physical, psychological and occupational care to improve recovery, function and return to work outcomes for veterans and others undergoing rehabilitation. Go-To Health will also establish facilities delivering integrated health services at the Ipswich Hub, and they'll go live in April next year, providing connected health services to our veterans and their families, to whom we of course owe so very much. I'd like to acknowledge the co-founders, 2nd Commando Regiment Dr Kieran McCarthy and Rod Martin, who is incidentally a black belt in karate, but also the Chief Operating Officer, Owen Paulson, former 3RAR. Well done, fellas.
The call to the member for Moncrief.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise tonight to speak about 2 issues that are incredibly important to my community on the Gold Coast: disaster recovery funding and the completion of Gold Coast Light Rail Stage 3. They are very different issues, but they have something in common. They both ensure that communities that I represent have the infrastructure, the support, and certainly they need to grow and withstand the challenges ahead and have that certainty about what is in the future. And as a Gold Coast representative, I know just how exposed our community is to natural disasters. I will get back to the Light Rail Stage 3, the member for Riverina. But we have seen the devastating impact of cyclones, severe storms, flooding and other natural disasters on families, on businesses, and the toll that it takes on local infrastructure and, of course, our economy. And when disaster strikes, people don't care which level of government is responsible for what? They just want help, and they expect governments of all levels to work together to help them get back on their feet. And that is why I am so bitterly and deeply disappointed and concerned about the Albanese government's proposed changes to the disaster recovery funding arrangements. The current arrangements provide an important safety net for communities like mine when recovering from those disasters. Any reform should strengthen that safety net, not weaken it. The Albanese government proposes a new 50-50 Commonwealth state cost-sharing model, despite significant concerns from Queensland and other jurisdictions. Now, Labor cannot simply shift more of the cost onto state governments, councils, local councils like the Gold Coast City Council, and ultimately local ratepayers, and call that reform. The Coalition has been clear. Canberra must step up when Australians are facing the consequences of natural disasters, and the government has sought to justify its proposal by pointing to the Colvin Review. Yet nowhere in that review did it recommend a blanket 50-50 funding split. It did, however, call for improved cost-sharing arrangements that recognise the different capacities and circumstances of each state and each territory. The government sat on this review for over a year, only to ignore recommendations and push ahead with their own agenda. Not good enough. Now, I stand here tonight with my colleague, the member for Riverina, and when he was the Deputy Prime Minister of our great country, the golden era, the heydays of November 2019, when we stood at the Broadbeach Light Rail Station and declared that the federal government would put in $157 million into that light rail project to send it to Burleigh Heads.
Yes, I remember
and
it well.
Guess what? On Sunday, it was finished, and we had the very first light rail tram leave Burleigh Station at 6 a.m.
Hooray.
And head towards Brisbane, which was very exciting for my community. And I want to just thank the former Deputy Prime Minister for coming to the Gold Coast and for advocating so very hard for my community when he was the Minister. It is a significant milestone. The project was made possible through the combined funding and efforts of the Queensland Government, the City of Gold Coast and the Commonwealth under the Morrison Government. And despite Minister Watt's poor memory last Friday at the press conference, I will remind him that it was, as I said, the former Coalition Government who committed $395.6 million in total to deliver light rail stage 3. Minister Watt, it was not your gaff-prone boss who actually committed that almost $400 million to Gold Coast Light Rail. I've, since my election in 2019, been a strong advocate for the project because I know how important reliable public transport is to our growing city, and the new Light Rail Stage 3 will be tested this weekend with the Pacific Air Show on the Gold Coast, and of course another great Coalition Government Minister at the time, Mr Peter Dutton, who's no longer with us in the Parliament, signed off on the first Pacific Air Show on those defence assets, and I will be riding the light rail all the way to Surfers Paradise from Miami on Saturday, on Friday probably, and on Saturday to the Gold Coast Pacific Air Show, and I look forward to that event. But what it does tell me is that the Gold Coast only wins when we have a coalition government, when we have a Liberal National Party government. The rest of the time we are ignored by Labor governments, and so I say congratulations to all of those involved in Gold Coast Light Rail Stage 3 for the launch that occurred just this weekend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn to give the call to the member for Whitlam.
Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to Bob Montgomery, an extraordinary man who at 82 years of age recently completed a 5,300 kilometre cycling trek from Broome in Western Australia to his home in Bowral in New South Wales. Bob undertook this incredible feat alongside his grandson Tom to raise awareness and funds in support of people living with motor neurone disease. Sadly, Bob passed away on the 3rd of August, just one day after he completed his inspirational ride. Through this ride, Bob raised over $127,000 for Motor Neurone Disease New South Wales, having previously raised $300,000 from 5 other long-distance rides he undertook across Australia. I was fortunate to meet Bob and his wife Jenny before Bob set off on his ride, and I learned about his charitable work and his life. Jenny was an incredible support to Bob on his rides. It was a true team effort. Bob's compassion and motivation to help sufferers of motor neuron disease began after he witnessed his cousin die from the disease. Many Australians have been deeply moved and inspired by Bob's story. As a testament to his empathy for others and his enthusiasm, Bob's last ride prompted a huge outpouring from the community in awe of his remarkable life and how he inspired others. Bob was an accomplished sports person, business owner, and a devoted husband, father, and grandfather. On behalf of everyone in the Whitlam electorate and the many thousands of Australians who were touched by Bob's incredible fundraising efforts, I want to acknowledge Bob's generosity, kindness, and enthusiasm. I also offer my condolences to his wife, his daughters, and his grandchildren. Bob Montgomery will be remembered as a hero and a gentleman. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the dedication and community spirit of Neil Barnett from Kembla Joggers, which is based in my electorate of Whitlam. Kembla Joggers is one of the largest and most respected community running clubs in Australia. Kembla Joggers attracts athletes of all ages and abilities and are well known for their friendly, non-elitist approach to the sport of running. Neil Barnett embodies the spirit of Kembla Joggers. Neil has served on its committee for 35 years, with 32 years in either the president or secretary roles. Neil first served as president of Kembla Joggers in 1992 at the tender age of 23. Neil was recently awarded an Australian Athletics Gold Service Pin by Athletics New South Wales for his more than 3 decades of service to the sport of athletics. Neil is also a life member of Kembla Joggers, given his role in helping to make Kembla Joggers the incredibly successful running club it is today. Unsurprisingly, Neil is also an outstanding runner, competing in half marathons and at the state level. The Illawarra and wider New South Wales athletics community have benefited from Neil's decades of service. I acknowledge the enormous impact he has had in helping to foster the health and fitness of tens of thousands of people through his involvement with Kembla Joggers. Thank you, Neil. Speaker, I rise today to recognise Jill Makovic, a champion for people living with arthritis. Jill has devoted 35 years of her life to supporting people with arthritis through her involvement in the local Warilla Shellharbour branch of the arthritis movement, which recently celebrated its 40th anniversary. The arthritis movement operates throughout New South Wales and Queensland and is dedicated to improving lives through innovative care, support, and relentless advocacy for those impacted by arthritis. Jill joined the Warilla Shellharbour branch in 1991 and served as a committee member, and from 2012 she served as president. Under Jill's leadership, the Warilla Shellharbour branch has raised funds and sponsored events, including walkathons and camps, with a particular passion for supporting children and teenagers living with arthritis. Jill received a New South Wales Volunteer of the Year award in 2024 for her tireless work for the community. Jill would want me to recognise those that she has worked closely with over the years. Her colleague Sheila Morris deserves a special mention given her 25 years of service, including as Secretary of the Warilla Shellharbour branch. Arthritis affects thousands of people across my electorate of Whitlam, many of whom would be left alone to cope in isolation without Jill's selfless support. Thank you, Jill, on behalf of the people of Shellharbour and Warilla and the Whitlam electorate for your tireless service to our community. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am so pleased to inform the House and everyone that later this month, the great city of Shepparton, in the great state of the great area of the Golden Valley, in what will again soon be the great state of Victoria, will be receiving 9 return services, passenger rail services between Melbourne and Shepparton. And that came from 5 services, which was manifestly unacceptable for a city the size of Shepparton. This has taken a long time to get right, Mr Speaker. And the Shepparton Rail Revival was never just about trains. It was always about ensuring that a growing regional city with some of the greatest industry in the world, food processing, manufacturing, farming, received the same opportunities and connectivity as other major regional centres. Better rail means better access to jobs, education, healthcare and opportunities across the Goulburn Valley.
Yep.
And the project happened for a number of reasons. Firstly, it happened because the community refused to accept being left behind in the substandard rail that was being delivered. And for years, local residents, businesses, community organisations and advocates, including the Committee for Greater Shepparton, of which I was the CEO at the time, played a key role in making sure everyone who had some power knew what needed to be done and was encouraged to do it. There was a first step in 2017 with the Victorian Government funding and a $10 million federal coalition commitment to improve the rail line. That got the line better. But the real game changer was Stage 3. And Stage 3 set the line up to be able to take those extra trains with passing loops, signalling upgrades. Now, Stage 3 was a $400 million project, and the coalition government, led by the member for Riverina when he was the Deputy Prime Minister, committed 80% of the funding, $320 million. Now, just for those who are interested in federal, state infrastructure funding, 80% by the federal government. Right. This government wants to reduce that to 50% for these infrastructure projects, and that means, because of the state of the finances, particularly in states like Victoria, nothing will be built. So, that funding announcement by my colleague, member for Riverina, then Deputy Prime Minister, when he was at that dispatch box, and he even mentioned my advocacy, which was a great thrill for me to be mentioned in this place before I got in here, meant that the project could go ahead. Now, there were some delays because, frankly, delays are a part of what the current Victorian government does. So the Victorian government promised, with that funding that was announced in 2020, that the project would be finished in the last quarter of 2023. Well, here I am in August 2026 saying we've finally got it done and it's about to happen. There's a lesson there that state governments can do a lot better than the current Victorian government when delivering projects on time. The federal coalition's role was key in unlocking this project and making it happen. And I do want to thank the previous coalition government and the Deputy Prime Minister, former Deputy Prime Minister, who sits beside me right now. But that is what happens when you have a government that cares about Australia's regional growth. That's right. And is prepared to fund the infrastructure that makes that regional growth happen. Productivity. And the productivity benefits, the people, the professionals that will now move to the Goulburn Valley because there is that extra rail service will mean more doctors, more agricultural professionals. It'll grow our industry and provide a much better service and lifestyle for the people of Shepparton and the Goulburn Valley, because they'll have access to what will, again soon, when the coalition wins in November, be the great city of Melbourne. So, in closing, we should thank everyone who's fought for this outcome. There's a lot of community campaigners, members of Parliament, the Greater Shepparton City Council, local businesses, the rail users who refused to accept what was substandard, and we should thank, when you come up here and you're an advocate, it's great to have someone listen to you. Yeah. It's really good to get, and my predecessor, Damien Drum, the former member for Nichols, got me in the door to see the Deputy Prime Minister. Good doctor's man. And Damien Drum got me in to see Deputy Prime Minister Michael McCormack. It's great to be listened to, but Jesus, it's amazing when the person who you advocate to goes into Parliament and actually gets something done, and the people of Shepparton will thank that government for this.
The question is the House to now, Jenny, give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. Last week, I was very proud to host Assistant Minister Jed Carney in Dunkley for an important family violence roundtable as part of the second National Action Plan to end violence against women and children. The roundtable brought together 19 organisations from across the family violence sector, alongside representatives from local and state government, including Paul Mercurio, the state MP for Hastings. This event provided an opportunity to hear directly from those working on the front line every day, supporting victim survivors, protecting children, responding to crisis, and helping families rebuild their lives. While each organisation brought a unique perspective, there was a strong agreement on one key point. While crisis responses remain essential, we must do more to prevent family violence before it occurs and intervene earlier. The Albanese Labor government has committed more than $4.4 billion to ending violence against women and children. That investment is making a real difference through crisis services, emergency accommodation and support programs. However, participants made it clear that if we are serious about ending family violence, prevention and early intervention approaches must remain central to the program. The discussion was held grounded in the reality facing our local community. In Frankston, family violence incident rates have risen from 139 incidents per 10,000 people in 2022 to 166 per 10,000 in 2024. This is significantly above the Victorian average of 135 incidents per 10,000 people. These figures are a reminder that communities like ours continue to face significant challenges. One of the strongest messages from the roundtable was that children and young people must be recognised as victims in their own right. Too often, they are viewed only as part of the family unit, rather than as victim survivors whose experiences require recognition and support. One story shared on the evening has stayed with me. A family violence refuge worker described a 5-year-old child who had developed a plan to help keep his mother alive during violent incidents at home. No child should have to learn survival strategies before they have even started school. Participants also challenged the language we commonly use. We often say children witness family violence, but children are not simply witnesses. They are experiencing that family violence too. If a parent lives in fear, so too do their children. The language we use shapes how we understand harm and how we design responses. Another issue was the complexity of navigating support systems. Victim survivors are often required to repeat their stories to multiple agencies, forcing them to relive their trauma again and again. We must continue improving information sharing and service coordination so that support is centred on the needs of those seeking help. Jackie Galloway, the CEO of Peninsula Community Legal Service, highlighted the need for stronger coordination across jurisdictions. Representatives spoke about the disconnect between state family violence systems and family law processes. Better integration would deliver safer and more consistent outcomes for families. The challenges facing frontline organisations were also discussed. Short-term funding creates uncertainty and forces organisations into a cycle of grant applications rather than service delivery. Sustainable funding provides stability for organisations, staff, and most importantly, the families that rely on their support. Participants also reflected on the growing impacts of loneliness and isolation. Isolation is often caused by perpetrators as a form of coercive control, but it also weakens the community connections that help keep people safe. I thank every organisation that participated in the roundtable and acknowledge the vital work they do every day. Their expertise, compassion and honesty are helping shape a stronger response to family violence. To Family Life, the Orange Door, Anglicare, Sakasa, Good Shepherd, Ozchild, Brotherhood of St Lawrence, thank you.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.